Streaming. And let me get this thing shared out.
Who the fuck's next to a train?
I'll send you the link.
I'm so sorry.
You're good.
I'm surprised that shit's loud as fuck if I'm hearing it
Yeah.
through your
Oh,
mic. Holy
damn.
hell.
Yeah, it's like once an hour too.
All right.
So has anybody ever had the dream of like, you know, having like a picnic like tarp, like those like plaid ones, the red and white ones, with a hobo stick and like living on a boxcar train?
No, I can't say that I have.
No.
No, really?
No, I don't
Bro,
think
free
I have.
travel, man.
That's a you
Yeah,
thing.
Come on.
That is a me thing. I would love to do that. Just hop on it
Yeah.
and just go wherever. I don't know.
All right.
I
I
think it'd be
just
pretty
got
fun.
that. Sharing it to Facebook. You want me to send you the link, Dan?
Yeah,
Fully,
send the
what's
link.
good,
I'll
baby?
share it.
I see him in chat already. He's ready, locked and loaded.
Damn,
I like
Cooley. Right in there, baby.
Did you do all the thumbnails and shit, dude? I just hit a button.
Yo, Fully, real quick.
Yeah, that's
I
how
don't
YouTube
know.
is.
I don't know if I addressed it, but your response to my comment on TikTok still has me rolling to this day. With the water.
You're not rolling at all. You're sitting perfectly still.
Dad, been waiting for
fucking
this all day. Gold Paw Gang. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Well, let's read.
Make sure we get this all well adjusted. My wife's sleeping. Focus, fucker.
Oh shit, John Wick 3.
Fucker.
I think.
All right, sending you the link now.
Which
Nice
one's
guy.
John Wick 3, right? Is that the one that there's not like Tokyo or whatever?
Maybe.
Parabellum,
like it.
that's 3, right? Oh, it is 3. Look at that. Oh man, I'm
yeah,
fucking good
Parabellum
at
is
this
3.
game.
All right, guys.
Amazing at this.
So to start this, I just want to read off the second letter that we've gotten from the Suicide Prevention Foundation. So they came in, they said, thank you for the contribution of $350 on 11/5/2022 to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. We are honored to partner with you in fulfilling our mission of saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide. Your investment allows us to continue to create a culture that is smart about mental health and builds initiatives to further understand and prevent suicide. More than 48,000 people die by suicide in the U.S. each year, making it the 10th leading cause of death. Through our research, education, advocacy, and loss support programs, AFSP has become the leading national organization dedicated to preventing loss of life by suicide. Our current Project 2025 initiative is an aggressive step toward increasing prevention efforts by focusing on critical areas that can reduce suicide the fastest and help us achieve our bold goal to reduce the suicide rate by 20% by 2025. With the support of the community and donors like you, AFSP is able to develop and implement life-saving strategies that will have the greatest impact. As the leading private funder of suicide research, we recently invested in 38 new research studies, bringing our currently funded research to more than $20 million. We also continue to meet the needs of the community through a nationwide network of 73 chapters, with chapters in all 50 states. Staff and volunteers across the country tirelessly work to support those affected by suicide loss, deliver an array of local educational programs and resources to better understand mental health and suicide prevention, and participate in our advocacy efforts. AFSP's incredible growth during our first 30 years is due to the support of our donors. We make it a priority to maximize funds contributed to prevent suicide by utilizing 83% of every donor dollar on our research and program initiatives, well above industry standards. Your gift to AFSP is valued and a sound investment, as we receive an A rating from the Charity Watch and the highest rating of 4 stars from the Charity Navigator, as well as meet the National Health Council standards of excellence. Our vision is to build a world without suicide. That vision is not possible without your continued help and involvement within the suicide prevention. Thank you. and then they said sincerely, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention.
Another one.
Love it.
Yes, nice.
That's good stuff right there. That was a
Oh.
nice long letter too. You know, it wasn't like a
Yeah.
Thanks
Thanks
for your
for the
money.
money.
Bye.
yeah. It wasn't like a Twitch shout out. You know.
Right.
For sure.
Oh,
we
man.
on Water Talk over there, Corey B, trying to put people on. All right, so how we're gonna start this out is I just want Stream2Cure introduce himself and his whole mission over on Twitch. He has a whole thing dedicated for him, and I just wanted him to share his story, and how we're gonna start this is him doing that. So
Sweet, man. Thanks. I appreciate that. So
Pleasure.
my name's Daniel, and my Twitch handle, Instagram, Twitter, pretty much anything on social, you can find me at a Stream2Cure. So I have a mission of raising $1 million towards cancer research for rare subtypes of cancer. So I myself have a rare type of kidney cancer that's due to a rare gene mutation. So when I was at the National Institute of Health in Maryland, I got to read about a guy named Andrew. I don't have my water bottle on me, but guy named Andrew who he raised $1 million for a rare subtype of kidney cancer. And he did it with his car. And he had a GTR, and he would do car meets and everything like that. And unfortunately, he's no longer with us. But when I read his story, I felt very inspired to do something similar, if not the same. But I said to myself, well, I'm not in the cars. You know, what is something that I like? You know, what is like hobbies of mine that I enjoy that I could find a way to raise money off of? And video games came to my mind, and figured, fuck it, why not? Let's start streaming on Twitch and see what we can do. So we're still early. We're only a month into it, but we already have 70 followers. We're getting up there, so should be able to come here and talk a little bit about that and the effects of mental health in men. I think it's just an honor, and I really appreciate it.
of course, I appreciate you
Happy to
coming
have
in.
you here, man.
100%. So if you want to, we talked about the last podcast on everyone struggles with mental health and whatnot, and I would just like to touch on a little bit of what you've gone through and what you would be able to share your story and your struggles, not only with cancer and trying to deal with that, but also just anything that you've gone through, childhood related, anything, honestly.
Yeah. So that's like, where do I start, right? Nah, mental health has always been a big thing in my life, ever since I was a child. You know, sometimes it runs in the family, sometimes it doesn't, but it definitely did for mine. And I remember meeting Devin back when I was in foster care when I met Devin, and
Yep.
like still not in a good place, but trying to make the best of it, and you know, but so like especially with the cancer, like um almost it's not how I found out. So for years prior to my diagnosis, I had this like extreme paranoia that I couldn't understand it. It was really bad. Like it was really, really bad anxiety. To the point it was like this constant feeling of doom almost. It's like wrapped around you, and I always had this feeling like something bad was gonna happen, whether it was to me or somebody else that I loved. I couldn't explain it, and it was unbearable. Like it was constant every day, like for years. And you know, then there's secondary emotions that always come with that. You know, you got like anger and stuff like that because you don't understand why things are the way they are, why you feel the way you feel, and
Yeah.
you know, and then you know, when you got all that anger and anxiety, sometimes then there's drug use and everything like that. It's all a mess. But for years, I had this like extreme anxiety that I just couldn't understand, and I mean, it was like crazy shit. Like I felt like I was crazy. Like I remember like I felt like I was having issues with my marriage, and I wasn't. I don't know. I always felt like I could never trust my friends. I always felt like my friends weren't like for me or something like that, and it was honestly terrible. And well, leading up to my diagnosis, when I got my kidney removed, they removed my kidney on uh, August 10th of 2020. That
Oh
went
wow.
away. Um, that like extreme anxiety, that like fear, because that's something I struggled with a lot for a long time was fear. And when I was younger, I blamed it on the marijuana or something like that. Like smoking too much bud and thinking like, oh, like I messed myself up or something like that, using drugs in high school. Um, and But the second they took my kidney out, the irrational fears, the ones that didn't make sense, dissipated. They went away. Now, don't get me wrong. I still have you still have general anxiety, but it wasn't like like crazy because mine was the anxiety type of anxiety I dealt with was never like it was never like, oh no, I have a test tomorrow for school, or I'm worried what my boss is going to say to me. Mine was always like related to like the huge what ifs of life, like I wasn't anxious about, like the next small task that I needed to do. And I know a lot of people with anxiety deal with issues like that.
Yeah.
Mine
Oh
was
yeah.
it was much different. It was like like I said earlier, I felt like something bad was going to happen, like
Like
something devastatingly bad.
irrational fears of death that
Yeah,
just
death,
are there.
anything, and it's like, yeah, you can blame that on like trauma in childhood, but it's weird. So your kidneys do all types of functions, and one of them is, I believe, regulating hormones. And
Hmm.
so the way with the genetic
Okay.
mutation that I have, here, let me take this hoodie off. Getting
You're
hot talking so much.
good. Always happens like that, G.
You
I
sure
just
are
need to get
making me
something
wet
to
looking at
eat.
you.
Oh my.
Jesus Christ,
No.
Ian.
Try
Little,
to
little, little giggles in there,
No, but in all reality, man, once I got the kidney out, I still struggled a lot with anxiety because I was scared every time I went. I didn't even have cancer at that point. I was in
Yeah.
remission, but I was terrified every time I'd go get a scan, or every time I'd talk to a doctor. I felt like I needed some reassurance, and I struggled a lot. And like years prior, I remember like I was just drinking all the time, and to make this public is kind of crazy because this isn't public knowledge except to the people that might know it. But I got having a problem with alcohol, especially like I struggled for a long time, like after my mom died. So my mom died when I was 20.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace, my mother. But I it was like right before I turned 21, and it was like I didn't know how to handle it. So that's all I did was drink, 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 drink. And when it comes to like cancer, because I went from drinking and not caring if I woke up the next day or not, and then I had a child, and I started to change my life, and I stopped drinking and anything like that, and but I still had that underlying anxiety, and it ended up being the kidney. But then after the kidney was out, like there's still like a little bit of underlying anxiety that goes on with any type of disease that you deal with. But there came a point, probably like a year into treatment, where I started getting panic attacks every day, like
Oh
these
wow.
like awful panic attacks that I couldn't explain. Now I thought it was the medication that I was using, or like I use a lot of medical marijuana. I thought maybe medical marijuana was causing it, but like there'd be days where I wouldn't use it at all, and I'd still have like a terrible panic attack, and it'd be like the first thing in the morning.
Oh,
I'd like
that's shit.
I'd wake up before everybody else. I'd be like shaking like a leaf, and I'd have to go sit outside. And like 45 minutes to an hour later, I'd be able to collect myself and come back inside. So I dealt with that for a while. And then I know like one thing that really, really helped me was my friend brought me to like a baptism and like a deliverance mass. And I know this isn't everybody's cup of tea, and that's fine, but this is my personal experience.
Yeah.
And when I went to this mass, it was in Maryland. It was, I don't know, I don't really know like the details of it or the ministry that held it. but I literally had just started chemo, and I remember sitting in the heat, like shaking, and just not feeling good. And I wanted to get up to like the front of the crowd to talk to the pastor to see if he could pray for me. And I did. I got up there, and there's a video of it somewhere, probably on TikTok, with like over 65,000 views. Um, but like it was weird. Like the second, like the guy like touched me, I um, I remember like just embracing him and like giving him a hug, and it was like as if all the worries that I had that were like too heavy for me to carry. You know what I mean? Like, because when you deal with like cancer or anything, like especially when you have young children, like every day can be terrifying.
Yeah.
But
Sure, facts.
when I had that experience, like it was like the weight literally lifted off my shoulder. It was like the first time I felt relief probably my entire life. And it was amazing. And it's honestly not something that I talk a whole lot about as much as I should. But and that's I got baptized and everything, and you know I privately do all my own stuff like that. But I find that helps me a lot, and especially like with mental health when I feel like I don't have anybody else to talk to. And I know that's a big issue with a lot of men. Sometimes you can't go talk to your wife if you're having issues with your wife, or you can't go talk to your girlfriend, wife, girlfriend, fiance, whatever. You can't always go talk to the close people around you, especially as like being a provider or being the head of the household, and to find someone that I could talk to all the time, no matter when, kind of brought me comfort.
That's awesome.
Super.
That and seeing a therapist weekly, that helps a lot too.
I do that too as well.
I believe it, man.
But yeah,
That's
I mean, mental
uh,
health it's always been a big issue in my life, and it was always something that I just didn't talk about, or I just didn't deal with, and I just bottled up. And unfortunately, when you have to deal with like cancer or something like cancer, to where everything's kind of thrown in your face, you start experiencing emotions that you forgot that you had, and trauma that you forgot that existed. You know, like my dad died from cancer when I was like 15, so it's like I know we're at a different age now, with
yeah.
like medical wise and everything like that. And my dad did not do treatment, but still, it scares the shit out of me. And it's like,
I would be
yeah,
for sure.
it scares the shit out of you, and it's like it's something that you don't really think of until it's like in your face, and how like little things, and it helps me be a better parent too. But realizing the little things that you experience while growing up and how much they impact you as an adult really it really makes you think twice about like what you say to your kids, or how you approach their bad behavior, or you try to be more of a friend and like gentle parent rather than I'm gonna whoop your ass, because you try to find to be an open resource, like open arms to your children, versus that. And I know for a lot of people, they don't have like that type of relationship with their parents, which then leads to more mental health issues, because then the main resource that you have is your parents growing up a lot, not everybody, but most people,
Yeah.
and not being able to run back to them with your problems and having to face them on your own. So like, it's done a lot, and it's made me change and look at things a lot differently. I could probably go on for 4 hours about mental health and from the very, very beginning, but I'm not going to take up all of our time. But
We
it's
literally did last one.
Yep.
yeah.
We took like 4 or 5 hours, bro. We were
Oh,
locked
nice.
in. It was crazy. It's a
Yeah.
great time.
But it's
Yeah.
it's
But
good to be able to get awareness out, dude. Like awareness for like that. We don't talk about it enough.
No.
Like the statistics for men and their mental health is terrible,
Yeah.
absolutely.
and the suicide rate for
1000%.
men is so much higher than it
I
is for
just seen
women.
a statistic today that said 49% of like the whole population is men, and it is known to about to decrease down to 42% in the next 3 years. because of how the suicide rate is. They said close to 1,700 men kill themselves a week. A week.
That's a lot.
I
That is a lot of people, man.
I did read a study a while ago. I think I talked about it. I don't know if it was last episode or the first episode. In 2020 they did a study on like you know, the amount of people that committed suicide. 70% of 70% of that from 2020 were men.
Yeah.
70%.
What, during like the COVID pandemic and everything like that?
Around that time, yeah. 70% of suicides are reported were men.
Because
That's
the concept is we all had to be inside. Well, not all of us. Some of us went to work, some of us did our own thing, but at the end of the day, I realized this when I had to go on disability for a year, about a year ago. And man, when I had nothing to do, I could barely get up. I was in pain every day. I mean, I was there. I almost went through with it. But the concept is when I was in that part of going through that, you realize how much you really look at things when you have nothing left. Like you don't have anything left in you. You just have to deal with every emotion from your childhood to now, to your struggles, to your fucking financials, not knowing where your next meal is going to come from because it's taken disability fucking 3 months to get you a paycheck. Like, dude, at the end of the day, I was shot. I was going through trying to figure out why I was struggling with like trying to keep a relationship with my dad when I hadn't talked to him in 3 weeks, but yet my dumbass was just that's all I could think about. How can I fix this? How can I fix this? What do I got to say to my mom to be able to do this, and that? You know, because I don't have the greatest relationship with my moms or my pops. But they are still here, and I'm thankful for that. But at the end of the day, it's something that a lot of people don't realize is when you're in your childhood, you don't like he said, you don't realize how much when you're young that shit affects you nowadays, because I still haven't been able to recoup the relationships that we had to where we have now, you know.
And that was before social media too. Like think about it now. Like, especially
10,000%.
like with the kids that are gonna have to deal with stuff, you know, that are growing up now, and they got all the TikTok, and they got, I sound like a boomer, but like, you know, TikTok, Snapchat, and you know, like they just put it all out there. You know what I mean? You know,
Yeah.
I got like a
That's
Facebook
true.
memory from like 10, 15 years ago, and I'm ready to rip my eyes out. I'm like, oh, I
Yep.
don't want to see that again. You know, I don't want to feel like that again.
Every goddamn night I look at it, bro.
It's like, you
Dang.
know, and it's like that's why I got rid of Facebook for a long time. Like when I was talking about like being paranoid and freaked out, dude. I used to like be paranoid about shit that like one wouldn't matter. Like
Yeah.
I used to like I'm talking. I was worried about World War III like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So now everybody's talking about World War III, and I don't even care.
Yep.
Like, I'm not even worried about it anymore at this
That's a
point.
fact. Yeah.
Yeah, but I used to be so scared of something like that. And I think
Of course.
for me personally, like a lot of how I feel and how I lot of look at life has a lot to do with like my dad, and like childhood stuff is because like my dad was sick and my dad had cancer, but they kept telling us that like he was going to get better. So when he died, it felt very sudden, even
Yeah.
though it shouldn't have felt that way, and it should have been like, okay, we know, like, yeah, I was 15 years old, but I still didn't know any better. You know, they kept telling me like, oh, like, you know, things are gonna get better, or they were never upfront and honest about it. And my dad was the only parent at the time that was able to take care of us because my mother was sick with another rare disease that runs in my family because I won the genetic lottery. But like, yeah, it's fucking awful. But
Jesus fuck.
yeah. So when we start getting like, because that's what I like about my name too, the Stream2Cure. Like, it's like sometimes I like to think like when I was doing that, like two, like there's two different genetic mutations that affect my family.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, but yeah, not to get off topic, but yeah, it's like
I like it.
the
I
the
like
way
it a
love
my
it,
lot.
bro.
dad. Thank you. The way like my dad kind of like left, like makes me. Well, I had a big fear. That's just like, and it wasn't like abandonment. He didn't abandon me. He died. He lost his life.
Yeah.
But it felt, I guess, like what I would imagine other people feel like when it comes to like abandonment and like that that swiftness of like something being taken from you and being alone, you know, and learning how to deal with that as you get older, especially as a man, when you're not even like supposed to have certain feelings compared to the rest of society.
Yeah, that's one
Uh,
thing that I've
True that.
tried to reach out on a lot was the concept is when we're young, I mean, how many times have you cried when you were young and your dad just said, put it the fuck down, bottle it the fuck up, you know what I mean? I don't want to see that shit. Cuz the thing about it was, and I don't know if I should be putting this out there cuz it's his thing, but at the end of the day I want to put it out there because I feel like this was one moment in my life that really affected me was when my grandmother passed. I'd never seen I never seen my pops cry for his mother's death. Never.
wow.
And
Insane.
I know that he had to have sometime when I wasn't there.
Yeah.
But the fact that he had to stay strong for us, and I know that's what he was doing, that fucking hit me more than anything.
Yeah.
Because
Can imagine.
I've
Facts.
never seen my dad vulnerable other than when he had his hip infection and he was on oxy at the time, and then what happened was I guess he didn't pay attention to how many he had left while they were weaning him off of it, and the one night he went into withdrawals, and then he started crying and talking about my grandmother and whatnot, and he was talking to her, and that's something that hit me because that was the only part in my life I ever remember my father being vulnerable, and it hit me a lot because the fact is, like,
course.
back then, like, obviously that's just like my grandfather. I've never seen my grandfather vulnerable. Both of them, they're just like that, and I don't know how you can be like that. Like, I'm just, one thing about me is I'm just honest. I'm honest about all my faults. I'm honest about what you want to know anything about me, just fucking ask. You know what I mean? I put out my vulnerability out there because I don't think that at the end of the day it's an okay thing to bottle that all up. You know what I mean? I think it's better to talk about it than just to hold it in, because I don't want to be, not to be rude about them, but I don't want to be like that. I don't want to have to be strong for everyone else. Let me be vulnerable, and then I'll help you through your time after I get through mine. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
like
Because we all have to feel.
exactly.
Well, it's not about not being like, don't let me be strong for everybody else.
Because I
It's
can
like,
do
allow
that
me-
while being vulnerable, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
Allow me to feel this and allow me to grow as a person.
Yeah.
Because if I don't, I'm never gonna grow as a person, and then I'm just gonna have bottled up anger that I'm probably gonna, like, you know, most men, not most men, I can't say most men, but that a lot of people might, you know, end up, you know, you always hear about the dudes that take shit out on their family, or you know, or you wonder why that
course.
guy's such a fucking asshole. You know, you're like, oh, why is this guy such a dick? You know, whether it's your boss at work or
Yeah.
it's another coworker, and you think to yourself like, why is this guy such a jerk off? And you know what? Maybe his fucking life sucks. You know, it's like, and
Yeah.
it's come to the point we have to realize like there are like a lot of men, a lot of people who they just bottle shit up,
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
they don't deal with it. Thank you, coffee boy. And my brother brought me coffee. Shout out to my little brother. But
You
no,
got
yeah,
an assistant.
yeah,
Nah, I'm
bro.
playing.
God
Dude,
damn,
we're up there. We're
personal
up there, bro.
fucking aid.
I need me an
we're,
assistant. Shit.
we're up
I've
there,
never
bro.
seen such chivalry in my life.
Dude,
Ass off, man.
I feel like
Shit.
a dickhead at my wedding, bro. We were calling him Pool Boy because we had like a small. We just got married in my house, so something very small, family and friends, and he was running around like a nut, getting wine and everything for everybody. And I remember I was like, "Thanks, Pool Boy." Pool Boy, as fucked up as it was.
That's funny.
But you know, that's like something like me and him will talk about too. We talk about like we'll be outside smoking or whatever, and like just like to talk about mental health, and it's hard because like my sis, like I have two siblings, and
Yeah.
like the type of trauma we dealt with as kids has really impacted my younger siblings. And I noticed
Absolutely.
because as being their older sibling, they would try to confide in me, And as I was younger, I never wanted to hear that shit. You know what I meant? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm like, oh, you got to be strong, and that's what I always told myself. Like, I still tell myself, like, I still got to be strong,
Yeah.
but I learned to feel and process the emotions. Like, I still got to be strong, but it really does suck to feel like this, and I hope that this feeling does end soon. Or how can I fix the way that I feel now? And there's things that I'll go to my therapist about, and I'll speak with her about it and see, a professional opinion. Or, sometimes I'll just open up my Bible,
Mhm.
and if that's not your cup of tea, or, you want to open up the Quran or whatever, that you find a higher power in. Um, because I like to think that all this suffering isn't for nothing. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Mine's
And
motorcycles personally.
yeah, exactly. Everybody finds something
Yeah.
that they can confide in. And
Video
that's like
games.
another thing. Like, yeah, video games. Like, I had a guy message me the other
Yeah.
day on Facebook, right? I
Mhm.
reacted my Facebook for the first time in, I don't know, like the last 5 to 10 years. And I did like a life update. I was like, hey, look,
I seen that.
yeah, I was like, look, this is what's going on. I haven't talked to like people in a really long time. I'm married now. I have 2 children. Like, I'm dealing with cancer. I'm trying to get back to remission. This and that. I mentioned the Twitch, but like I had to let people know, like, look, I'm different. I am no longer the same person that I was 5 years ago. I'm not the same person I was yesterday. I'm constantly changing.
Yeah.
And I
I
actually had a
should be.
guy
Yeah.
I had a guy message me, and it was a guy that before I left like my hometown area, he messaged me and he goes, "Hey, I just want to reach out to you." And he goes, "I want to let you know that I'm no longer the same person I was when we were kids, and I want to apologize for any type of, because me and him, like, we had a disagreement that was gonna lead to like a physical fist fight. Stupid dumb shit you do when you're a kid. You know what I mean? And
We
we were
had
just,
plenty of those back then.
yeah, right. And we're just,
I
but like,
remember we
for him
had
to
plenty of those.
for him to reach out to me and be like, "Yo, look, I'm a different person. I'm sorry about that." I was like, it's like, wow, like we're really starting to grow, like as people in general. Like, because whether he messaged me because he felt bad because of cancer, I don't know. I hope not. I don't think so. Genuinely think maybe the guy's just a different person, and this is the first time he was actually able to reach out to me, because like there's times where I've reached out to people, whether they did me wrong or I did them wrong, and I try to apologize or I try to forgive them, whatever it might be. It's just for the sake of being better, almost like cleansing myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And not walking around with all that baggage.
No, I agree. I agree.
I
That's awesome. I just want to address Cooley real quick. For years, bro,
Yeah.
I thought I had to handle everything alone and never let anyone know I had feelings. Yeah, and that's the sad reality of men in this country and men all around the world, to be honest, because we were told that we just have to be the rock for everybody else. And when it comes down to it, that's where a therapist comes in. And I'm not saying that everyone's got to go to therapy, but it's definitely helped me. Obviously, it's helped Dan a little bit. um it's hard to not talk about everything, and sometimes when you don't have anyone to talk to or you're not able to let those feelings out, you do become an angry motherfucker. I mean, I'm still there right
yeah.
now. I get told every goddamn day at work that I'm the fucking worst person to talk to ever, that I'm always fucking angry with everyone, when honestly I'm just angry at the job. I'm angry at what I'm doing. I'm mad that I can't do what I want to do, like this.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to strive for this, but at the end of the day, like, obviously it's going to take some fucking work,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
the concept is I'm angry with everything else and I'm taking it out on other people, and I don't realize that I am sometimes. And one thing that I've realized is there's also people that are a little bit too sensitive, and I'm not saying that it's their fault or anything like that. Obviously they went through some shit to where they got that way. But when it comes down to it, like when I'm being that hateful motherfucker that I don't think I am, I think I just talk aggressively, and people just don't understand how to take that.
I
And
get that too.
so when I
Same.
talk aggressively, and I'm talking just like I am now, talking aggressive, loud, and I'm saying fuck all the goddamn time, like at the end of the day, I don't think that you can be mad at me just for talking aggressively, because of the fact that that's how you're taking how I'm talking. I'm not being that way towards you, and you're taking it that way. So I think that that's another thing that a lot of people struggle with, is trying to just sit here and realize what's actually fucking going on instead of listening. A lot of people just don't listen to what you have to say, and that shit irritates the fuck out of me as well. But you know,
the world's confused.
yeah.
Oh yeah, especially with COVID and everything. It's still like, even though it's been what, almost 3 years now.
Yeah.
Think of it's really crazy to think about. It's been like almost 3 years already, but
Yeah, it's insane.
there's still so much confusion with that, and with the pandemic, especially when it started, it seems like I saw a post about it yesterday, and I kind of commented on it a little bit, and I wanted to save it for here. I think the one thing with the pandemic, like, what the hell is the question? It was something like, oh, what is something that like the pandemic killed, or something like that we don't realize. And one
Ooh.
thing that I said was, I think that it killed love and compassion. I think that the ability to care about the other person's feelings and point of view openly,
Yeah.
definitely is shot. I think we're just at a point because everybody's confused, everybody's on edge, especially with everything going on in the world, period. I think everybody's just trying to I don't know, I don't want to say completely fend for themselves, but mentally for sure fend for themselves. And it's at a point where, because of that, they're just super ignorant about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, where did this come from? You know what I mean? Like, why?
Well, the
I just
division
don't
in this
understand.
country is very fucking hard too, because
I was
it
gonna
seems
say
like
that.
everyone's
Politics.
trying to take sides nowadays, and it
Yeah.
doesn't have to be like that. Like,
No.
we're
Yeah.
all fucking humans. Yes,
like-
we all have opinions, but we can all fucking share in our opinions. We can all have difference of opinions, but at the end of the day, like, we need to be able to see each other's perspectives, and I don't think that's what we're doing nowadays.
Yeah, I think especially, like I said, back to the pandemic thing, especially in the beginning, when people were basically locked up in their homes, I think their eyes was definitely on the media.
Yeah.
Especially in the beginning, especially in 2021 as well, like with the election and everything and all that going on. I think that where the hell was I going with this? Like, bro, I just be rambling. Like that one episode of The Office where it's like I just keep talking, and hopefully I catch up.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like that right now. But I just think with people being locked up in their homes, essentially, they have their eyes on media. Scrolling on their phone, watching the news, and I think not to get too into that, because I would never want to get myself killed by the media. I'm gonna just throw that out there. I think
Hashtag Hillary Clinton.
yeah,
Run,
like
run.
it's just like everybody's eyes were just fucking glued, if you think about it, to like their screens on their phones. So like they're being fed, I don't want to say lies, they're just being fed, these things, to where it just seems like they see that one thing, they're like, yep, fuck everything else other than that. And
Yep.
I think we need, as not just as a country, but just as humans, really need to learn to be open again. But it's
Yeah.
just a matter of how do we do that, because the media is just putting out one-sided things left and right.
Mhm.
Whether it's the news, head honchos, just upper, people that have a huge platform, just really need to, we got to figure out how to spread love and compassion. And that's why that with Dev's podcast and everything, he's really trying to put a focus on that. And I think more people need to do that to fight that.
I think we need to kill the whole left and right perspective, and we just need to realize that we can all come together and agree on most fucking things. Because a lot of people in this country, I seen a study the other day. It was out of 100,000 people, and that's a fucking lot. Obviously, it's not the whole fucking country, but it's a lot of fucking people. And whether it was true or not, I feel like it was true, because about 80% sit in the fucking middle of everything.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, I do.
most
Fucking
people
care about anything.
can settle with right views. Most people can settle with left views, and all the far wing right, far wing left. Like, there's no such thing. Like most of us can settle on being in the middle of this shit and coming to an agreement on most things. And at the end of the day, I feel like we're getting separated more and more. Just like fucking everything is a view nowadays, and if you don't agree with a view, then you're wrong and you're a piece of shit for it.
Someone once told me that now with like the day and age that we have is basically we gave the town drunk idiot a platform to speak on, such as Facebook or whatever they use. And now all the drunk idiots or the town drunk or like the town idiot or whatever you want to call them,
Yeah.
all come together, from all over the world, and they have this thing called Facebook or whatever, where they can all go there and be idiots together.
Yep.
And there's like another comedian that he said I really like. There used to be two types of people in this world. There's people who know shit and people who don't know shit. And people who don't know shit used to keep their fucking mouth shut.
Yep.
And that's not the case anymore.
Yep.
Not at all.
It's backwards. It's backwards. It's people who don't know shit who don't shut the fuck up, and it's people who do know shit that don't say anything at all.
Yep.
Like
His
the
name's
whole
Alfonso.
flat Earth movement. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started. Find the end of the
Oh
earth
my
for me.
god, man,
Um,
that shit was just annoying.
I seen a TikTok
Still
the other
is.
day where this dude said, "Hey, if you flat earthers fucking think that the flat, you should just throw a potato chip on the ground and see if it lays flat or not."
That's so true. But yeah, like back to what Dev was saying, like with like opinions, like if you have a different opinion from somebody, you're basically just an asshole at that point. I just feel like there's got to be something to where people need to be convinced that there's more than one side to everything, because I talked about it last podcast too, last episode, sorry. There has to be balance, in my opinion. That's my personal opinion. I believe in that yin and yang thing where like life has to have balance, and if you censor or quiet one side of an argument, that's automatic chaos and tyranny right there.
Yeah.
So it's just like it's just a recipe for disaster. It really is. And there's really bigger things going on in the world other than the vaccine or Andrew Tate or Twitter. Like there's so many other things in the world that people should be focusing on, like caring about, men's mental health or rare cancers that are out there, stuff like that. Things that really should be focused on because, they happen in everyday lives.
Well, the sad
should
part
what I
about
mean?
that
Like,
was, yeah, me and Dan were talking about that in his chat the other day. How there's so many people that have a fucking platform that don't fucking use it.
Like I remember it was a
yeah.
couple weeks ago, man. So they're like a not news company. They report on like Twitch stuff. They're called Dextero, I believe, if I pronounced
Yeah.
that right.
Yep.
Okay.
So they report on
weirdos, bro.
streamers. And they were like reporting on like this one Twitch streamer. I'm not gonna go into details, but there was like allegations of animal abuse and this and that, like all this shit, right? And I just caught like I'm a small streamer, dude, so I gotta do self promotion. It just is what it is. I don't like it more than anybody else does. I hate taking my phone and going, "Hey, we're going live right now. Come catch me at this link." Da 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 da.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
You
welcome to
hate
my
it too.
YouTube. But so I made a comment on this post, and dude, I got fucking roasted.
Yeah.
I remember I said,
Yeah.
"What?" Like I said, "Why are we like why are you guys reporting on shit like this? Like find like things that are actually like good to report on that are going to make a difference. Let the trickle down effect happen.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be me. There's other charity streamers out there,
That
but
actually defines as important news, not
Oh, yeah.
materialistic shit.
Yeah.
and then instantly I get called a scammer.
Oh,
People
you gotta
think
be
if-
fucking kidding me.
Oh, dude, I was. I remember my wife was like, let it go, let it go, let it go. I'm like, fuck this, no, like, fuck this guy on the internet,
I'll
and
fight
his
this keyboard warrior.
yeah, and his 52,000 followers, and I'm not allowed to message him. I'm angry now, but because I'm not, like, I wish I was sometimes, I was telling my wife, like, I wish I was a scammer. I'm like, dude, my mouth hurts so
Bro.
bad from the chemotherapy, and it's just like, to be called a scammer, it's like, you motherfucker. But it's like, that's the thing too with the internet. When you try to do good, people don't see good anymore.
Yeah.
So
don't
they
fucking
refuse
care
to
about me.
acknowledge that it's there, and they just like they're like, nope, that guy's probably just trying to take somebody's money or.
Put it to you like this: the first charity stream that I had, we raised over $500. The next
amazing.
day on Facebook, I got a fucking message, and he said, "You fucking scammed those people out of $500." I said, "I literally have the receipt of the donation. You can go fuck yourself."
Yeah, people suck, dude. Like now, my Twitch isn't big enough to where I'm getting like bits and subs and stuff like that, and I don't have anything legally figured out on how much I'm gonna donate of everything. And
I mean, I don't have it either.
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure that out. I was working with somebody. I haven't heard from them in a few days. They kind of went MIA on me, but their dad's like a lawyer or something like that, and we were talking about doing like setting up like an actual nonprofit and like an LLC and all that stuff, and like operating my name and all that stuff. And but that stuff costs money.
Yeah.
Being
Yeah.
out of work, that's another thing like you touched on earlier, Devin, being like disability and stuff like that. So I work for a good company and we're a union, and I get a short-term disability through them for a year where I get
God
60%
damn,
of
that's
my
their
pay.
short term.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I
short
get
terms a
60.
year.
I get,
Yeah, I
Shit,
get
my
that too.
short term was only 3 months.
oof. Yeah, so I
What
get
the
60.
fuck?
I get
I think
60% for a year.
I think mine's the same. I have to look into it
I
though.
think
But
my
But
that's
long term
another
wasn't
issue.
even a year.
That's another issue. Is like people don't have like resources. So like when I talked about earlier, like my dad passing away when I was young, and why he didn't do treatment was because my dad lost the access to treatment because he lost the job that had insurance because he couldn't go to work because chemo was making him sick, and then
Oh
he lost his
wow.
job, and then it progressed too badly to where they couldn't even treat him, and that was it. And but like yeah, like the resources are fucked for
Well,
everybody.
that's another thing that I think we haven't touched on in this country that I seen a TikTok, and don't get me wrong, they could be doing it for clout, but I don't think they are. They seem like genuine people. Seen a TikTok the other day to where
Yeah, so did Charles Manson.
this company say this fucking guy.
I'm not wrong though. I'm not wrong.
I know.
He came here as a musician, man.
I
Just
know.
saying.
I know. But at the end of the day, I seen this company and they said that we give our employees time off and we pay them for the time off to take mental fucking breaks.
Yeah, so they don't come in and shoot the fucking place up.
So they don't fucking have the anger issue. Like they said that they had a new employee the other day. They've been there for about 6 months and they haven't taken a single day off, and that they've been stressed. They can see that they're stressed, and what's happening is that stress is being put on others within the workplace. So they said, you need to take about 2 weeks off. Go take your 2 weeks. Your job will be here when you get back. But what's happening is the fact that you're stressing is bringing everybody else down and bringing their mental health down, and we're not being rude about it. But we think that once you take this 2 weeks, it's going to bring everybody else back up when you come back, and then we're going to strive even more. And I can agree with that.
That's so brilliant.
I think that's amazing.
Yeah, they gotta find
they
like
still
there's
get
gotta
paid?
be resources for people. Like so, there's like FMLA. I don't know if that depends by state, but Pennsylvania has something called FMLA, which is Family Medical Leave Emergency something absence. I don't know what the fuck all the letters
Yeah,
stand
it's a
for.
family
Something
emergency
like
leave
that.
absence. I
Yeah,
have that at Wakefern, or not Wakefern, Mayorsource I think you got like, I think it does. It's not like a set time. You
no,
basically get it for as long as you need it, kind of thing. But you continuously get paid
but
your weekly or checks by percentage or something like that.
Yeah.
well, with FMLA, I don't believe you get paid. You get protected by the state, though. Yeah, I don't know. It might vary
I got
company to
paid.
company.
Well,
It
I
might
didn't
vary
get paid.
company
The
by
one guy
company.
did.
So it's like, but you need to work 1,200 hours for that.
Yeah.
Which is like, what is that? Maybe half a year.
Over
What
half
is
a
it?
year, yeah.
Yeah, was it
Well,
24
depending on
hours?
what your work schedule is, yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
your
like,
overtime doesn't count towards that.
Nope.
Which is
yeah,
insane.
and that's like something that's done by state. So when I first got diagnosed with the cancer and everything like that, I was trying to get FMLA, but I couldn't get FMLA because the year prior, like I've already been at the company at this point for like 4 or 5 years,
Yeah.
and I couldn't get FMLA through the state because I didn't work enough hours the year before because of COVID. We got laid off for COVID, so we were out for a very long period of time. And then I also had surgery that year. So then
Oh,
I was
wow.
out for like additional 3 months on top of that. So when I went back, I didn't have enough hours from the last year to get FMLA, and I had to like do something called the American Disability Act to like fight and keep my job. And it was like the fact that people have to do that to begin with, as draining as that is, like when you're already dealing with something else, is just insane. And I know it's because like companies need to protect themselves, I guess, from like that guy that's grandma that has died 4 times this year. And
True.
he's taken a bereavement 3 or 4 times, and it just sucks. But it's like there's got to be more resources for like people, and it's like
I
I
think
don't
the
know.
concept is at the end of the day is we've all been fucked over at one point in our lives, and then there's also those pieces of shit that take advantage of things. But
Yep.
if we didn't have to take advantage of certain things, maybe we wouldn't have these rules set in place.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a
And
double-edged sword.
we could change that fucking perspective if we all came together. But trying to get everyone to come in on the same view is so fucking hard nowadays because
Oh,
most
yeah.
companies are just made to be made out for money anymore. Like they don't give it. How many times have I seen it on TikTok this week? You're just a number. Stop fucking worrying about it. Do yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You
Yeah,
know,
that's
That's been
and
the
big
whole
for big-
mindset
for
the
big
whole fucking
companies.
last 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, hey, fire me, bro. I can always get another job, but I can't get time back.
Yep.
So, excuse me. Dev, I didn't know if you had a question, but I definitely have a question for him. So,
Go ahead.
is that okay?
Yep.
So I know we keep touching on COVID, because that's definitely something that impacted all of us around the world. Old, young, pets, plants, doesn't matter. It definitely affected all of us in some way. I know in your case, I guess being, I don't want to say vulnerable, but definitely what they call high risk. What is like what precautions did you have to take like for something like that?
You're referring to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dan, sorry. I should have just said
No,
your
that's
damn
all
name.
right. That's all right.
Forgive me.
No, you're fine. So that's another thing that kind of gets my fucking gears grinding is COVID. Not just COVID, but like the flu too. Like, I try to avoid people who are sick at all costs.
Yeah.
Because anytime that I get a fever of 100.4 and higher, I have to go to the hospital to make sure that I'm not septic or that I don't have some type of infection.
Fuck.
So,
Are you more prone to that if you were to
so
get sick?
That was basically my question. Like,
yeah,
because
I'm not. I can't tell you for sure. I'm on a chemotherapy, and they tell me it higher my risks of infection. But my blood counts look good. Like all my white blood cells and stuff like that look good. I'm young as well. I'm only 27 years old. Now, if I was grandma and I was 72, maybe it's a different situation. But I try to avoid getting sick because I don't want it to cause any complications. They tell me just to be careful. I don't necessarily do anything too crazy except like so my wife's sick and she woke me up at like 4 o'clock in the morning last night to tell me she had a fever. So then I had to go fucking sleep on the couch.
Damn.
You chivalrous bastard.
Yeah, right. So that way, like, she wouldn't get me sick.
My
And,
asshole
like-
this would have been like, go out on the couch, man. I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah,
So-
right. And like I got 2 young kids. He'll be 2 in April, and then I got a 5-year-old daughter. Now she goes to school, and she's got a cough right now. She's always getting fucking sick.
Yeah.
But like that is always like a kind of like a fear that I kind of have in the back of my mind. But I've been very grateful. Like other people around me have gotten sick, and I try to like make sure I have lots of like vitamin C in my diet and stuff like that to avoid stuff like that. But no, there are people like especially people going through cancer, man. They're high risk depending on what drug regimen they may be on or what combo of drugs they're on, because it's all different, and it's the way that it works is different, like when I first started treatment, I was doing something called immunotherapy, which is where it boosts the shit out of your immune system and it tries to teach your immune system to fight cancer cells. That's why cancer is so sneaky, is because cancer is just like regular cells that have overgrown and didn't die off like they're supposed to.
Oh,
And then they
okay.
continue to rapidly grow. And that's why your body doesn't detect them. until like you have a fuck ton of symptoms most of the time. That's why you'll see people that go and they get diagnosed and they have metastatic cancer and it's like absolutely everywhere, is because they've already had the metastatic cancer for like 10 years.
Oh
Like
wow.
cancer, yeah, I mean, every different,
Wow.
there's different types of cancers and they grow at different rates and different speeds. I can't speak for every single one of them, but that's what happens a lot of the time is people don't know because like for example, like the only thing that makes me feel like shit is the medicine that I'm on. Every time they take me off the medicine, I feel fucking fine. I feel
Yeah.
great. But prior to my surgery, before they removed the kidney, I felt terrible. And I didn't realize it. I thought it was just being a young dad that worked a lot of overtime, but I was like drained. I never felt like refreshed from sleeping. Like I was drinking like 3 to 4 energy drinks a day, like working 72 hours a week. And one day I just went and pissed blood. But, like back to what he was saying though, was like there's people out there like, and if they do get sick, it could kill them. So
Yeah.
I try to be mindful. So like I don't go out a whole lot, and if I do, it's like I go to Smoothie King and I grab a fucking
Goated.
smoothie because yep, I love smoothies.
Dang.
That's where I get a lot of that vitamin C from.
Hey man,
I go
fuck
out to
it.
Smoothie King
Any
is
way you can,
fire,
bro.
going out to Smoothie King once a day. I would love if they would fucking sponsor me, man. I would
Hashtag
fucking
sponsor.
yes, please, 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 please. But
I'm not even looking for a year-long free. Maybe a couple months will do.
yeah, it's just one free
Yeah.
smoothie, man, and I'll blast your shit all over my Twitch to all four viewers. No, but for real, like that's a big deal, bro. Like people
Yeah.
they don't think like COVID matters or like the
Mm.
flu matters or anything like that matters. And it might not to them because they're a healthy adult. But there are people that you don't think of that it does affect them and it could fucking kill them.
Yeah.
And that's why like we try to be mindful, like me and my daughter, just me and my daughter, we go to church on Sunday school on Sundays. So that's tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's Sunday.
Yes,
My
sir.
yeah, we got to tweet this smoothie cake. My wife is
Amen.
my wife doesn't really go to church, but she's sick. My daughter's sick, so there's a good chance I'm just gonna watch my church's live stream tomorrow from home, so that way I don't have to worry about going there and getting anybody else sick
Yeah.
or
believe you, man.
stuff like that. But like if I feel fine, I go out. If I feel like I'm in an area where people are sick, I might throw like a mask on, even if I know like I don't know if it'll help me or not, or whether it's the placebo effect, because that's like another thing.
Yeah.
Like the placebo effect and how that like that's got a lot of strength to it, man.
Oh yeah.
Like if you believe something and you like truly believe something in your mind, like how it can literally like alter things in your body and stuff like that. And it's kind of crazy to think of. It's like an example of the placebo effect was back in the 50s and 60s. They used to not tell Japanese patients if they had cancer.
Oh wow.
They would just treat them, and they
That's
would never
very
tell
true.
them. They would not tell them what they were treating them for. They would just treat them. And I
You
don't
think that
know.
would be better?
They thought that it would be more helpful because then
It would be
'cause
laying in the back of your mind every day, you know?
exactly. 'Cause
Exactly.
that's the biggest thing about my personal experience with cancer is that it has been extremely hard mentally for me, like compared to like the chemo when it comes to like being physical. Like it's always there mentally. Like if I have pain from chemo or something like that, that comes and goes. Now it's up to me for the mental part to come and go.
Yeah.
Or it'll stick like shit on a wall. You know what I mean? Like if I let it just go in there and linger in my mind and I start questioning shit and start worrying and wondering and you know think that I have some like super control over something, or like if I let that affect me, that'll really bother me. It'll bother the shit out of me.
Of course.
Even if things are good, like it'll still bother the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
And that's like the mental health thing I said is like you don't realize like how much shit you got bottled up until you really start to deal with it. And like I went from not caring about waking up or whatever, drinking and shit like that to like every day I wake up, I'm thankful, I say a little prayer and I go about my day.
Yeah.
And like
Dang, bro.
I mean,
it's
dude,
really
I honestly think
helps.
back then we at the end of the day, I know we cut past what, probably like 17, 16, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think back then we all didn't think we were going to make it to 25.
No, I don't think any of us did, and some of us didn't.
I
Some of
definitely
us
didn't.
didn't. I didn't think I was going to make it.
You know, we were all doing bad shit. And you
Mhm.
know, that's what I said. Like when I reopened my Facebook, man, like there was so many different emotions I was feeling from like seeing people like that I would have never thought would be together, that were together,
Yep.
had kids, like a whole family. And then like there's the one guy who's still making like a status every 15 minutes and they're like 40 pics about like someone's baby mom and he like hasn't grown up since he's been 17. You know, there's always that guy that's still on Facebook.
I know who
And
exactly. I think I know exactly who you talk about.
you might be, I don't know. But yeah, dude, it's like, oh, where's the personal growth, bro? It's like I feel like you were writing the same shit fucking 10 years ago.
See, the
But
thing is, like, at the end of the day, I think what happened was we all experienced trauma,
oh
but
yeah,
the way we use that trauma to fuel ourselves, the way we use our so one thing that I can say that my dad helped me with a lot, even though he's bottled a lot of shit up, even though he hasn't fucking put the growth into me. One of the sayings that I've always kept in my mind that he always said was, uh, if you don't learn from your mistakes, you're never gonna grow. And you can't grow if you don't make mistakes.
exactly.
So, I mean, I couldn't tell you how many times I've had to reset my credit now at the end of the day. You know, my credit's still dog shit. I've probably had to fix it 3 fucking times now. I'm on my 4th time. But at the end of the day, I've still learned things from that fucking up, you know? And it's very hard to not say that if you a lot of people go through the mistakes, but if you don't learn how to fix that, then you're going to be beat, you know?
That's very true. Very, very true, man.
Mistakes are crucial, man,
Yeah.
because it's like pain and hurt that really teaches you.
Hardship,
Like,
man.
okay, yeah, it's like
Yeah,
stubbing your
absolutely.
toe, you know, man. Like you stub the shit out of your toe, and you're like, I don't want to do that again. You
Yeah.
know, and then you're fucking tiptoeing around your house. You know, you learn from it, or you don't. You stub your fucking pinky toe. That's really how it is.
Absolutely.
It's about,
Yeah.
dog.
It's
Sorry,
like,
my dogs are running around.
you're good.
But yeah, so it's like you got to learn to grow. That's a part of it, you know.
But a
And
lot
it's
of
like
people don't know how to do that either. A lot of people,
no, they
I
don't.
think the thing is, one thing that I talked about, I think the first podcast, Corey, was when it comes down to it, you need to learn how to cut fucking people off from your life.
Yep.
I think that's a big fucking thing, is you need to learn how to cut people off from your life that don't prosper with you, and they also don't want to see you grow. They want to see you sit at the same fucking place at the end of the day, and that shit's
Yep.
scary. And if you don't fucking
Terrifying.
surround yourself with people that want to see you grow and see the growth that you're willing to put in, and they're just trying to sit and do the same shit every day, just work in, work out, like, bro, at the end of the day, I was about to take off all December from streaming. But I decided that I'm not gonna do that. I got in my fucking head, I got depressed, and I'm good again. It took me 2 fucking days to get out of it. I'm learning how to do that. But it's just scary because, like, all I do is work and stream and work and stream and work and stream. But if I'm ever gonna get out of the work part, I gotta do this shit. The grind has to be there. But I also need to learn how to take breaks. And that's why I only streamed once last weekend. And I took all weekend to myself. I just played games and that was it. I didn't mention it to anyone. I didn't mention it to chat. I didn't mention it to anyone. But the concept is you need to be able to surround yourself with people that want to grow, because if you sit there, I'm not going to call anyone out. I want to, but I'm not going to. I want to so fucking bad.
Not to, man.
I want to so fucking bad because there's 3 people that come to my mind instantly. But it's it's just the fact that, like, bro, if you don't sit there, what I came to realize was those 2 days that I was really fucking depressed, like I was bad. I sat there, I took a fucking notepad, and I said, what are the good things in my life? I said, I got a good job. I'm never going to get fired because they need me all day, every day. They've already told me that. They already told me that time and time again. I could never get fired unless I do something fucking drastically retarded. All right. And I got that on my side. Right. And then I was like, I got a car. It may be at a high interest rate, but let's look at the positive. I got a fucking car to get to work. All right. I got a great fucking stream. I got 1,100 followers. Boom, bada boom. I got a podcast that's making moves. We're going there. And I just sat there and wrote down all the good things. And then I'm like, all right, let's write down the negatives. And maybe we shouldn't, but I think we need to embrace what's wrong in our life. That way we know how to fix it. Okay.
Instead of ignoring it, yeah. Because I mean, if you write it down, then it's there, and you go, okay, is this something I can control?
Yeah. So I sat down and wrote the negatives out. I was like, I'm still in a little bit of debt. I still have a bad credit score. I'm still working on getting this house. I'm going to have to be out
later.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be out in a couple months because things, whatever. I still don't have a down payment for the house. I still have to figure this out. And then I sat there and looked at all the negatives, and it was all financials. And I was like,
yeah,
okay, what can I do to fix this? Because this is all fixable. And I sat there and I went on the internet and I said, all right, let's do some research on budgeting and stuff like that. So I did that, and now I have a game plan. So what I'm doing is I'm taking $350 a week. That goes into the savings. That pays all the bills. Everything else after that pays down the debt. I get $250 a week for myself for food, gas, and little minor things. If I can't make $250 a week work for me, then I'm just fucking stupid. Because I think that's
thing, man. People aren't taught. No one's taught that shit.
Education is fucking. It's our educational system is bullshit. Why do I need to know what Christopher Columbus did back in 1492? I don't give a shit.
I think history is good to learn. I think history is great to learn.
History is good to learn, but I think you need to have the mindset of wanting to learn it.
Like algebra, bro. What the fuck? Like.
Yeah, who gives a fuck about some goddamn Pythagorean theorem or some goddamn
that shit's important for the careers that use it. But I feel like the amount of careers that actually use that knowledge versus like the amount of people they're teaching it to is very little. Maybe engineers.
Why the fuck I gotta find the square root of my paycheck? What kind of shit is this?
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck what size the goddamn triangle is? How do I put the paper back in the machine?
That's why.
Yeah,
fuck,
right?
dude.
That's very true.
Take off
taxes.
Take off all of December from streaming. That would be a holiday horror. Yeah, I promise you, I won't. I won't do that, Cooley. I won't do it. Yeah, I had a 2-day thing.
So I don't know if you guys like Dead Space. You guys play the Dead Space games?
I did the original ones.
I have, yeah, the originals.
They're fucking amazing, right? So the guys that made Dead Space are making a game called Callisto Protocol.
Yeah, you were talking about that.
December 8th, dude. And oh my god, it looks like Dead Space 4, except you're a prisoner. It looks like Dead Space mixed with Get the Fuck Out. It looks great.
Get the fuck out. What's that?
It's GTFO. It's a PC game. You go down, 4-man team. You gotta literally get the fuck out.
They're like those weird like white
you gotta get the fuck out.
Yeah,
you gotta be quiet.
They look like clickers from The Last of Us.
Yeah. I saw one streamer playing that the other day.
Want to talk about a game that'll make you fucking depressed? That's one. You'll be fucking 4 hours deep, and you've done the same mission 4 times, and like nothing. You didn't get anything done. You just died every time at the last part.
Sounds like Valorant.
And
that's another thing. That is another thing that's not talked about is men's health and video games. Yo, I am an avid fucking gamer. I love video games, dude. I got fucking Mario and Yoshi and all that shit tattooed on my arm. I'm a huge believer in video games. I believe they can do wonders for people. I love them.
Especially now,
I also believe that they can be abused as fuck because I was someone who did that before, where like Devin talked about being out of work for over a year or something like that. And the struggles of dealing with all that. So I got fired from a job when my wife was pregnant with my first child. About halfway through the pregnancy, I got fired for being a fucking idiot. And
if y'all will excuse me for a second, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good. I wasn't expecting to get that So I remember I didn't have anything to do, so I'd go home and I'd play RuneScape for fucking 16 hours a day.
Love RuneScape.
16 fucking hours a day. And I didn't see anything wrong with that. I'm like, well, I don't have anything else to do. I'm just gonna sit in this chair and melt my brain for the next 16 hours. And I did that for months and months and months and months. And it wasn't until my daughter was born was I was like, holy shit, what is wrong with me? And me and Dev were talking about this recently. Like, I have a buddy that also streams, and he'll do 8, 9, 10-hour streams. And I'm like, fuck that. Like, I'll do like a 3-hour stream, and I'm good.
That's how I am too, bro.
I'll do it. The max I'll do is like 6 hours, and that's if like that might be like a fucking subathon for me. You know what I mean? Like these guys will stream for really long periods of time, and to me, I can't play games that long or sit down that long to play games. You know, and focus like that. Like I gotta split things up. You know, and we don't talk about like the amount of times that men will spend on video games to ignore how they feel. And then that's when you get the people in Apex or like a Warzone or the randos in matches that are screaming at you at the top of their lungs. It's because they need a fucking hug, you know? And it's like for the longest time, I'm like, oh, these guys are just toxic pieces of shit. Fuck them. I fucking hate these. Yeah, looking down at them, you know? And in reality, I'm like, yo, these guys have fucking problems.
Yeah.
And we are, you know, you're just the back end of it. You know, you're just a random person on the internet hearing their lash out. But like, that's another thing, like, that's not talked about, man. Like, yo, you should not be playing video games for more than like 8 hours at a time. I'm sorry, bro. I got other hobbies too. I don't ride fucking mountain bikes for more than 8 hours at a time. I don't read a book more than 8 hours at a time. Like,
I would love to learn how to read.
yeah, that'd be good. I think that's a good start.
It really is.
Yeah, it's
Because reading, like, especially like like I'm not talking like a tablet or like a Kindle, bro. Like you need to
learn how to read.
Yeah, words are just not a thing for me. I mean, I don't know if you could tell while I was trying to read that letter, but a lot of words were just fucking with me.
Man. I'm not gonna lie. You had me fooled, motherfucker.
Yo, if you like sci-fi, I'm not gonna start shouting out books on the fucking podcast, but if you like sci-fi, I'll have you come over sometime. I got a large amount of books, sci-fi, fantasy, stuff like that, and you're more than welcome to borrow books from me, man. It's even if you do like an hour a day, bro, I'll get you a Bible if you want, bro. Just like an hour a day, dude. And
dictionary.
Yeah, dictionary, fucking.
Not a bad idea. Eminem read the whole fucking dictionary front to back, and now look at him, bro.
Yeah. Front to back.
You're gonna be a rapper, man.
Yeah, right. Please don't.
Spit that flame, boy.
Nah,
that's a really hot coffee pot.
That was Dan. I don't know if y'all can believe it.
Right there.
That was Dan back in the day. That
motherfucker, right? Fucking dumb kids.
Man. Yeah, the same thing with me too.
Back in the day.
I read a lot of like self-help books and like stuff with business. I'll definitely slide you them too.
Yeah, like that's even better, you know, like that's beneficial to you. I just mine's like a hobby. Like I guess that would give you dopamine and serotonin, but his books seem better. Mine are just like, this is a good story. I like this story.
Nah, hear me out, bro. Let me show you something real quick. Hold on, let me see if I can.
What was that Rust book that you were talking about? You got that one?
Yeah, it's.
Wait, Rust the game?
Please don't be Rust the game. That'd be awful.
I get rid of it.
Oh, it's
Spawn, die, repeat.
It's all in your head, bro. Like back to what he was saying, like
I keep hitting
what the heck was it? Like some with Japan and like curing cancer, and they didn't tell you. Placebo, yeah. That's that fucking word. It's really like your mind. I keep bringing that up, bro. Like your mind is so fucking powerful, like good or bad, bro. That's why, like, back to like what Dev was saying, like you really need to surround yourself with good people that I guess we could say have some mostly similar interests, you know, that you can bounce shit off, you know, and that's why, like, with the education system, I think why it's so flawed, especially like when it comes to taxes and budgeting with money and stuff, is because teachers don't do that themselves.
Yeah.
So why are they gonna teach something they don't even fucking preach? So that's why, like, I think college, when it comes to like a business major, is a fucking scam, because there's no way a fucking really successful business owner is gonna take time out of their day to teach some dumbass kids that are gonna be in debt for how long? That's why, like, surrounding yourself with people that want to come up with you, and especially getting a mentor who already went through it, is 100% like crucial.
Well, I don't
compared to
know if you
college, and it's
guys
really fun.
listen to Mr. Beast on some of these podcasts, but he told this story about how he just wanted to become a YouTuber. His mom made him go to college, stuff like that. And he would sit outside, he wouldn't go to his classes, and he would just sit on a call for 20 plus hours with 4 of his friends, and they would figure out what titles went good, what tags went good, what thumbnails popped, what did good, what did bad. And they did that for a year straight. And look at them
How to
now.
become viral, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Finding, like, literally figuring out the algorithm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
There was something I was gonna
Which-
say, and I can't fucking remember it now. Fuck.
Which I think, from time to time, like, yeah, streaming's fun, like, I definitely don't want to say, don't treat it like a business, but like you kind of have to, but you gotta have that passion too. So like, I definitely consider doing that, just taking like a few months just studying the game, but like I do that anyway.
The one thing that I can
But-
say about streaming that a lot of streamers don't fucking actually I don't know what the fuck that word is.
People look at it as just a monetary thing compared to a
Sure,
passion thing.
incorporate. Not necessarily, not what I was gonna say. What I'm saying is like,
That was just a guess.
at least for Dan, I know you're just getting into it, but I'll tell you right now, all the shit that I was telling you earlier in the week about editing and everything else, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna break you down. It's gonna take on your fucking mental. When you got fucking 0 viewers in the chat at one point, that's gonna break you down. When you got yeah, like at the end of the day, it's very hard to sit here and look at your, because I know you were talking about your analytics. So even if you don't look at the viewers, you still look at your analytics.
Yeah, that because I have I have goals and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I have to look at the analytics. But you're right. There's some times, man, where like you stream to nobody, but I gotta turn the viewers off, and it's like I have one guy, and I'm gonna shout him out. His name is Throat Punch Donator.
I seen him.
He has
Amazing
been
name.
in every
Thing name, yes.
fucking stream. He's been in every single one of my streams.
Good man.
And he's awesome. Doesn't matter what fucking game I'm playing. I started out with Apex. I realized I don't really fucking like Apex, and I'm not becoming one of those one-trick ponies that only play one game. I'm not doing that. Even if a variety streamer might be the harder way to grow, I don't care. First off, I'm not fucking god tier at Apex. I'm not. I'm a fucking average casual dude, and I'm not beaming every single shot. Like, I might have great comedy from time to time, but like the type of
You're
Apex
fucking
gameplay you're
hilarious.
gonna get from me, the type of fucking gameplay you're gonna get from me is gonna be the same as if you played the fucking game. So why the fuck would you want to watch me play it? But
that
like,
shows like humans though, like real humans, not like some fucking pro player out there. I like those kind of
Who
streamers.
uses
that
a
are not like,
fucking VPN and
yeah,
Chrome
like
and shit.
I like the streamers that like show their own skills and they're not like some like crazy like Shroud player or some shit like that. Like
Timmy.
it's the, like shows Timmy. Not even that, because Tim's pretty good, but not like the best. But I like the players that look normal when they play. You know
Listen,
what I mean?
at the end of the day, I can definitely compare like Dan to Timmy. Just watching his first stream, it was funny because that was the first person that came to, bro. I literally got in the chat. This motherfucker's cracking jokes. Fucking 3 minutes in. Look at this dog shit game. You see this grass right here?
I feel so bad for everybody that was looking forward to this game. Like, it was in the back of my mind because of God of War, dude. Like, I was like, oh fuck, Pokemon's coming out. I gotta beat God of War in time to be able to stream. That's the one thing that really kind of gets me with streaming, is I feel like I have to rush these games a little bit sometimes, which can suck. But it's like, because then I don't want to play the game without streaming it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to like, oh, I'm gonna go take my Switch, which is right here in front of my desk. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go play some Pokemon. And then the next time I go stream, I'm like 3 gym badges ahead of wherever the last stream was at. I feel guilty then, which is probably wrong. And people probably don't
It
give
sucks.
a shit.
It
But
does
then
suck.
it's like, oh, like I don't want people to miss out, especially the people that have like stayed true to me, and have been watching. I
Feels
don't
like you're
like,
taken away from them, right?
yeah, I feel like I'm taking content away from them. Like I have a Steam Deck and I have games to play, but
Yeah,
it's like
like
the games that I want to play are the games that I'm streaming. You know,
y-
like
you talk
run
about
around.
throw punch and shit. I talk about Cooley. He's been there since day one. When I went out on
Shout out to Cooley.
disability,
Yeah.
I started streaming on Facebook right away, and he was one of the first viewers that came in. And then when I decided to say fuck Facebook, I went to Twitch. He came straight over to Twitch. He was one of the only viewers in there at the time. Then I went over to YouTube, and then he followed me back there. And then I went back over to Facebook. I streamed there for a little while. Then I streamed on all platforms. He was in every single chat. and then now I'm like just focused on YouTube and TikTok at the moment, and he's there for everything, and I can't thank him enough for that, man. Mans is a real one.
Man, you sound like you got a groupie.
Chill. Nah, it's crazy.
Nah, I
Yo,
fucks
shout
with
out to
Cooley.
Cooley, bro. You
Yeah,
know,
for real, shout out to Cooley.
because he's in
Shout out
mine
to Throw
too,
Punch.
left and right. And I'm sure he's about to be in Dan's. Starting.
He
next
was
week.
already there.
Yeah, he
Already
was
there?
The other day.
Jesus
Him
Christ.
and Dev were the first people to donate towards anything. That was the first donation I got because I finally set up the Streamlabs bot to be able to like put that out. So they like I had it in my bio, but they were the first two people to donate. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? Like I should have jumped out of my chair. Those are my first donations. But like since it was like just through PayPal and it came up on my phone rather than like the screen, like I didn't get a notification for it. I was like, oh, okay, like you know, I know when I went and looked at my phone, I was like, oh shit, we got a fucking donation. Let's go. You know, it's like that's what
That
the fuck
feeling,
we're doing
bro.
this for. You know, I wanna read-
I'll
So
never
stop.
forget that first feeling, bro. When I got my first dono, bro. I think devs definitely can relate to like that feeling of euphoria you get. You're like, damn, bro, I really got paid for being a dumbass. What?
I
Like,
remember
it's the
I
best
came
feeling
in
in the world.
What Timmy feels like?
I first went into Corey's chat on his birthday, and I think I was the only one in there at the time. And
And then
man,
everybody rolled in after.
Yep. I came in there, and he was talking about how it was his birthday. I was like, all right, well, go get yourself a cheeseburger, and I donated some stars or something. And he was like, yeah,
Cheeseburger.
I'm only a little bit off of my star goal. And I was like, all right, how much you need for your star goal? And I just finished it off just so that he could get his first payout.
That's so dope.
Because
Yeah, bro.
I hate payout shit. I think that there shouldn't
I
be
do
a
too.
fucking limit. I think that's fucking the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
What is that? So I don't know anything about that. You're gonna have to.
So for Twitch, they just
we'll talk
lowered
about
it
it.
down to $50.
So you have to have at least $50 in revenue for them to give you your money.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not like instant. You know what I love about TikTok? Because as Dev knows, I stream on TikTok. I got a stream key. Shout out to Tactical Grandma for the hookups. Always go.
Sure.
I always say this, bro, because I literally hit her up. Like she's like, "Oh, who needs a stream key?" I said, "Let me give it a shot." So I hit her up, and she DM'd me directly. She said, here's the QR code. Apply. Let me know what happens. A month later, I got the stream key. I had to do like a whole thing with them and sit down with them, and they're great. I can't really talk too much about it because I'm literally NDA. Like it's fucking legit. Like it's crazy.
Just
They're
stream
working.
TikTok.
Yeah, I had to go
wanna-
through a
they-
whole course.
They want to be like
everything.
they want to be like a big platform such as Twitch or YouTube or something like that. Is that like?
Oh, I
maybe one
got
of the goals?
yes. You know what I like about them most? For smaller creators, like yeah, they take half like Twitch does right now. But once you get to like I think 10,000 followers, you get everything. 100%.
Oh wow, really?
And what's even better, I can show you right now.
Fucking dickheads, they just fuck over the little guys until you're big enough, and they're like, "We're not going to tax you anymore."
Yeah,
Sounds like the fucking American government, if you ask me.
yeah, no, I agree. You know what's great? What I like about TikTok with that, I'm trying to find it right now. What I love here, I'm gonna pull it up right now. Not like I made a lot or anything, but you can literally cash out on your donos regardless of the amount. Look,
That's amazing.
you
I
can
love that.
literally cash out whenever you want. Whenever you want. That's why I said, bro, I'm really trying to get Dev that stream key, and Dan, when we get you to that point, I'm gonna get you there too.
For sure. Did you just change?
Oh yeah, so I don't have like a light like y'all motherfuckers do.
Your light
So,
is
like,
great, though.
remote
I
for
don't
your
know.
when I
light.
watch, right? So if
You
I
have
put
a
something up to
remote
it,
for your light.
right?
That is the most bougie thing I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking
see, I
mine's-
can
Nah,
fucking
you need to switch that out for a clap on, clap off, man. Come on.
My shit's fucking like scotch taped to the top of my monitors and falls over like midstream all the time. I'm like, oh, I'm all
Yeah.
high and shit. I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah,
Don't worry, guys. It's just an
when
earthquake in PA. I'll be fine.
I don't remember when I got these, bro. I think I got them last year for Christmas. I got like the Govee lights. I wrapped around my whole room. That's why it's all purple right now, and I kind of look like Barney. But yeah, like, bro, that fucking feeling of getting your first dono, bro. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, definitely.
It's
like
crazy.
if like so like that like we talked. Devin mentioned it earlier. Like with being out of work, and like you feel like a lack of purpose after a while, no matter
Yeah.
what you do.
Yep.
Like, I have a family. I have children and a wife, and even with being out of work, after a certain amount of time, I still felt like I lacked purpose. What didn't matter how, like I knew my purpose is to be a father, and I was being a father, and I still am being a father. But it was like there's more. Like I felt like there was something more that I was missing. Like I still felt like, okay, I can be a dad, but like there's you know what I mean? Like there's more. There's got to be more. Like the sitting around at home stuff is not doing me. I felt at one point I felt like it wasn't doing me any good, but I used to weigh like 300 pounds, right?
Yeah.
And I lost a lot of weight from intermittent fasting, and then one of the medications I was on, fucking. Hey Corey, I think you're my 70th follower, by the way. Sorry, I got fucking ADHD or something. But shout out to you, brother.
What does
But
that mean? The fasting, the intermittent.
intermittent fasting. So I would fast
It's
for
killer, bro.
16 hours a day and only eat within an 8-hour window. And
It
I
sucks.
did. No, dude, I adapted to it so well. Like now, I still only drink black coffee. Like that's all I would drink. Like my breakfast would be black coffee until. So it depended on like my work schedule at the time. So I would
Okay.
eat from 9 to 5, 9 in the morning to 5 at night. I would eat, have
Was it
breakfast,
like
lunch, and
just?
dinner.
Was it just like one big meal?
No, I'd have a bunch of little meals. I'd have my breakfast at 9 o'clock. I'd have lunch at like 11:30, and I'd have a snack at like 3, and then I'd eat dinner right before 5 or at 5, and then I wouldn't eat anything from 5 until 9 o'clock the next morning.
Oh wow.
God damn, I don't think
I could probably pull it off now, but
It's at first it's difficult,
Well, yeah.
but it becomes I don't know. It's hard for me to say because I've always
Kinda
I've been
became,
on
like,
these.
second nature after a while.
Yeah, but I've also been on these drugs that destroy my fucking appetite. So like
Mm.
I'm all like, yeah, it's easy, bro, no problem,
And I
But
tried,
yeah,
and I failed
I'm
the first
fucking
20 minutes.
that's a fair
yeah,
way. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm fucking taking medicine that's like you don't want to eat.
Yeah.
So it's like, but I did that, and I don't even know what the fuck or how I started on this. Between the chemo and the medical marijuana, I got the biggest brain fog ever. But
Sorry.
what the fuck were we talking about?
While you're trying to figure that out, I'll be right back.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we kind of went
man.
off on topic. We went from what we were talking about. I don't think anybody remembers to Corey's lights.
Yeah,
to
there's
not
some nice
eating.
lights. To
I
not
think we all
eating.
have ADHD at this point.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I never got
Yeah, but-
diagnosed though.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
I don't need
I
to get
feel like-
diagnosed. I already
Yeah.
know.
Dude, my wife went out, and I'm like 95% sure she has like ADHD.
Oh man, I
And-
have the attention span of a squirrel.
Yeah. Oh, dude, she went out and like went to go get diagnosed, and they told her that she had a what was it? I'm trying to think of the proper words for it. It was like an adjustment disorder. It's like she had a disorder adjusting to things.
Can we talk about that for a minute? Diagnosis and everything? Because at the end of the day, I think ever since COVID, there's been a real fucking issue with diagnosis, and I haven't been wanting to go to the doctor because of that. Anytime I feel pain anywhere, I'm just like, all right, let me go to the doctor real quick. And I haven't been to the doctor in 8 months because every time I go there, they're just like, oh, did you take a COVID test yet? And it's like, that's not even anything that has to do with my pain in my back, you piece of shit.
Yeah. It's
Can
like,
you
dude, I
just
have
look at me
hemorrhoids.
real quick?
It's like I have hemorrhoids. What does that have to do with a COVID test?
Like, that shit fucking irritates the living shit out of me. Anytime you go in now, they just instantly want to do a test without even like doing the breathing test or anything like that. That's the first thing that they fucking go to.
We said the C word so many times this video is gonna get flagged.
Probably.
Which sucks
word.
too. Yeah, right.
That's
They'll
how it
be-
is.
Yeah, it's weird, especially with like Instagram and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
everything gets marked.
Wait,
What C word?
Yeah. mhm.
No, seriously. What? Oh man, I was thinking.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we don't know what you're talking about.
I still don't remember what the fuck I was talking about. I was the intermittent fasting, but I don't know. That helped. That
Yeah.
helped a lot with my mental health too. I noticed the fasting, exercise is huge for men's mental health and women
Oh
too.
yeah, I love it.
And whether you work a physical job or you go out and you actually exercise,
Hi,
I don't
Mom.
mean to be like a fucking.
Everyone
Mom.
say hi to Mom.
Hey,
What's up,
how
Mom?
you doing? So I don't mean to go out and be a gym rat and get all big and muscular and shit, but like some cardio and all that good shit really goes a long way, man. But
It
even if
does.
it's just a walk or if it's walking the dogs. That's why like a lot of people like to get a dog. It helps them get out of bed in the morning.
Yeah, the one thing that I've really struggled with, and I kind of want to know your perspective because of your losses, is Mom, I don't know if you're gonna never mind, I'm just gonna talk about it. Fucking when my stepdad passed away and my grandmother passed away, it was really hard on me, and I've never been able to accept death like that. And I still haven't accepted that they're gone. I can't because I wasn't there for it when they were gone. But I wanted to know your perspective on how you deal with loss and how it's able to affect you in your daily, because I have dreams about him all the time. Not so much my grandmother anymore. I've talked to her about her death in my dreams, and I just talked to him about his death in my dreams the other night, and I told my mom about that. But it scares the shit out of me because I've never been able to like deal with them being gone and just accepting that I'm just never going to be able to speak with them again and stuff like that. And I don't know if you've turned to religious concepts to be able to more deal with that, or I don't know. I just want to know your perspective on that.
Yeah.
Because loss is a
well,
big thing for mental health.
Yeah,
Oh,
big
yeah.
time. So, my dad died when I was 15.
Yeah.
And it completely flipped my fucking world upside down.
Yeah.
So my dad died. I went to go live with my uncle.
Okay.
And I did not get along with my uncle. My uncle was grieving. I was grieving. It didn't work out well. I ended up getting sent to foster care. And this is how I met Devin. After a couple different homes, I eventually landed in Lehigh Valley.
I would like to talk more on that as well, because that's something
sure.
I haven't been able to talk with you about too much.
But so when I first started dealing with the grief of my father, I dealt with it with arrogance and anger. And for those of you that don't know, the word Israel, which is in the Bible, the Old Testament of the Bible is the Israelites, right?
Okay.
In Israel. Israel in Hebrew means to wrestle with God. That's literally what that's Israel was a person. His name I think was originally Jacob. I could be wrong. If I am, chat, please correct me.
I think it is.
But yeah, Jacob turned into Israel. Israel means to wrestle with God. So for a very, very long time, I wrestled with God. I didn't understand why my dad died. I didn't understand why my world was flipped upside down. I didn't understand why I was getting thrown in the system and thrown all around. I didn't understand why my life was the way it was compared to some other people. Like I always felt like I just wanted to be normal, and I felt like I wasn't normal because I was dealing with these traumas and dealing with this loss that other people my age currently didn't really deal with, other than maybe like a few select people that you could find in your school or something that dealt with something like that.
Yeah.
So I acted out a lot, and for a long time, dude, I acted out. I was a fucking asshole. I kept violating my probation. I tried to fight people all the time over minuscule things. I was angry.
Yeah.
I was frustrated, and then at one point I was like using it to boost and fuel my ego, as if like, oh, my life's been hard. Which can be used in good ways, but I didn't do that. But I'm like, oh, my life's been hard. Nobody's got shit on me, this and that. Like, you can't break me down. This, which I could have used in a more positive way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And use it as
Uh,
a wall.
Yeah, but I used it as a wall, and I used it as an excuse to be nasty towards people that probably didn't deserve it, and to constantly like shoot myself in the foot. You know, because every time I'd fuck something up, the next thing you know, I'm locked up again, and the next thing you know, the foster home doesn't want to take me back, and then I run away and I'm homeless for some time, and then I get caught, and then back in that vicious cycle. And, you know, this is because my dad died,
Yeah.
and then eventually, you know, I thought I learned how to deal with it by just not acting out anymore and acting like an adult. And then my mom died. And I wasn't like like I was close with my mom, so I'm the oldest. And I had lots of love for my mom, but my mom was sick for a good majority of my life with a rare disease called Huntington's disease, which is
Yeah.
it affects your brain, and it basically deteriorates like your motor skills and everything like that. And it's a nasty disease that lasts a long time, and it's also not really talked about.
My grandpa had it.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, and it runs in the
Sorry to hear
families. Yeah, it's like 50-50, so it's like it's usually families that are affected by it, but you know, there's people that get skipped over and stuff like that that don't end up getting it. Like I met a doctor. I went to go see a cardiologist, as weird as this sounds, after I had the C or whatever, after I had the vid because I wanted to check out my heart. And he goes, "Oh, everything looks great with your heart, this and that." And he sat me down and he started talking to me about Huntington's disease. And I'm looking at him like, "You're a fucking cardiologist. Why are you talking to me about this?"
Yeah.
And he's like asking me if I've been tested and all this other shit. And I'm like, "Well, look, I'm dealing with one genetic mutation right now. I'll deal with the next after this one." Um, and he goes, "You know, my mother had it." And I'm like looking at him like real crazy because he was the first person that I met that the gene skipped him. He
Yeah.
didn't get sick. He was like 60 something years old. He just retired. And but so my mother had this awful disease, and I had to like make the decision for hospice for her. So it really fucked me up for a long time. I was only 20 years old, and I had to choose whether my mom went into hospice or if she got a feeding tube. And I didn't really have any family to try and reach out to know what she would have wanted. So it kind of like it fucked with me for a long time, and I didn't know what my mother would have wanted. And the one person I spoke with told me she probably would not have wanted a feeding tube. So we decided to go with hospice. And when the way they explained it to me, it was like, "Oh, you could be in hospice for like a certain amount of time and this and that." And like, dude, my mom was in hospice for like 3 days
Oh
before she
wow.
died. Yeah. So I felt fucking awful with that too. And for a long time, I didn't deal with the grief. I let it turn into anger, and I took it out on other people. And I took it out on myself with drinking and, and just doing dumb shit, even if I was smarter than I was when I was a kid. But it honestly wasn't until my daughter was born until like I had a chemical switch or something happen in my brain.
They
To where I
say kids
said,
can do that.
yeah, it was like, I can't deal with this stuff anymore. I have a new priority to deal with. I cannot let this hinder me as a parent.
Yeah.
And then I didn't deal with it anymore until the cancer came about, and I started like I was seeing a therapist, and the cancer came about, and I realized like where some of my deepest, darkest fears come from and all that stuff. So like the grief thing is like, yeah, I it's easier now, especially after like because I'm a Christian, you know, and
Yeah.
it's a lot easier now. My dad's best friend died on Good Friday this last Good Friday, and he was in our lives for a very long time, and his death was very sudden. And if it bothered me a lot, but I found a lot of solitude and a lot of comfort in my religion and my relationship with Christ. Religion's I don't feel is like a great word, but my relationship with Christ, because at this point now I'm like, okay, he's at peace. You know,
Gotcha.
whatever he was struggling and dealing with, he's not dealing with it anymore. And some people turn to, I guess, religion, to find comfort in those types of times. Um, my biggest suggestion for anybody is to talk about it and to deal with it. And even because it's uncomfortable, nobody wants to deal with it. It's like pulling a fucking knife out of your gut, you know? And it's like, as long as you keep it in there and if you don't move a certain way, you know, it doesn't hurt. But pulling it out hurts. But that's the only way that wound will heal. And if you you refuse to heal that wound, it's just gonna linger.
The temporary pain.
Yeah, and it's like, everybody's parents. Most people outlive their parents. Not everybody, but most people do,
Yeah.
and that's something that at some point you have to deal with. And dealing with the young definitely was difficult, and it took me a long time to realize that, you know, sometimes the world works in weird ways, and I don't know why. And I could sit here and give you a million reasons why and or what I could have done different, but the only thing I can say is don't take people for granted,
Yeah.
regardless of the situation, even if they're in their best health. Check on your friends that are funny, because a lot of the times they're hurting.
Yeah.
And just like, talk about it. Don't let shit build up.
Yeah.
Because I'm a firm believer, like, if you don't take care of your mental health, it'll take a toll on your physical health.
Yep.
And sometimes I truly believe, like, me not taking care of my mental health finally affected me physically, to the point where I was like, okay, here comes a train. Where I was like, okay, I have to deal with this. And that's kind of where I'm at with it, and yeah, I can't speak for everybody, but some people believe in an afterlife, and they believe that they're going to be able to see these people again one day. That's what, as far as I know, that's what scripture says, but it's going to be a little different. And whether that's true or not is up to you to believe in. And if that's the case, then rest assured to know that one day, you will be able to speak with them again. Because energy doesn't die.
Yeah.
Like, when
No.
there's been studies done, and like they why, like, when people die, the energy leaves their body and they have no fucking clue where it goes.
Yeah.
So that's the science behind that. So, and that brings me comfort too, and it's like,
Brought me comfort too, for sure.
so, I think, like, whether my parents can hear me every time I pray or talk to them, I don't know. I
Yeah.
like to think that they can, but if they can't, I don't know. I don't know. It's just like one of those things you kind of got to give yourself comfort with, and it's weird, like, especially like with family. It's hard to talk to family about lost loved ones,
Yeah.
because everybody's always got a different view or a different opinion, or they grieve differently, or like some people don't like to talk about it, and other people, like, that's all they want to talk about because it's like weighing on them so much.
Yeah.
And it was like, for me, I didn't like to talk about it. My brother would try to talk to me about it, and I'd always try to change the subject. And now I feel guilty about it, now that I've learned how to deal with it. Because, as being his older brother, I should have been trying to help him. But obviously, when you're not where you need to be, how can you help anybody else if you don't help yourself first?
Agreed.
Absolutely.
So I don't know what you got out of that, but hopefully it's that it's hard, but like I said, it's like a wound that needs to heal. And
Yeah.
I never had the dreams. I think I had one dream of my mother, and it was right after I got my kidney removed, and I got a hug from my mom, and she said everything's gonna be all right. That's the only time I had a dream of my parents, I think. And that
That
was
sounds
probably like
amazing.
the like best dream I probably could have ever had.
Yeah.
It was amazing, but
Felt like she was really there, right?
yeah, oh, it was crazy. It was weird. It was a weird dream. I was like moving, and
Yeah.
at the time we were looking to buy a new house. We were looking to move like an hour north into the mountains, and I was like stressed out about it, like didn't know how I felt. My wife was pregnant again with my second child, and it was just like my health like was getting better, but like I like it was still up in the limbo. I had no fucking clue what was going on. It's a big financial jump to sell my house and buy another one, especially in the market we were in.
Yeah.
Oh
And it
yeah.
was like that dream like brought me like immense comfort.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah. There's like
I
three things that have brought me that type of comfort in my life. It was my child being born, that dream I had with my mother, and when I had that deliverance like mass where I like talked to that pastor. It
Yeah.
was like weird. Like, if I could find the video and show you, dude, it's like it was like he touched like my shoulder, and it was like this weird physical sensation that I can't explain. But it felt like when my children were born, like that type of chemical
That
kind of went
Euphoria.
off. Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
Euphoria is crazy.
It was nuts. Don't know Euphoria, but yeah, that was nuts, man. It was crazy.
I can't
There's
wait
a
for that day.
Yeah.
sense of calmness, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, because like
It feels like the world just kind of stops and you actually
can
forget what's
breathe.
going on and you have a chance just to be with yourself.
Yeah, it's like
You don't have to
Zen.
worry about, the next bill or, what I'm going to eat tomorrow or, if I'm going to work a 10 or 12-hour shift the next day or some shit like that. At that moment, you're just kind of like free and your
Yeah.
mind is clear.
Yeah.
That's euphoria, man.
That's why I've always said the motorcycle is my favorite release, because it's
I've
not
always
like
been told
everything
about that.
disappears, but at the end of the day, I mean, there's plenty of people that could tell you that. I bet Jordan could tell you that. At the end of the day, when you hop on that motherfucker, everything just disappears. Everything.
'Cause
It's just
you.
it.
It's just you on the road.
You
Not really
have to
doing
make
anything.
it's not something that you think about when you ride, but I think this is something that, once again, your mind is a powerful thing. Because you have nothing surrounding you, you have to think about every little thing in trying to survive on that motorcycle.
But
But
every little thing is so clear that you
but
don't have
that
to think hard on it.
you're not even thinking about surviving on the motorcycle. But I think your mind is there to where everything else has to disappear behind you, because
That's
you
how I
have to
get
make
with the
sure that you
gym.
get home,
Yeah.
you know?
I think everybody needs some type of release.
Yeah.
Yes.
100%. If you can't find your
Absolutely.
release, and it has to be a healthy release too.
Yes.
We
Yes.
we
It
can't
it can't be narcotics.
we
You know.
Yeah.
we can't turn, and that's one thing that I talked about on the first podcast that I would like your views on as well, is one thing that irritates me the most when it comes to the drug industry is whenever we're depressed and we go to our doctor and we tell them that we're depressed, they instantly try to put us on some medications. And I understand that some might need some fucking medications, but most just need somebody to fucking talk to.
Yeah.
100%.
All it
Yeah.
is just dollar signs
That's
at
what's
that
wrong
point.
with Big Pharma.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with
Big
Big Pharma.
problem.
They think they can solve everything with fucking pills.
And
That's
the
not the case.
the issue too, like what gets me with psychologists and the mental health aspect is, so there's like for a lot of stuff that you do physically, right? Let's say you have like heart disease or you have cancer or you have some type of chronic illness, because a lot of mental health issues are chronic.
Yeah.
They last longer than 6 months. Whether it's like a clinical depression or general anxiety disorder, PTSD, like those things last a long time,
Yeah.
right? There's no type of real testing for it. So they're giving you drugs that'll change the chemical makeup of your mind, right?
Yeah.
That changes the balance in your brain. So you tell them, "Oh, look, I have anxiety. Like I have this terrible anxiety." And this pisses me off a lot too, actually, this topic, because I had gone to the doctors about this anxiety and like these profusely night sweats I was having like 6 months prior to my diagnosis of cancer. And I was telling them, like, dude, I got this fucking god awful anxiety and I'm sweating through my sleep. And
Been there.
and it's like they're like, "Oh, it's just anxiety." And then but they don't like how do you test the chemical makeup of somebody's brain? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? How I mean, I'm sure there's like an imaging or a scanning maybe that they might be able to do. Or but like a lot of people don't know this. Like I'm pretty sure it's your gut that makes serotonin.
Yeah. I
They
believe
call
so.
your
That
gut
is correct.
they call your gut your first brain almost. That's why trust your gut instinct and all that bullshit, which has been so diluted. People, you can't really even trust your gut anymore because all the time I could go on for this for hours about pharma and like the way like medicine and like food and all that stuff really alters like your microbiome and all that stuff. But yeah, it's the first thing they want to do. They're like, all right, we want to give you some pills or we want to give you some medication. And a lot of times it's some fucking bullshit,
Yep.
you know? Like, so I take Ativan daily,
I was literally just about to say that.
which is a benzodiazepine.
Yep.
I take that shit fucking daily. I take at least 3 milligrams a day. I usually take 2 the second I get up, and I take 1 later in the afternoon. That is one of the only drugs, and unfortunately, it's a narcotic, I think. It might not be.
Something like that.
It's definitely a controlled substance. Let's see if it's a narcotic. But so
Wait, Ativan?
yeah.
I don't think it's a controlled substance.
Is there a difference between narcotics and
Uh,
controlled substance? No,
Um,
so Ativan is not
mm,
considered a narcotic.
Okay.
Many people use the word narcotic to refer to all habit-forming or controlled substance medications. And I don't know, man.
like Oxycontin, Klonopin.
yeah,
Ativan it
Xanax
can
and
be Ativan's like baby Xanax, so I don't whatever.
Eh,
Regardless, but
Xanax has a
it's
big
like
one too, though.
yeah.
like-
Xanax is a fucker.
yeah, like those drugs are like they give you temporary relief, but they don't fix the problem.
No.
And
never.
that's the thing. What they want to hand you a pill. They're like, all right, here's a pill. They're never
Get the
like,
fuck
oh,
out of my
why?
office.
Yeah, they're not. They're
Yep.
not like, well, what's some things in your life that you know this and that, and then every time you tell them, they're always like, oh, well, everybody deals with that.
Yeah.
And it's like instead of being like, okay, well, how do we change that for you, or how do you change that for yourself? You can't expect the doctor to be like, okay, I'll do your dishes for you, but like, how many people are actually going in with clinical depression to where they do have a chemical mismatch in their brain that is causing like misfire signals for them to like not be able to function?
Yeah.
Or how many people are depressed based off the situation that they're in, or are depressed based off of what their current circumstances are? You know what I'm saying? And they don't treat them differently, as far as I know. As far as I know, like, you go in, I'm depressed or I'm having these symptoms, they're going to try to give you a drug to mask those symptoms, because that's what it does. It masks the symptoms. It doesn't get rid
Doesn't
of them. It doesn't help with the root cause, but it helps with the symptoms. That's the way Western medicine is. They a lot of the times they don't work on getting rid of the root cause of all your symptoms. They just work on managing your symptoms,
Yeah.
which is fucking bullshit.
I
You
agree.
know,
Extremely.
And that's
and
where it
it's
comes in with Big Pharma just going for money, not curing anything, just kind of putting a band-aid on it. type
Yeah.
thing.
Yep.
yep, and it's like the
Any
fuckers
ass
that,
Band-Aid.
and everybody owns stuff too. Like like,
I
it's like-
think one of the things that we also don't talk about in society is we have put not materialistic items over anything else in our life, like trying to educate ourselves as a form of trying to get away from the things that we're running from. And
Yeah.
that's a big thing that has to deal with mental health. And I don't want to take a stab at gaming, but it is one of those things. It's a
No, I mentioned-
materialistic item that fucking gets you from A to B without having to worry about anything else in your life for a minute.
I mentioned
Isn't
that
kind of what
earlier.
China or Japan tried to do? Like they have like a blocker on how much you can actually game.
I think it's
Like
4
Russia or
hours.
China. Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
It's China.
Fuck
China?
that. Yeah, it is. I think it's China. China definitely has, like, their kids aren't allowed the game during the week. I don't think, or if they are allowed the game during the week, it gets shut off at a certain time.
They're also
Yeah,
only
and
allowed
it's,
a
like,
certain amount of
global.
time on TikTok.
Yeah, it's shit like
Yeah.
that. Which
Yeah, it's like continental wide, isn't it?
I'm not exactly sure the details of it. I've only read like headlines and stuff like that, not so much full details of it. But
Which I don't
And it's-
agree with, but I can understand it.
Yeah.
the feed is different too. The way
Yeah.
the type of content that they're consuming, like they say other countries, like, so if you didn't know this, right? So here's a little fun fact. So if you ever notice, a lot of comic book characters are scientists. Look at Spider-Man, Fantastic Four. Who are some other really smart comic
David
book
Banner?
characters? Yeah.
not
The
David
Hulk.
Banner.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Bruce
Uh,
Banner.
Yeah, so it's like they're scientists. Do you know why they're scientists? Because when they were created during the Cold War era, that was the type of content they wanted to feed the kids. They wanted kids to be interested in scientists. They wanted kids to be smart. They wanted their idols to be scientists. You know why? So that way we would be more likely for kids to grow up to pursue science careers. We are in a nuclear arms race. You could look it up. I remember watching a video about it. It was really interesting because I always wondered that too. I'm like, why is everybody gonna be so smart? Or why do they gotta have a dead parent? That's like if you're gonna be like a superhero, you gotta be either like tremendously smart, or
your
you gotta
parents
have
got killed.
or you got dead parents. It's one or the other. And I'm just waiting for my superpowers to kick in. I'm not super smart, but I got dead parents, and I got a genetic mutation. And instead of I'm an X-Men technically, except my powers, I got cancer. Um,
Hey man, so
Jesus
did
fucking
Deadpool.
Christ.
So did Deadpool.
yeah,
So did
hey,
Deadpool,
no,
yeah.
you
So
got a
did
point.
Deadpool.
You got a point. You got a point. I said that shit to my doctor too, but
Oh,
no,
you
like
damn fool.
That's
yeah,
next
right.
Deadpool confirmed.
But that's what they do is like the content they that the algorithms push for other countries is kind of different from
Yeah.
what we experience. You know, in our country, people are doing like dances and shit, and it's like no, that's not like that's what the algorithm wants to push. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And the other countries that want the kids to be smart. Yeah, exactly. You know, and it's like it's kind of like the Cold War era, where like we made these comic book characters and made them smart as shit, so kids would look up to it because
Well,
that's
I think it
that's
has
who's
a.
absorbing all this stuff.
I think it has a concept of propaganda back in World War II too, where we consumed
Oh, yeah.
things differently than the Germans did as well. Like when Hitler was in power, he put out the big nose posters about the Jews and whatnot and everything else. And we were being fed that there wasn't a lot going on over there, just like we're being fed about how Ukraine isn't so bad or how it is so bad, or every other week there's some fucking missile in some fucking ocean being launched. Like, we don't exactly know what's going on. It's not like we're watching this fucking missile dropping in the goddamn ocean.
Yeah.
But because they don't have that video, right? But at the end of the day, I think it's some sort of propaganda that countries are feeding us in order to have us just know something's going on, but we're not supposed to question it because they don't have proof or not proof. We're just supposed to believe that something bad is going on.
Poisoning the well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's
I
kind of
seen.
fucked up. It's kind of
Yeah.
fucked up that the news that we hear about in the U.S. is more about who Kim Kardashian is dating over
Yeah.
the war that's still going on in Ukraine.
Mhm.
Yo, but if you go to Reddit, man, you could see pretty much the Ukrainians like to upload footage. They record a lot of stuff.
I actually have Reddit on my phone.
Oh,
I,
yeah.
I look it up all the time. Well, not
My-
all the time, but I
my-
do it on my spare time. Like it's still going on, but it's not
Oh,
being
yeah.
talked about. It was just
Yeah.
like the Black Lives Matter movement.
Yeah.
That lasted what, maybe 3-4 months, something like that, and then it just
In the news,
disappeared.
yeah, dude. Like
Just
my buddy sent me.
disappeared.
My buddy sent me a video a couple weeks ago of like Russians, like I forget what they were like, because what they do is the Ukrainians are like they're uploading these videos of them dropping like drone missiles, like missile drones, like on people, and like they'll catch like Russians doing like grungy shit. Sometimes like they'll just be sleeping in a trench, or like one of them will be blowing each other, or like the one video is like
Fuck?
yeah, dude, it's fucked
Yeah,
up.
I believe it.
It gets crazy out there, man. He sent me a video of these two Russians butt fucking, and
Oh my god!
yeah, dude, yeah,
The
bro.
Mother
So
Russia!
it's me, bro.
War is crazy, bro.
I actually seen a video of I think there was two Ukrainian
the wrong
guys
missile,
in
bro.
a car, and there was these two Ukrainian guys in a car, and they passed a Russian tank, and I guess it ran out of fuel, or it was just
Oh
inoperable.
yeah.
I
Go
think
ahead.
I seen
And,
that.
I know.
and the Ukrainians were like, "Yeah, you need a tow back into town." They were like, "What do you mean?" He was like, or I forget what the Russian said, but he was like, "Nah, fucking," he just drove off. I was like, "Oh shit, all right." So I mean, like,
Good.
they don't show all the bad sides of the war. I mean, they do, but still, the Ukrainians are just weren't they like a major weapon supplier for us?
I don't know.
Or even
sure.
because they're
I
a
couldn't tell
neutral
you.
country, aren't they?
I don't think so, because we sent a lot of weapons over there in order for them to fight the Russians, bro.
That's correct.
They're a
mean,
major
we-
resource,
Yeah.
I think,
We
like,
we literally
natural
had to send
resources.
$40
Well, they
billion
were a resource
over there.
For us, though. They were a resource for us, though, weren't they?
I think they were an oil
Um,
resource.
Yeah, something
oil.
along those lines. Oil or gas or something.
But the concept is most of that video that you're talking about, the funny part about that is most of the Russian soldiers did not want to be over there in the first place.
No.
100%.
Not at all.
100%.
They
Nobody
said
really wanted
that
shit.
they said that
'Cause
they
it doesn't
didn't
make
want to
any
fight a
sense.
fucking war that they didn't need to fight in the first place. And half of them were just walking around with the Ukrainian soldiers.
Yeah, because I guarantee, because I can't say 100%, but I can
vaguely remember that Ukrainian, whatever, is a neutral country.
Yeah.
It has no.
They're not a
left
part
or
of NATO
right.
or anything.
It's literally just chilling. Same with Switzerland. They're a neutral country.
They're
They're not
trying to
doing
get
shit.
into NATO at the moment. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know. how
Ukraine?
that's gonna go.
Ukraine.
Yeah,
Ukraine, yep.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
You're good.
I don't know. That's just wild. That we have to learn about fucking Tom Brady and his horse more than people literally dying.
Well, that's the concept that the media wants to show because of the fact that they don't want us to worry about anything but bullshit in this country, and I think that's where our media is dead.
Shit.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if you watch Fox or CNN or what is it, CBW or what the fuck is it called? Is this
CW.
GW.
GW? Right, yeah. Like it doesn't matter what you watch; it's always the same shit, unless
Yeah.
it comes to the presidential election or
Oh,
anything.
boy.
They always switch to one side.
Mhm.
They always view on one side, and that's
And
just
that-
what it is.
And that
And
goes
that's
back
what I
to
was talking
my
about earlier.
same. Like that's why I keep bringing up like there has to be balance, or there will be just utter chaos.
Mhm.
See, they will
And
never
them
be
censoring
changed
one
unless
side.
everyone's ready to change, and that's just never gonna.
And they never
always
want
gonna
to.
be like
Period.
this.
No,
I mean,
because there's
they-
too many people at the top that make too much money off this shit.
I mean, did you guys hear?
They
about
make money off the
Illinois?
chaos. Yeah.
Did y'all hear about Illinois? About they're gonna start the purge
Mm-hmm.
in January of next year.
They're
They're gonna
they're-
test the purge next year from a fucking movie. They're going to let people kill each other for free, or not for free, like without any legal.
They're gonna get
charges.
arrested, but they can't be held until a court date happens, which the
But did
courts
you
are
also
being
know there
shut
was a
down
gang
for a couple
shootout?
months.
Correct.
There was a gang shootout in the same fucking state.
Chicago.
There was a gang shootout. I think there was what was it? There was I think 2 or 3 people killed,
And
4
because they
people
named
injured
it-
or something like that.
They named it
And it was
mutual combat.
Yeah, mutual combat. Nobody got fucking charged.
Mm-hmm.
That's
They have-
fucking ridiculous.
They have the same thing in Texas.
That's
Yep.
so stupid.
If you have a cop standing next to 2 people and they say mutual combat, no one will get charged. But you have
that
to
a law
agree.
everywhere?
So
You have to agree to mutual combat. No, it's only in a few states.
yeah, Chicago, Illinois is one of them.
Nuts, man. Has that always
think
been a
it's-
thing, or is that new?
It seems newer, but it's been a thing as of recent years for sure. For
Yeah.
Illinois, it's definitely fresh, but
Well, that's because
It's
Illinois or
crazy.
Chicago is fucking nuts, man.
because the whole gun debate is crazy, but their gun laws, especially in Chicago, are crazy, and they realize they created chaos. So instead of trying to diffuse the chaos, they're just adding more chaos on top of the chaos, thinking
Let
that
me
that'll help.
go.
The
Just trying
problem
to
is
just, hey, you know what? Fuck it, kill each other. That's basically what they're saying. Chicago needs
they
help.
made the gun laws so strict in Chicago.
In Chicago?
Yeah, they're very strict, just like in New York.
Yeah,
Just like in
New York,
California.
So they're basically just
And
kinda,
Jersey.
being rebels. And
Yeah, that's why it's called
So-
Chirac. It's a nickname for Chicago. For a
The
reason.
only
did not
the only the only fucking people, the only states that are the states that have the most gun laws are shown with the most gun deaths because good people don't have good guns. Only bad people with bad guns.
And the good people with guns try to defend themselves, they still get incarcerated.
Yep.
It's fucking stupid. That's why, like, I know we trash Pennsylvania a lot. We do. But at the end of the day, bro, we can stand our ground, and it's justified for the most part.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, it's cool to live in a country like that where, like, somebody breaks into your home and you fucking put a goddamn hockey puck in their stomach. It's justified.
Yep.
If you do that, the same instance in New York or Cali, that happens, well, you're an asshole. You're a scumbag. Have fun serving life.
Yep.
It's so fucking stupid.
It's crazy.
That's not
Because-
putting.
You know the Cali law for someone breaking into your house, you have to tell them to get out 5 times, and if they don't get out, you have to try and force them out with something other than a gun before shooting them. And if they are even just on your doorstep, like within your porch radius, you cannot shoot them, or else you will be charged with life.
That's so dumb. I think Cali is definitely going to be in the same spot as Illinois and Chicago are going to be soon, especially with all the rappers and musicians and everything getting killed over there.
Not only that, but the
And
amount
all
of
the
homeless
braids.
people that are there. The
Oh
homeless
yeah.
has fucking
Row.
taken over Cali. No,
Skid Row is-
it's
yeah,
all
it's
over
bad.
the place now.
Yeah.
It's not even Skid Row anymore. It's the whole fucking state.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it's so expensive. New York's going to get that way too, for sure. That's why a lot of them are fucking coming here
Yep.
and
the shitty part is
taking up
it's not-
everything.
Like the shitty part is kind of like I understand people go through their bad times, it's like, homeless, living on the street and all that shit, and then you got these young, really don't want to call them this, but you got these young influencers, TikTok or like Facebook Reels or YouTube Shorts and all that shit, that
Mhm.
handing out food to the homeless and filming it just so they can get views and shit, or to look as a good person.
Yeah.
Fucker, these people have
That-
ways of seeing this on media. Like, why do you think they keep going to California? Because you keep putting these fucking
See-
videos out. Like,
see,
I'm
I
not
don't-
against.
That's a
I'm not-
double-edged sword.
Yeah, I don't know
really
how I
is.
feel
Like,
about
I
that
feel-
because of what Mr. Beast's been able to do ever since he handed out $10,000 to a homeless person. You know what I mean? Like, he's
one
made his
guy, and
platform.
again, it's on social media.
I know, but he's made his platform off of giving money to people. You know what I mean?
That is true. I mean, he
That-
did say on a Joe Rogan podcast that everything that he makes from a video, he puts it all into the next video.
No, I agree. Most people don't do that. But what I'm saying is, like, if we come up and say like, that's a bad thing to do and not influence people to give out money and make a video just because they're making a video, it's the good deeds that show at the end of the day. I know it's fucking stupid and I probably wouldn't do it myself. I did it the other day. I gave $50 to a homeless dude. I didn't. And that's another thing that I wanted to talk about is good deeds being unshown. I don't care if I am videoed whatever for fucking giving money to a homeless person. I don't care what they do after it. And that's one thing that we got to realize is the depression and mental health when you're homeless. I've talked to quite a few people, and when it comes down to it, you don't know how their day went. You don't know if they got to eat today. You don't know. Like, there's plenty of fucking, like, I know quite a few people that have gone through it, and I've talked to all of them. And I don't care what they do after it. If they go to get food, if they go to get drugs. I just know that I tried to help. And if they do with my help what I don't want them doing, I mean, it is what it is.
least
I
you
just
tried.
know that I tried to help.
Yep.
See, the thing
We
is,
gotta
would you
start
film it?
striking. No,
Thank you.
I
That's the
wouldn't. But that's the thing.
the
It's a
only thing.
double-edged
You're doing-
sword.
Yeah,
It really
doing
is.
You're doing it as a good deed, and I feel like the people that film it doing it are just looking for views and clout.
They could
I
be.
don't know because
Just
well,
be
like-
look at Jimmy Darts for example. Jimmy Darts is a big YouTuber. I don't know if he's on TikTok. He's probably on TikTok too.
All right, I like not everybody, but most of the people that I see doing the shit are just doing it for views.
And you know what? That's what's all right. So this is where I bring back my Christianity into it. So the Bible mentions something like that about like doing good deeds just for the selfishness of doing them. It doesn't get rewarded, you know. So like for example, like because I used to feel like that too. I used to be like, damn, like I'm tired of seeing these people go out and just help people just to look good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought it was such a shitty thing. And then I started coming across pages like Jimmy Darts. I love that guy. So what he does, and he doesn't do it mostly like on screen, but what he'll do is he'll go out and he'll find people that need help. Or like what he's really big for is he'll like go into like a Walmart, like do something stupid and like walk around with like a horse, right? And he'll like ask who wants to do like a horse, not like an actual horse, like like a stick horse. You know what I mean? Like a toy. And he'll ask like, "Oh, do you want to like race me?" And like most of the people will turn him down and not give him like a second of their day. They're like, "Oh, no." And there's always like one guy who's like, "You know what? Fuck it, why not?" And he'll talk to these people, or he'll find someone who's homeless, or he'll go up to someone and be like, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you have like $1? I'm like $2 short for this turkey or something like that." And they'll give him what he's asking for, and he turns around and he goes, well, hey, look, I actually have $500 cash for you, and I want to buy all your groceries.
I like
And
those
then
streamers.
he's
I
also
like those videos.
he has a ministry too, and then he'll go and he'll spread like the gospel to this person if they don't already know about like Jesus and stuff like that. You know, that's his main goal, is to spread the gospel. But like having all the viewers and having people pay attention to him allows him to do those things because they donate to him for him to be able to do that. He's gotten people off the streets. He's gotten people into homes. He's gotten, you know, and it's like we have come to a point to where it's like, yes, some of it is selfish, but at the end of the day, if a person's getting help, that's
It
the
shouldn't
good thing.
matter. Yeah.
And if they, you know, their judgment's going to come from someone else, and that's all that matters.
Like
And
everyone's
I
gonna
think-
judge you at the end of the day.
Yep.
You got to try not to, though. That's the thing.
I think with creators that, you know, want to do it for, you know, the clout and the likes and the views and everything, you know, time will tell if that person is genuine at the end of the day.
Because I mean, at the end of the day,
what
people
I'm
could
saying?
judge me for doing the fucking charity stream and say that I'm doing it all for myself, doing it for clout, shit like that. You know, it's
Yeah.
literally a fucking double-edged sword. You're gonna
It
get
can be.
judged no matter what you do. Like I said, the first charity
Just
stream
do
we
shit.
raised $503, and
called
someone
scammer.
called me out for being a scammer. Like what? No matter what, someone's always gonna judge someone. But if I can fucking get the help out there, I'm gonna do it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah,
So-
me too.
I get why you feel the way you do, Ian, but as long as someone's getting the help, I think it's more relevant for that than the actual clout that the person's getting, whether they're being genuine or not. You know what I mean? At least someone's still getting helped.
Like, I call-
No, and I'm happy for that. But
Yeah.
in my mindset, it's like you give this man, you know, a $20 meal from McDonald's,
Yeah.
and then in a month you get $30,000 because you got 60 million views off that video.
Yeah,
Give it
yeah.
to
I see what you're
McDonald's.
saying.
You know what I mean?
It's
So
rough.
It doesn't equal out in my mind as
What you're
fair.
putting out versus what they're coming into them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, but like I understand that there are genuine people out there trying to, you know, I guess be a better person, or even if they are a better person, just, you know, informing people like, you know, as humans we should help each other out, kind of thing. I get that and I understand that and I appreciate it. It's just I
Yeah.
don't understand the whole fact of sitting there and filming it, man. You
'Cause
don't have
say-
to do that.
Say if
Well-
I got a $500 donation, right, and I fucking took that and I gave it to a homeless person tomorrow and I filmed it, right, and then I made $30,000 off of that. You know I wouldn't be keeping that whole $30,000. I'd be putting it right back into this bitch.
Exactly.
know what I mean?
See, and
That's
that's
why-
why I respect you a lot, because you actually do something with it. You're not gonna go out and buy a fucking Bugatti. You know what I mean?
I get it. I get where you're coming from. There are pieces of shit
But-
in this world that take advantage of charity.
Oh yeah.
But
definitely,
that's
without a
why I
doubt.
said at the end of the day, sooner or later, we're all gonna see who was actually genuine and who was just a scumbag.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I'm
They'll
saying?
get
So it's really
theirs.
just best adjustment. Yeah, they'll get theirs. That's really what it is, man.
You know?
Um,
Day and all that.
I think
That's just
it
one of
might.
my pet peeves when I see it on like little like shorts
But-
and all that shit. I
but-
hate seeing that shit.
I get it.
But before social media, where all these people, I don't want to say all these people because, you know, obviously generations are different, but the people like 10, 20 years ago who didn't have social media, were they helping? I guarantee you no.
Yeah.
I think it's right now it's more of like because of social media and TikTok and everything, I think it's becoming more of like a focal point and more of like a reminder to give back. I think that's what I personally like about it myself, is it seems like it's more of like a, hey, this is what we're doing. I really hope y'all do the same thing. If you're following a genuine creator like Mr. Beast or something, you know. So I really think like 10, 20 years ago, I really don't think people were doing shit
Yeah.
at all. I really don't think anybody was doing anything to
Nah,
help
they-
that cause.
They really look down on homeless people. That's just what a lot of the times. That's what they do. They look down on them, you know. And it's like, you don't know how that person got in that situation to begin with.
Yep.
Whether it
don't
was
them-
drugs or not, at the end of the day, they're still a fucking human being, and people still need help. And you know,
Yeah.
there's always a conservative view. I hate to say the word conservative, but they, you know, they don't want to help other people because they're like, "Fuck you, I have my own problems."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you know what?
It's-
Someone else has always
kinda
got it
s-
worse.
Kind of seems like an ego battle.
But that's where it
Yes.
comes down to, the separation in this fucking country at the end of the day. You know what I mean? And when it comes down to it, we all look down on people that are less fortunate than us. most of the time. There's a lot of people that do. There's a lot of people that don't. I imagine at one point we all had views on homeless people that weren't the fucking greatest because we were told to just leave them alone, that they're druggies or this or that. But some people just lost their jobs, lost their homes because they lost their jobs and aren't able to get back up on their feet because they couldn't get a nice polo to go into an interview with. They couldn't get a shower to go into the interview with, something like that, you know. So, and then there are those other homeless people that I've seen that I've actually talked to. I found I talked to one the other day. There's just been a bunch just sitting over at the Wawa over.
Yep.
And I talked to one the other day, and he said, I choose to be homeless because it's a lot easier for me to not deal with all the responsibilities that I had before I was.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that'll like go to jail, they get institutionalized.
Just so they get a home.
I mean, when you go to jail, you got 3 hots and a cot. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? They'll
Yeah,
they'll
free
do
food, all that.
minimal crime just so they can get a couple nights in a jail.
Yeah.
Bunch of booty if you're into that.
But yeah, that too.
That's fair.
Straight
That's
stuff,
definitely
you
fair.
know? I mean, if you're into it, go for it. You know.
Yeah, the other day, man, right? So me and my wife going to Smoothie King. Shout out to Smoothie King. And
Hashtag Smoothie King.
Hashtag
Sleep, get on that real quick.
we seen this guy standing on. We've seen him a couple times before, and usually if we're on that side of the exit, I give him whatever cash I have left in my wallet, which is usually leftover cash from the dispensary because I usually don't carry cash. Try to give him whether it's $3, $4, $10, whatever. Well, his sign said needs food. Didn't ask for money. He said needs food. I'm like, all right, cool. So I tell my wife, I said, put the window down. She's like, oh, like weird about it at first. I'm like, yo, just put the fucking window down and let me talk to this guy. You don't gotta say anything to him. If you're uncomfortable, I'll talk to him. I'm like, yo, are you hungry? He goes, yes. Like, I'm fucking very hungry. I'm like, what do you want to eat? And he came right up to my car. He goes, okay, I can't have tomatoes. I can't have ketchup, and I can't have seafood. He had allergies, I guess. I'm
Sounds
like,
me.
all right, no problem, right? He had a vet card with him and everything. No problem. We go down to Chick-fil-A down the road. We grab a fuck ton of sandwiches, like 3 sandwiches or something like that, and 2 fries. You know, a bunch of food for this guy, so that way, like, if not to eat it all at once, but maybe eat it throughout the day, or if he's got a buddy or something. We come back to go give him his food. He's fucking gone. So I'm like, what the fuck? So we park over at the White Castle, and I'm waiting for him to like come back. I'm waiting. Like 10 minutes goes by, doesn't come back. I seen a cop that was parked like really close by. I went up to him. I was like, hey, did you ask him to leave? And he goes, no. He was telling me where they all lived at, but it was like you couldn't get to it by car. It was all on foot, and I at the moment I couldn't go back there. But so what I did was I left a sandwich and a bottle of water there. You know, he wasn't there, so I wasn't leaving the whole bag there. I left a sandwich and a bottle of water. I was like, all right. And then I asked my wife, I said, where do the rest of the homeless people hang out? And we went to the next spot. I asked the dude, I'm like, yo, you hungry? Yeah, I got some food. And just give it to him. You know, I didn't film it or anything. Well, one, I don't have that like type of follower account where people be like, oh, this is amazing. Let me donate to help you do more. I would love to do something like that. Like,
I would too.
Like Jimmy
Same.
Darts, like those guys that go out and do
Yeah, people are
charity or
doing that.
or philanthropists and stuff like that, to where they go out and they interact with people, and to watch that emotion and to watch that change and how much something what might seem so little to some people is so much to others, and how helpful that is. And like I said with like the charity donation and wanting to raise $1 million, I stopped advertising myself as wanting to raise $1 million for cancer. That's still my goal. But I don't
Yeah.
advertise that because then people think like, oh, I'm just here for the money.
Yeah.
What I started to do was I said, you know what? I'm going to focus on the content that I put out. If I put out good content, I'll eventually get viewers. If I get viewers, I'll eventually get donations. Then I can do like real deal charity streams where like, okay, we're going to do a fucking 20-hour stream or something like that, or or whatever. Even though I don't like sitting longer than 3 or 4 hours, I'm like, then we'll. Because Dr. Lupo used to do it for St. Jude's, I think. And
Yep.
I never really watched
He
him, but
still
yeah,
does it every year.
He will
So
sit
Every
there
day.
and
yeah,
raise
he
$1
still
million.
does do it.
Yeah, sit there and raise $1 million in a stream. You know,
He
so
was
like,
just talking about it today, how he's trying to figure out what he's going to do for end of year, whether he's going to do Toys for Tots this year or he's going to do St. Jude. But every donation that he gets goes straight to St. Jude. All the super chats and memberships stay with him, but the donations go straight to St. Jude.
yeah, no, like to be able to like link up with somebody like him, you know, and that would be
Oh, yeah.
amazing. You know, it's hard as like a little streamer because you have so many people that just want to scam people rather than like, oh look, you know, like rather than like, oh, we got good people that are just trying to work together. You got to be so careful of like the people you surround, you know, you surround yourself with because you know you think you might be helping somebody and that person's just robbing you blindsided.
Yeah.
And that's another thing about like networking and stuff like that. Like I have a friend that was trying to do a lot of promotion for me, and she has lots of friends that are like big DJs, like 50 Cent's DJ and stuff like that, like big guys.
Oh, wow.
He's friends with them,
Wow.
and I would hop in their streams and stuff like that. And but that's not my thing. I'm not
Yeah.
into DJing. I don't know anything about it. I don't. It's just way out of the water for me, you know. And for her, it was like second nature. But to me, I'm like, this is a strange land. Like I don't know shit about none of it. Like I love music.
Yeah.
I still don't know shit about DJing. So she was like trying to link me up with these guys, and I like was at one point I'm just like I don't know if that's what I want to do because it's just so out of left field for me, you know. I'm like I'm a gamer, you know. Like if you could hook me up with fucking Dr. Lupo or Mr. Beast or fucking you know Dr. Disrespect Ninja,
Two
I
tons.
don't know, yeah, fucking Tim the Tap Man, anybody, you know, that's got like a real following. And I told her too, I was like, you don't realize this. And a lot of small streamers are for it, out for like giving each other shout outs and working with each other and stuff like that. A lot of the big guys do not want to do that.
I tried to contact Whips the other day about trying to get Tim on this podcast because I think that would be amazing.
Oh yeah.
People, they don't want to give up their airtime. They don't
Yeah.
want to give away their followers. They don't want to give away any potential followers or subs or anything like that. And I tried to explain to her, I'm like, believe it or not, streaming, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, whatever, it's a cutthroat business. And a lot of people are going to do whatever they can do in order to push themselves ahead to get the viewer count, to get the subs, to get what they need, rather than to like work together or something like that. And you know, that's what I was explaining to her because she was getting upset because she's like reaching out to people and they're not really giving her the time of day. I'm like, look, these people don't want to give out time of day for anybody.
Yeah.
So like, don't be upset. You know what I mean? It's like not everybody has the same goals in mind. Some people just want to
Mhm.
stream so they can have nice cars and make lots of money and not have to, like, people think not have to work, but streaming is a lot of work.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, like you know, you might think like, oh, I'm playing Pokemon for 3 hours, but no, I'm playing. Yeah, I might be playing Pokemon, but I'm entertaining chat. My mind is not just focusing on a game, so it's not like I'm just enjoying the game. I have to focus, interact with chat. I have to make sure that all my software is working properly. You know, and I'm a small guy. You know, that's why like the big guys, the big streamers, you know, they hire teams.
Yeah.
You know, they make enough money to where they got a tech guy, they got they got an audio guy, or you know, they got person for this, they got a person for that.
And that's the concept at the
Yeah.
end of the day is I would like to try and get one of them on this podcast to try and get this thing moving. And it's very hard to reach out to them. I've tried to do it through donations already and it hasn't really gotten anywhere. But eventually,
You
I
probably
think,
got to contact the manager, and then there's probably like a certain amount of money you would have to pay.
yeah, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like, it's sad to know that you have to pay money to get one of those guys on this podcast. I think Mr. Beast would do it if he actually found out about it, but he has so much going on. I don't think that he would be able to do it.
That guy gets flooded. I doubt he even like touches a phone besides for phone calls and text messages.
Yeah, so like
Probably
trying to
was
figure out how to
flooded with
reach
stuff.
out to him, I don't know how I would go about that. But
You
I
don't
feel
find
like
Mr. Beast. Mr.
I've
Beast finds you.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
where I think it would be amazing to be able to do that, something like that, or just find one of the big guys. And it's not for getting me clout, but that's what me and Corey talked about too. Is streaming is so fucking weird. Instead of everyone's always scared about fucking viewers being taken away from other people and them never showing up in their chat again and only supporting one. Cooley's been in every single fucking person that I've offered him to, and that's on his own accord, not fucking me. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, he comes back here every fucking podcast, every game that I stream. It don't fucking matter. You know what I mean? I don't know why everyone's so afraid of losing viewers to other people. You still enjoyed them while you were there, even if they did dip out. You know what I mean? Why are you mad that they enjoyed somebody else's content?
A lot of the big guys don't even read chat, bro. They don't.
That's what I'm saying.
Read chat because it moves so quickly for them. They can't keep up with it.
They do read chat, but I think they only have a select few that they actually like keep on the chat.
Like the donos.
Because, like if not even just the donos, but like if you watch like him or Doc or Dr. Fubo like consistently, they always find one person out of a screen that's flying through, like wind is blowing a page's books or a book's pages. They always find one at a random, and they know exactly what it said at like a speed of lightning because there's thousands of fucking comments going through. How do they pick that one person out every time?
Well, I feel like
where the audio team comes in, or like the like I mentioned earlier, like the team.
I also feel like they mostly read the nasty comments to try to get them out of there, and whenever they're irritated, because I see that shit all the time.
But when you watch him, it's always the funny comments that are always like fucking with him.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Like always insulting him, and he's like, all right, come on, guys.
Well, I know for Tim to even read a dono, you need to donate him $25 or else he doesn't see it. If you donate him anything less, he won't fucking see it because he has it set on a $25 donation.
Well, think about it. If you had like fucking 20 people every minute donating $1 just to get something put on screen, it would be flooded.
Yeah. And I get that. I do. It's just hard.
It's his job. I mean, he's been doing it for what, 13 years?
Yeah,
14 years or something like that. So I mean, I understand when
I'm not mad at him for it.
Streamers like that. He's always at a consistent like 30K.
Yeah.
Yeah, my buddy showed me the other day like 43,000 people watching him. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like,
I don't think I could handle that. I'd get social anxiety. I'd be like, hi guys, and then just go back to my game.
Yeah.
Like, oh, thanks for the no.
1 second, I gotta address my mom real quick. Enjoyed the chat, fellows. Got to keep up the info. Very important to keep talking about. Thank you, Mom.
Preach.
And Cooley said, bro, I didn't even watch big streams. To me, that's the same as watching a video because you never really get to know people. Yeah, that's facts.
That's true.
Very true.
And this is why, back to like that thing, like streaming culture is definitely very, very fucking selfish, especially when you move up the ranks. And I get it, everybody's got like the same eyes on the prize type of shit. And this is why I always talk to Dev. I'm like, bro, new era of streaming is coming, bro. I always say that shit all the time to him because I fucking mean it. Like, we're just trying to collab with people and just do dope shit.
Yeah.
Like, where's the disconnect on being selfish for? Like, what's the point? Like, why can't we just all just fucking grow together and just, come up? So that's why I always say, like, bro, a new era of streaming is coming because, like, I done met a bunch of people, who just want to be on the come up with other people. And I think from a lot of small creators that I just watch, just pulling up randomly, they all kind of want to do the same shit. They just want to grow with people. So I keep my eyes peeled all the time. And, I think there is a change, just like watching random streams that I come across. But I just really wish that gotta stop being so fucking selfish, man. Like, we're all gonna get there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you just work hard and you just stay patient and just stay true to yourself, you gonna get there because you're gonna deserve it.
Exactly.
Like, why the fuck do you have to sweat for?
I think
as long as it's not hot tub streams, I'm good.
Yeah, right. Why not?
I can't stand that shit, man.
I'll get a hot tub going right here.
Money.
Yeah, right. I said I'll get a hot tub going. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yo, I was actually talking to Devin about this. I think it was. I was talking to Devin
about a hot tub
I think
stream?
it was. No. Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up a memory that Devin might have. It was me. I hope my wife's not watching this stream. It was me,
Pink
Devin,
unlocked.
and 2 different girls, and
Pink unlocked.
we went to go get in like a hot tub or something like that. And I don't know who it was, but someone was wearing black socks, and the black fuzzies started floating in the water and fucked the
Hey,
whole
yo.
vibe up.
Yep, I remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Damn
yeah.
fuzzies, man.
I remember I snuck out for that at
Yep,
like
Remember that?
2 o'clock in the morning.
yep.
And I was like, I remember I didn't know who it was. But I was like, either Devin or one of these girls. It ain't me. I got white
It
socks
wasn't
on.
me. It wasn't me, motherfucker.
I remember getting so upset about
Sounds
that.
kind of sus. He came out real quick. He's like, "It ain't me, motherfucker."
But I remember that.
Yeah, right?
No, I never wore
remember
black
that.
socks back then. I wear black socks now, but I don't wear black socks back then.
I'm wearing white socks right now.
You used to wear white high top socks.
Me, no.
Yes, you did. You wore white high tops
Sometimes.
with shorts.
Not all the
Yes,
time.
the fuck. Most of the time, especially
I
when
was
we were
corny.
down by the court.
I was corny.
Yeah, you were. It's alright though.
What was it? Oh man, but
I was the
talking on
goofiest
the-
motherfucker out of all of us.
no, that was you.
Oh, he's one of those guys that makes a joke and you start laughing. He looks at it and he goes, "You
Well,
like that
bro,
one, huh?"
I
You
was
like
I
that
was I was drunk and high all the time back then. Like
Yeah, we
no
all
joke, we were
Who wasn't?
we were on it 24/7. As soon as our high went away, we were looking on how to get the next fucking nick or fucking get the next
Juve-
bottle.
Yeah, juvenile delinquents.
Yeah,
Good times.
Not
though.
not dealing with our emotions and just drowning in them.
yeah.
But
To be honest, those were some of my favorite times.
you look back at them as favorite, man. I like to think that too sometimes, and sometimes I'm like, damn, I was fucking miserable though.
Like I'm glad I met Dan through those
I don't know.
times, but I'm glad
That's
I
what I'm
know
saying.
him now for who he is. You know what
But
I
the
mean?
people that I met through those times, I still talk to them daily.
I don't.
There's
So it's like, I
yeah, same
met
for
some
me. There's not a
really
lot that
good
I still talk
people.
to.
I mean,
There-
I met
very
some good
little.
people through that, but
But what we were talking about earlier is about like people coming together and working together. So like I'm sure all of you guys have heard of Nade Shot
Yeah.
yes, sir.
and how he's got his brand 100 Thieves.
Mm-hmm.
I
Which
believe I
Devin
was
wants
talking.
to join.
Yeah, right. I was
I
talking
am.
to Devin about this the
Hold
other
on.
day. I want.
No, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, okay. I want
My-
stream
my bad.
like Stream2Cure like that. You know what I mean? I want that eventually as like a branded, as like a brand or like multiple people working
So, like,
together to
A
raise.
content house.
Yes, a content house. So, and it doesn't all have to be like competitives, but a content house to where like most of it's donate like charity related. You know,
I think it would
obviously
be
outside of our
amazing
own
to
needs.
do
That'd be
like
fucking
the
sick.
suicide awareness with the cancer and have a few other charities in there. I think that would be
Oh
amazing.
yeah, dude, definitely.
Well,
It's
if I
whether
can
it's
join, I'm not a
It's
content
genius,
creator,
dude.
but I actually work like warehouse jobs. So
Yeah.
I'll be able to pull money in from that.
yeah, right. But no,
I don't
it's-
stream, so
it's definitely so. Like I just started, and it's something that like I've been thinking about and like branding it as like a group. I guess a content house would be the word for it. I probably would not live within that content house. I have kids and shit, but to have like to have like a group of streamers, you know, and not all in one channel per se, but you know, like I told my brother, I'm like, yo, maybe you should like start streaming, bro, and just throw S2C in your name.
So
Now we're
How
branded.
sorry,
Yeah.
how I picture that is kind of like the Wu-Tang Clan, but for streaming.
Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with.
Individual talents, individual like
can I be all dirty bastard?
purposes,
I'll be right
all
back.
but one for everything.
ODB.
I'm the one man on me.
I call
control.
ODB. Fuck that.
I love ODB, bro. He's my
But
favorite.
yeah, I think
He was a
I
man
honestly
outside
think
the ring.
it would be good. And like I think that's another thing with a lot of small streamers kind of struggle with. And I watched the guy that I work with actually have this happen to him. I remembered that he was streaming and I followed him on Twitch and I didn't recognize the username, so I clicked the account. I'm like, holy shit, this is my buddy from work. He has over 500 Twitch followers. I was like, holy fuck. You know, so I reached out to him because I was just getting started. I was looking for some tips, and he goes, "Yeah." Now he goes, "No, he goes, that was all like pyramid scheme, like Facebook groups, fucking Discord groups, Twitter, you know, other
why I
streamers.
won't
Literally
post it on-
500 other little streamers that followed him, and none of them were genuine followers or genuine viewers. People that wanted to view the stream, or people that wanted to
Like interact kind of thing.
interact. They just wanted to gain in their own way, and he was a stepping stone for that. And they would like,
Yeah.
oh, if we all work together, we can get affiliate. And like, I don't want that. I want to
That
earn
follow for
affiliate.
follow shit is a fucking scam, bro.
It is a scam. You don't
hate it.
don't get anywhere. You are still at step one. You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? And I watched that happen to him, and because like I kept hearing about like these groups, and I even got invited to like, it's called the 99 Discord, the 99 gaming community, which I guess is a bunch of streamers that are like, I don't know, but I haven't said anything in it. I haven't used it. I just muted the server. Probably gonna leave it eventually. Nothing against them, but I'm not looking to grow my audience just on other streamers that want me to come in and hang out in their chat and donate to them or whatever. You know, I want a
It's
genuine.
pointless.
Yeah, I say this a lot too. Like, that's why I switched from like, I started out with Apex, which was fine. I played a lot of Apex. I got like 600 hours played in Apex. I'm a casual player, average player. And I was like, oh, like, let's stream Apex.
Mm.
And like, that's what my buddies were playing too. And then it just came to a point where I was like, this is not fun to play for long periods of time.
No.
The game is sweaty. Then to navigate with what, like, it was only little chat, but even then I'm like, all right, this is kind of like almost overwhelming. And then I was
Mhm.
like, all right, why don't I do what I like?
Yeah.
So Gotham Knights came out. I started playing Gotham Knights. My views on Gotham Knights was fucking horrible.
Wait, can I quick
Which is-
sidebar? Is that game good? I've been
If
debating
you're-
about it.
If you're a heavy DC fan, I would suggest it. If you are not, I would not recommend it unless it goes on sale.
Is the
I'm-
combat like similar to like Batman Asylum and all that shit?
To be honest, I haven't played one of those games in a very long time.
Oh,
But
fuck.
I liked the combat in the game, and I liked that each characters was a little different from each other.
Okay.
I like that a lot. I like the 4 different characters, and I liked how they developed each differently. I liked how each got their own weapons, they got their own suits, their own upgrades, and stuff like that. I'm actually gonna write a review on that game. What I wanted to start doing in my Discord server is I wanted to start writing reviews and on every game that I play. So far we've had Gotham Knights. We're not gonna review Apex because
What's up, Matt?
Good, Matt.
because we're not gonna fucking review Apex. God of War Ragnarok, you know.
Oh, don't say anything. I still need to play
I'm not gonna spoil anything. You know, Pokemon Scarlet, you know, that's the one I played, Scarlet/Violet. Like, and I gotta write reviews and like stuff like that, and I want to put that stuff in there for my community for like people that are new and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Can
no,
I suggest
sorry,
something?
sorry, the
Before-
nerd came
I'll
out in me.
suggest
I
it.
just needed to know because I wanted to hear like an actual view from somebody that I guess I could say I know now.
Let me tell you how many
From,
hours I have
from
on
some random ass like comment on the internet. So
it. Yeah, so
Can I
I
make
But the
a
nerd came out.
suggestion?
I just needed to know.
I have 20
Can I make
hours
a
played in it. But go ahead, yeah. I'm
Not
sorry.
bad. No, I was gonna make a suggestion. Like, yeah, you can definitely do the reviews like in your Discord, but as a suggestion for content, why don't you do like a review like for YouTube?
And
Like,
TikTok.
oh, here's my full breakdown of God of War Ragnarok. Man, let's talk about it and break it into sections and talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, if there is any, which I doubt because God of War is fucking amazing.
It's phenomenal.
Something like that. Like, obviously, still post it to your Discord.
And
yeah,
have a
for
little
Sure,
gameplay
but
in the background.
definitely have something like extra for YouTube. That's just my
Might not be a
personal
bad idea.
suggestion.
What kind of sucks though is I don't know, like, especially with how Twitch works, it only keeps your content up for 6 days.
Yeah, you
So
have
I
to
would either have
download
to-
it.
So weird.
I would have to go back into the game and then download like certain clips, and it would have to be early enough in the game to where it wouldn't spoil anything.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also like, I mean, that's
Yeah,
definitely something I could
you-
do. That's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah, and
I
like
mean,
you
if
wouldn't even
anything,
need to
you
like
could
download your clips. You could just talk about it. Like, I don't know if you ever
Yeah.
heard of what the fuck is his name? The one guy who does like album reviews and shit. I forget.
Ah, yeah.
Anthony Fantano.
I know
Tony
you're talking about.
Fantano?
My
So,
buddy showed
do
me him.
something like that. Yeah, do something like that where like you don't even need to show the gameplay unless like you're doing it live or something like that
Yeah.
night it comes out. Just talk about it.
Yeah.
And
You could even
kind
show
of just leave
old
something in
footage
there.
of God of War. Like
Yeah.
either the past one that came on or like the first gen, like PlayStation fucking God of War. Not the first gen, but like the first game of God of War. You can show
Okay,
gameplay of
streamers,
that
this is what we
instead.
gotta do. We gotta bounce stuff off each other and not,
Yeah, work
put
together.
somebody down. We gotta grow here, bro.
So-
Bounce ideas off each other. Come
That's
on.
why,
I
like, I
used to
keep
I
talking-
used to stream like 10 years ago, but I stopped doing that shit because of substances. But yeah, we're not gonna get into that. So
It's
Oh,
alright.
I started streaming. I wanted to start streaming probably it was before my daughter was born during my heavy drinking days. I wanted to start streaming because I played Titanfall 2. So it was like 2016. So it's like damn, almost like 7 years ago. So I really like Titanfall. I fucking
It's
love
good.
Titanfall. Love Titanfall series. Love the multiplayer. I ran with a team. We fucking were unstoppable on Amped Hardpoint. I fucking loved it, and I wanted to start streaming my gameplay. Well, I had this guy that I worked with, and we were working together. We wanted to make like a vaping company or something at the time, and all this shit. We were gonna call it Stay True Vapor because I got Stay True on my knuckles, and we had all this shit set up, but like I financially couldn't afford to open a fucking business. I was a drunk, and my mental health was an absolute mess. So like we were putting like work into it, but I was like, like then I was like, maybe I'll stream. Maybe I'll just stream my gameplay because like I really like video games. I really didn't have any friends at the time. I had moved away, got kind of pushed all my friends that were using at the time, got rid of them, and kind of was trying to focus on myself. And I played RuneScape for so long that I was used to isolation. I was used to playing video games by myself. But now I'm playing like a multiplayer game that requires teamwork from each other rather than just like an MMO. So I was like, fuck. Like, how do I do this? You know, like, and I made like friends on the Xbox or whatever, and we would play together. It was really cool, and I wanted to start streaming.
bless you.
And you God bless you. And then he goes out and this buddy of mine, and then he started streaming right away too, like the same week I wanted to start. So I felt discouraged. I didn't want to start. I definitely didn't want to compete against him. You know, he was my friend. But like at the same time, like, damn, dude, like, that's kind of what I wanted to do. But whatever. It's nothing like there wasn't none like that. But I was just like, all right, let him do his thing. And he ended up not doing anything with it. And that's when it like dawned on me when I read. I'll have to link it in somehow, whether it's
Yeah.
through the story or something, or through the chat or something like that of Andrew's story about how he raised $1 million for a rare type of kidney cancer.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, you know what, dude, it was like I felt like I found like a calling or something, like because I was dealing with like
Yeah.
issues of purpose. I'm like, what's my purpose? Like, I beat this cancer, and like I'm like, what more is there for me?
Mhm.
As
Yeah.
it's like from a spiritual aspect, all that. I'm like, what do I do next?
Man.
You know what I mean? So it's like, and I feel like this awareness and all this and creating content and to help people, I feel like that is the
Yeah.
purpose, and to obviously raise my children to be fantastic people and stuff like that and live a happy life. But like work wise, like I was never happy with my work ever. I mean, like
Yeah.
I make good money, but like it was just like it felt, the rat race, and it just felt shitty.
Bro, you actually read my mind because I was really gonna ask you like what was like a time where like you just confirmed like what made you like want to start streaming, and you kind of already touched base on that, but if that's basically your answer, like leave it at that. But if you have any other additional comments on that, definitely elaborate on it for sure.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it was
what
definitely
really like what made what was that one thing in your head that's like, yeah, I definitely want to get into this, like.
it was definitely Andrew's story. When I seen that he raised $1 million with a GTR, he's not here anymore. He passed away. He tried 8 clinical
Rest in peace,
trials.
man.
Rest in peace, Andrew. I believe his name is
Rest in
Andrew
peace.
Lee. He was young. He was 20 years old when he got diagnosed. Young man, and he battled
wow.
cancer for 4 years. When he found that it was already like widespread, really bad, I believe. But he fought like fucking hell for 4 years, and he raised $1 million with a fucking car, And
Was he
I'm not.
dragging with it?
I don't think so. It was a GTR. He would just go to car meets, and he had it. It was like
Kind of show it off.
yeah, it was orange, and like they had like ribbons on it and stuff like that, and like it was like a really
Okay.
souped up, nice GTR. His dad, because what happened was he got diagnosed with his cancer. He got diagnosed with cancer, and his dad asked him, what is one of your life goals? What is like something you wanted to achieve in your life? He said, well, I've always wanted to get myself a GTR, like a nice car, because he was a car guy. That was his interest and his hobbies. So like the next day or like then within the next couple of weeks, his dad actually went and got him a GTR. How yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it was awesome. It was
True.
fucking fantastic. So he ended up going to car meets and like meeting other people with GTRs and got into like this GTR group, and then eventually like opened up a nonprofit and started raising money and like raising awareness by like, because people come up to you to talk about your car, and then, you're like, oh well, like this is why I'm here, this is what I'm doing, and like so many people like fell in love with it that like he raised at least $1 million while he was alive, if not continuing to raise money as he's no longer here. And I seen it and I asked myself, I said, what is something that I love that I could do to raise $1 million? I said, I love video games, but I'm not a digital like design artist. I'm like, I couldn't like make a video game
Yeah.
at the moment. Like I'm not trained in anything like that. I said, I've had thoughts of streaming before. So I said, why don't I give streaming a try? It just like dawned on me, and it's weird because I don't always play the games that people like. I'm not like everybody's playing Warzone. Like if Dev hits me up tonight to play Warzone, if I'm not streaming, I'll probably play some DMZ. But like I'm not real big into the shooter games. I like them. I do all right. I do like I'm a casual. I do all right. I get my wins.
I'll be
and
getting
stuff
my
like
Swiss
that.
soon.
I'm just not.
I already
I'm
have
just
mine.
not fucking crazy about them because they feel like endless dopamine. You know what I mean? It feel like that's what it feels like to me. Like it's just it's endless and there's no real like achievement. There's no satisfaction like a blue ribbon on Steam when you're 100% a game. Or like
Yeah.
you put 40 hours into this game and you had a really fun playing that story, or oh look, I completed another game, or like that's fucking RuneScape fuck my brain up. I swear, like I got a lot of that
Yeah,
still.
does that, bro.
I feel like
But
smaller streamers. I feel like smaller streamers when they don't play mainstream games, they find like a whole different group
community.
of people to watch them. Because when I
Oh,
was
yeah.
streaming back in like 2015, like when I did it for like maybe a year or two, I had like 13 to 17 people watching me play Division.
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's tough.
It was nuts, like, because everybody was all about Call of Duty. Everybody was like, I think that was around the time that Titanfall came out, something like that.
Yeah.
And then they were all like, everybody was like, the big streamers are all about that kind of shit. But I was playing something that nobody else was playing, because you always see like, Counter-Strike or Call of Duty, or you were seeing like Gears of War or some shit like that.
Yeah,
No, I was
Gears of War.
playing
I
like this
fucking
game
love
that
Gears of War.
was co-op and like a campaign, and I'm sitting there just fucking around, and I was ending up with 15 to 17 viewers a stream.
Yeah.
So it's like
Off.
it was
You put the hoodie
nice.
back on to take it back off.
He got
That's how you
cold,
were a
motherfucker.
fan,
Let him
bro.
go.
Yeah, but yeah, Dev, I guess you and I can answer that question too. Like, what was like
Well, I
Like, what
kind
made
of
us
wanted
wanna-
to bring one thing in real quick, and I wanted to see
Yeah,
if
go
you
ahead.
guys would be in.
absolutely.
So, coming back to the concept of charity and coming back to the concept of what Ian brought up and how he brought up giving away with videos and whatnot, what I want to see if you guys would be into is for this December, try and see how much money that we can raise for a Toys for Tots, and then go do an IRL and give away toys to the kids around our community.
I'd be down for it.
Like door to door.
I wouldn't do door to door. I'd
no,
set
I
up
don't-
somewhere.
Door to door, but
I don't
we
know
would
where
shout.
we I don't know where we would have to go for it. I imagine there's some places that we could go to see these kids and go give it out.
I'd say a children's hospital.
I think that would be amazing.
Dude, if we could raise enough money to go
Uh,
give kids like fucking, I'm sorry, 1 second. This is one
My
of the
Get
other
some
things.
goddamn Legos, because those things
My
are
bad.
amazing.
Legos or
They
fucking
can
like,
create
dude,
anything they want to their own mind. Come on,
and well,
man.
and especially like kids that are sick, dude, like that don't have like energy, dude. If we could go in and drop off fucking Switches and iPads,
I think that would be
honestly,
amazing.
you need a lot of money for that. But to go in and drop off Switches, iPads, games, and stuff like that to sick kids, like, dude, that would fucking
That would be amazing.
that'd be amazing. I'd be so
Oh yeah,
fucking
big
I'd
time.
be so fucking happy with that. Because that's like another thing I talked to my wife about. I'm like, okay, well, what do we
Thank
do
you,
when
Julio.
cancer goes back into remission? What do we do then?
Yeah.
Like how do
Yeah.
we keep up the momentum? Because it's not just for me. This is about other people than myself. It's, the Stream2Cure. It's about other people and charity and helping other people and people in the future, and all that stuff. Because that's a gene mutation, man. My kids have a 50% chance of getting the gene mutation. It doesn't mean that they'll get cancer, but they might have that genetic mutation.
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah.
how to make a better future and how to make people's lives better. And so the simple things like that. If we could do something like that, I'd be fucking honored, dude. I am 100% down. I don't have lots of money.
Neither do
I'm
I.
not working.
Neither do I.
But if we can,
None of us do, bro.
yeah, yeah, right. I'm about a hobo stick with a sign like need money for charity for other
All right,
people.
so back to the hobo living on a train.
Yes.
No.
No, but I would love to make something like that happen. Is if we could somehow get like $500-600 raised so that we could get maybe even some like DSs or something. Maybe not Switches, but like some
Man,
DSs with some
These
games.
kids are gonna throw those DSs
Just don't give
right
it
at
out
us.
individually. Just
Right
like
out the
come
fucking
in,
window,
bring it in
bro.
as a group. You know what I mean?
It depends on what
I-
hospital you go to too. I mean, you go to
Yeah,
CHOP,
like
you're talking
don't
like
give out
1,000 kids
presents individually. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
Chop is
Yeah.
massive, bro.
versus like Lehigh might be a little smaller.
Like we won't be able to do it for every kid, obviously, but there's some.
Yeah, just
we-
bring the toys
Sorry,
in as a
Timmy.
group.
We gotta figure out some way to be able to make that happen. I
That'd
think that would be
awesome. It doesn't-
amazing.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Well,
Personally, I could bring in at least $150 towards it.
but we just got to
Well,
get the
once I
people.
start working, I can bring in at least 6.
Okay.
We got to get people, and we got to get word
I
going.
mean, I won't be able to
Yeah.
go with you
Yeah.
guys because I'll be working probably out of state, but
That
I'll be able to send my money
Yeah.
to you, Dev.
Yeah.
and my church was talking about this recently too. Like, so Lehigh Valley has like over 300 foster kids that need help.
I would love
And
to do
I-
something like that too.
Yeah, that was I actually took the pastor aside and said, "Yo, look, you don't know this, but I used to be a foster kid, and I would love to help in some way or another. I can't take any kids at the moment. I have kids, and I'm like obviously I'm dealing with health stuff, but if I could like help mentor or talk to some of these kids or something like that, oh, excuse me, I would love it. I would love to do something like that. And, be able. It's just something about helping people, dude. And it's not like I don't know. It's just like makes you fucking feel good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You help people.
Oh, yeah.
It's like it's to know that you don't realize how much of an impact you might have in somebody's life. Like I have
Yeah.
a teacher. I had this teacher that was really cool that I met while I was in foster care, hopping between homes, and I only had her for probably like 2 or 3 months. But she was really nice to me, and she like really believed in me. And let me pull it up. When I made that life update, she commented on it, and this is
Oh,
after
wow.
being like inactive on Facebook for like years,
Yeah.
And where did she say to me? Let me find this shit.
By the way, Cooley said, "Got that right. The positive help out vibes will always go farther than the shelfishness." I agree, brother. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm-
Oh yeah.
They got
I
the teacher as
apologize.
Well, Miss Casella.
For taking so long to answer that. I just seen it for some reason. It skipped over everything, I guess.
Oh, is it
Yeah.
in chat or something?
Yeah, it was in chat. I guess it was
Yeah,
a
top
while
chat.
ago, and I think it fucked up, and then I just switched it over to live chat, and I just seen it, so I apologize for that, Cooley.
Oops. He knows. You're good.
Yeah, my teacher that helped me out
He
was
does
Miss
know.
Casella. I graduated solely because of her.
Oh shit!
awesome.
Yeah, see, I didn't end up graduating.
Neither did
Because I
I.
moved around so much. But she left a comment and she told me, she goes, "Dan, I love reading this so much. Continue to fight the fight. I'm so proud of how your journey is taking you down this amazing and awe-inspiring path. I knew you would find you." And it's the last sentence that really gets me. She says, "I knew you would find you," knowing like how much of a lost kid I was at the time, and that's what I want. It's what I was. And it's
That's
like,
phenomenal inspiration, honestly.
but like the small impact that she had, and dude, I had her class like what, once a day for like 3
Holy.
months. I didn't even remember her name until she commented. But, you know, it's like there's certain people that make a huge fucking impact in your life and you don't even realize it. And like I
That's a
remember
fact.
like dealing with like foster care and like dealing with like probationary issues as a kid and like grief and all that stuff. Like a lot of the times everybody wanted to be like some type of model figure for you to like show you how to live and teach you what to do the right way or the wrong way. When in reality, all I needed at that time was just like a friend, you know,
Yeah.
whether like an adult friend or like something like that to help me guide me the right way without like, you know what I'm saying?
Imagine
know,
we
emotional
met
support.
us back then.
Yeah, right. I'd be like, yo, these kids are fucking assholes.
No, but imagine we had us back then for ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, it's like
Oof,
I
don't
can't.
give me that memory. Don't do that. No, I was a dickhead.
Yeah,
But that's
right.
what
I
I'm
was
saying.
too,
But like
man.
for you to be a friend to yourself back then, knowing what you know now, to not do what you did, or at least to try and change back then earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
What
know. I
would you
feel
tell
like
your past self?
Yeah.
What
I
would
mean,
you?
honestly, I'd probably still be friends with that boy, like
Oh,
myself,
I would.
and
You kidding me?
and younger, because I've always had a good heart. You know, like I made friends with my boy Justin, who we call Fatty J, in
Yeah.
2nd grade, and nobody would talk to him because he had poison ivy on his face. I was the first person to talk to him. I was the only person to talk to him because he seemed like a cool guy, and I'm still friends with him till this day.
oh shit.
You know, like I mean, me and him kind of like disconnected a little bit because he went off on his own, journey, but
Yeah.
we're still, good friends. Like if I were to get married, he's definitely going to be one of the groomsmen because
Yeah.
he's always been around. Like we've always been friends kind of thing. Like I would not mind being friends with my past self, and I've always talked about, if I had the chance to go back in time, would I change anything? Fuck no.
I say the same
Absolutely
exact
not.
thing.
I
Nope.
wouldn't.
I,
Nope.
cause I feel like, yeah, I have some bumps in my life and in my past, but it's made me, you know, it made me better myself, like physically
Yeah.
and mentally towards myself and other people. Because
Yeah.
I was an asshole. Like I was an angry motherfucker. I was in a class, the IU 20, because I had anger issues when I was in high school. And the only reason I graduated high school was because of that class. You know, like I was in a room with 10 people every
Yeah.
day for 8 hours a day, or not 8 hours. I don't know, remember how long it was, but I was in the same class with the same people every day for 3 years. You know, so it's like, would I change that? Hell no, because I learned how to deal with my anger along with therapists, child therapists and all that, anger management, all that. Um, so it's like I, I don't think I would change anything because the experiences that I had, I grew from them.
See,
I've
maybe
learned to
I used the wrong
Exactly.
come
word though.
above. What do you mean?
Maybe I meant more like if you could meet your past self, right? And you could give yourself just a little bit more guidance, right?
Oh yeah,
Would
I'd be a
you?
welder right now. I'd be an underground. I'd be underwater, like welding,
Underwater?
like boats,
Yeah.
like cruise ships and shit like that for
Big money.
$80 an hour.
I wouldn't
Alright.
change shit.
Cause I went to Votech. I was in welding for Votech, and then I just stopped going because I wanted to smoke weed instead.
Same.
So like I could have had a hell of a job making like 6 figures a year instead of, smoking weed.
Love
I
you,
don't think I
Cooley.
would have changed anything either.
Pissing that opportunity away. But
And Matt,
Yeah,
that's what we're about around here. The honesty.
Dude,
Absolutely.
I seen a question the other day. My cousin sent it to me. It was, would you rather have $3 million right now or go back to your first year of high school knowing everything you know? And I was like,
3
I
mil.
take the $3 million, and let me tell you why.
Easy.
Honestly, I would because I'd invest.
Yeah, let me tell you why. To be able to go back and mimic my life to get where I'm at now would be like fucking nearly impossible.
Oh, yeah.
Like in the circumstances that I've met my wife, and like the circumstances that I've gotten certain jobs, my children. I should have said that first. I'm an asshole.
No,
But
you're not.
like my
You still mention
children,
them, but
yeah,
You know, I was gonna say I'm not gonna say anything, but you know,
they could have been a little higher up on the list. But no, for real, that's the thing that I'm saying. Is like the odds of me meeting my wife again, like if I would restart and try again to meet my wife and then have a successful relationship with her, like
Would you like to
bro.
talk about that story a little bit? Because I don't even know
Sure.
that story.
Now you don't know that story? All right, hopefully it's YouTube. Okay. All right, so this is how I met my wife. So I was working for her mom, and you remember Dragon?
Yep.
I was living with him, and his mom was a supervisor for Marissa's mom,
Oh, okay.
and Marissa's mom had hit up what's his name's mom? He who shall not be named.
Yep.
What's his name's mom for some weed, and I was good for it. So she took me over there, and I dropped it off, and I was trying to smoke with her, but my buddy's mom wouldn't let me because I had a drug test the next day that she didn't know I was going to fail already.
yeah.
So then I end up failing that piss test, and this is crazy, right? This is the shit. So I fail that piss test, and I get forced to go into a rehab because I'm still a juvenile. And I call her all the time while I was there. She'd be like one of the only people that actually answer the phone calls. She wrote me a letter without a return address by accident. I received it on Christmas Day. So I remember being locked up for Christmas that year. And I got kicked out of foster care because I turned 18 while I was in the system. And I remember that's when I had an option. I could either move to South Philadelphia. I had somewhere to stay at that time. Or I could try to find a way to manage my way back into Lehigh Valley, which didn't seem kind of realistic at the time
Yeah.
because I lost the foster care and I didn't know of any friends that would have like taken me in, but Dragon and his family did. But Marissa's mother paid Dragon's mom like $150 or something like that to go pick me up from the courthouse and like convinced her to like let me stay there for a couple months so I could get my shit together. Well, I didn't necessarily get my shit together in the time that I had, but when I came home, I started dating Marissa shortly after. And then like 6 months into like living with Dragon, we ended up going separate ways, taking separate paths and doing different things, which is fine. And then I had to live with Marissa at that point or go back to Philly. I didn't have anywhere to live. And I've been with her ever since. So it'd be 10 years in February.
Wow.
And I sold her $20 worth of weed. That's how I met my wife.
Ain't that some crazy shit?
Yeah, it was my boss's daughter.
Hey, yo.
Shit, man.
Lou.
Ooh-wee.
Let's go.
My mans. I fucking love you. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to go over the dono real quick, and then we're going to go over the chats. Dono says, I love what this podcast stands for. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. Much love. And it will be going towards a good cause. Like I said, every month I will be donating $50 of my own dollars. So now we are at $150 for the donation of this podcast.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So that's amazing.
That's
People-
awesome.
Cooley says, people tried everything I would tell my past self, but I wouldn't listen to them back then, so I probably wouldn't listen to my future self either. Yeah, I can
point.
definitely agree with
I
that.
want to talk to my future self. No
Yeah,
way.
I'd be like, "Get the fuck out of here, boy."
I agree.
I'd probably jump myself. That's probably what I would have done.
Thanks,
Like,
bro.
yo, fucking get him.
Dude, we were always about fights back then, 100%.
It's so stupid. And
We
that's
were.
like that was the culture, man.
It
Fucking
was.
It
growing
really
up in, like,
was, bro.
the 90s, early 2000s, you got new metal and rap, and it's like it was just a fucking weird time.
Facts,
Corn,
bro.
bro, corn.
Louis says, I
Yeah,
love
right.
y'all. I love you too, Lou. Thank you so much for everything. Much love. And we will be having you back on this podcast soon, I promise. I'm just trying to
Oh yeah.
get through people that I want to get as many heads in here
Oh,
as possible
shit,
to try
Lou.
and get the amount of people out. That way we can bring this to a state. I mean, hell, I could have fucking 7 people on here at once. I'll make these screens small as fuck. I don't give a shit as long as we can get
Why?
get a whole circle of people. I'd enjoy it.
I'm truly
It could be a
honored to be
What did
here.
he
by the way,
say?
Jeff.
Julio
How come you don't
says,
show yourself?
yeah, he says how much
Because
he wants to be the ghost of the stream.
I like my privacy.
Yeah, that was something I kind of struggled with. Me and my wife were talking about it. She's like, "Are you sure you really want to do this? Like with the streaming, you're gonna be putting yourself in the limelight." And like, I was like, you know what? I kind of have to. Like, I'm not a very
Mm.
I'm not very social. Like I'm all right, but I never liked the idea of like fame or anything like that. You know, how people always would want to reach for fame. And I'm like, I don't like.
Stupid.
I didn't like the idea of the spotlight being on me, especially now the spotlight being on me while I'm in a vulnerable time in my life. You know, battling cancer, and I didn't know how that would make me feel because then you got people that ask questions, and a lot of time they're fucking insensitive,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't mean it. They just don't know any better,
Yep.
and dealing with like just people like that, and I know trolls are gonna come along eventually, and they're gonna say some nasty ass shit to me, and it's gonna upset me.
Yep.
I know for sure, but that was something that I really didn't know I was gonna be comfortable with. It was kind of like if it kicked off or when it kicks off, being in the limelight and kind of having the world judge you almost.
Yeah,
Hey man, you hold your composure well. I'll tell you that.
Very.
I agree.
I try to, and it's like I try to be cool about certain things. Like I'll correct people too. I had to do it to a lady at work once. She found out that I was battling cancer, and decided to list off every fucking family member she had that died from cancer, which I feel terrible for. But it's like, how about you like tell me about some of the people you know that survived? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do think you lose a sense of normalcy with fame.
Oh
And
yeah.
like Matt said in the chat, and that's another thing. I don't want to lose any. I don't even know what the fuck's normal anymore at this point. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I don't.
See-
Fuck it. Like,
See, I think what I
that's-
want is I don't want to become fame. What I want is for my brand to get out there more. That way we can make this
Message.
mainstream. Because the message means
Yes.
more than me. Because that's what I said when I came back. Cooley, you remember what the fuck I said my first stream back after 6 months? I said, I'm not doing this for me anymore. I said, if I ever lose my battle to depression, I just want my videos to be out there. That way people can look back, because when my stepdad passed, it fucking hurt me the most because that was my best fucking friend. And I said, if I ever lose my battle to depression again, I said, I just want people to go back and watch my happy times. And that meant the world to me.
Well,
So,
I'd rather not.
I guess I kind of.
Period.
No, I know that, but it's just the concept of that was my message coming back, and now I have a platform that I can actually make something happen other than that. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Now I
Well,
can
Daniel-
I can do something with my message that I didn't have before.
raging
Yeah.
and
Well,
Valorant.
Daniel,
Yep.
Yeah.
you have a new follower on Twitch.
Oh,
My name
let's
is
go.
Fearless Thought, and I followed you.
Look
Let's
at this.
go.
Yeah, here I got my Streamlabs open. This is not my. This isn't my stream. Hey, shout out to Fearless
I
Thought. Thank you
know.
for the follow. Corey D
I
Gaming,
know.
thank you for the follow.
But
What
I
up,
had,
bro?
I
Much
had
love.
to. It was honestly the whole. It was the
Oh.
discussion of when you had the dream of your mom, and it felt like a lucid dream. Like it was a dream,
Yeah.
but it didn't feel like one.
It was
I've
crazy.
had multiple
Ah.
dreams of that of my friend Amanda. So it's like
I
I
do all the
connected.
time.
I connected right there, and I was like, you know what? I'm
Yeah.
gonna follow this dude. I'm never really on Twitch at all, but I think I'm gonna start hopping on Twitch a
Yeah.
little more. for you,
I
my guy.
appreciate that,
So-
brother, man. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah.
It honestly means the world, dude. And like sharing and stuff. Like people, like I remember, I had to post a GoFundMe, right? We were struggling. I had to post a GoFundMe,
Was it for
Uh,
Taco Bell? I swear to God.
No.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure.
No,
Just
it
making
was
sure.
while I was dealing with cancer and being out of work. But
Oh
like, cause
shit, I'm an
I was
asshole.
no, you're fine, you're fine. I needed Taco Bell. But no,
Nah, I'm
it
fucking
was
with you,
like
man.
I was like, oh fucking, like we had to travel and all this stuff too. Cause I've been to fucking Texas, I've been to New York City, I've been to fucking I've been Maryland. I've kind of traveled all around to meet doctors and
And specialists and all that.
so yeah,
kind of stuff.
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like you know, that shit can get expensive. Um, you know, like sometimes I just can't fucking eat. Shout out to Smoothie King. Appreciate the fuck out of y'all. I'll go
Yo,
to Smoothie
hashtag
King.
Smoothie King sponsor.
Yes, dude, I'll get a 40-ounce
Cooley,
smoothie from
come
I'll
on.
get a 40-ounce smoothie from Smoothie King, and it's like fucking 600-700 calories, bro. And
Cooley
I'm like,
clip.
Hashtag 40-ounce smoothie. Shout out.
yes.
Flip it.
Clip it and ship it, baby.
We're going to get this goddamn sponsor, my guy.
Yeah, fucking right,
Butter.
man. I don't want GMC as a sponsor. I don't want your protein. I just want the smoothie. Yeah, but for real, man, it's fucking it's smoothie. It's fucking great, dude. I love it. It's like it
It's so good, bro.
oh man, I lost my train of thought, dude. Fucking
I'm so
Fucking
sorry. I
Smoothie
have a
King is
habit of
so
doing
good,
that.
bro. I don't blame you, man.
smoothie sponsored,
Shit.
Smoothie King. Let's go, dude. My wife would be so thrilled, dude. They just need to open one up in my neighborhood, so I have to stop going to the other side of the valley to get one, because that's what she gets
The one
fucking
at
mad
Waco,
about.
right?
She's like, fuck, like it's like an hour drive. Well, it's not really like an hour there and back and all that shit, but it's like
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
like smoothie time.
Smoothie
Yeah.
time.
You're talking about the one in Whitehall, right?
Yeah.
Yo,
That, bro.
you know what we gotta do?
They're so clutch.
We gotta go in there and we gotta fucking straight up go to go to the manager and be like, hey, can I talk to your district manager? Look at the little one.
What's up?
Yeah.
Smoothie King sponsor.
What's up?
Smoothie King sponsor.
Smoothie King sponsor.
He likes Smoothie King too. He won't stand. Will you see
Better,
him?
yeah. Nah, we're not even gonna ask. We're to go in there, right? We're gonna be like district manager now,
Now.
Listen,
sponsor now, phone
We-
number, please.
we need the sponsor, but we need coupons, okay?
Hey, buddy, I love you.
Bye, little mans.
Good night,
Good
buddy.
night, homie.
So
But yeah, Smoothie King is good. Is good. But yeah, for
Goated,
someone
bro.
who usually has fucking nightmares, man, the lucid dream was a weird one. But yeah, a lot of.
I have a lot of
comfort with that
nightmares.
one.
Yeah.
oh yeah, I have them all the goddamn time,
They're fucking
especially like
terrible.
in the last. Oh yeah, like in the last week because on the 21st, it's been 6 years since my best friend was shot and killed.
I'm
So,
sorry to hear that.
Thank you, man. And it always around like this time of year for like 2-3 weeks, especially, it's just lined up, just back to back, just him, just like, just throwing just random shit at me, like just random like things, just saying like thank you or like keep going. That one I had last night. He's like, oh, just keep going. You know, like just it fucks you up. It really does, bro. Like it's I don't know,
Shit, like a
man. I have 'em
double-edged
all the
sword.
time. It really is. Like I'm just like it fucking the drive kicks right in when I hear something like that. But at the same time, it's like shit, bro. If you were here right now, I don't even know like what the fuck you would be thinking, to be honest with you, because he was like, I talked about this last episode too. Of course about him. Like, a big reason why I stream is just to you know, dedicate it to him. You know, because he was big. He was in talks with WWE because he did like amateur wrestling and events all through like the Northeast.
Oh wow.
And yeah, it's a big deal. And you know, because he had this whole persona, right? His name was Mike Davis. Rest in peace. Got the fucking tattoo. His name was Dynamite Davis, so he had like a whole persona. So it's like he really had a big passion for it, but he didn't put his passion first. But I mean, in 2015, 2016, not a lot of people were. Now it's like more people are striving for it. So it's just with that, you know, like getting messages like that, it's just like holy shit. It really just fucking, I don't know. It's just like a kick in the ass. Like, oh, yeah, let's go. Like, But it's also at the same time like, fuck, man, if you were here, I don't even know. You'd be stupid proud.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know?
right.
Like it's just lucid dreams like that fuck you up.
Yeah, when I had my
Like,
dream
I'm with
about my
you, bro.
stepdad the other day, it fucking hit me hard because it was the first hug that I had from him in 6 fucking years, and it hit me because we were talking about like that was the I've had dreams to where he didn't say a word and I just got to see him again, but this time I got to talk to him about his death, how mom's doing, how I don't exactly think that mom is in the greatest spot, but I think that she can get through it. How I was able to talk about how his death has affected me and how I can't talk to him anymore, and how I don't really have anyone to talk to like that, like that. Like me and him had a different kind of relationship to where it was a lot easier to talk to him about. Like when I tell you that me and his man's, anytime that he seen me depressed, he would literally just give me the keys and he's like, "Let's go, we're going on a ride." And we had a big ass sub in the back of the truck, and we would just go for a ride, blasting DMX or whatever, and just straight go for 2 hour fucking ride, just bumping the sub. And then we would go down to the lake sometimes and just sit there and just conversate about everything, conversate about all the ups and downs and everything else, and just fucking it was amazing. And that I can't do that with anyone. I love the people that I surround myself with. Like I couldn't do that with Ian. I know I couldn't do it with you. And
Just don't hit the same.
It doesn't. I don't think I could do. I don't think I could do that with anyone else.
I wouldn't want to try and take that connection away from you. So
Yeah, it's very hard because I haven't met a single person that I can do that with after him, and I can't do that with myself because every time I talk and just try to figure out what I'm doing wrong, what I'm supposed to be doing, what I'm about to do. And that was another conversation that I had with Corey. It was like we raised so much money already for charity, but I'm always thinking about what to do next. I can't just live in the fucking moment anymore, and it's so hard to live in the moment because it's not, and that's something that I would be able to talk with him about. That would be so easy, and he would have an instant fucking answer for me. Like, hey, you need to slow the fuck down. You need to hold up. We got this. You just need to realize that, hey, you're doing something fucking amazing that nobody else is willing to do, and that you just need to take that and fucking live in it, because that's something that I think that you can. And this is what he said in my dream, was you need to take this and you need to take it as your calling, because you don't have anything else that you're striving for right now or that you're living for right now, and you've been trying to find purpose. Here's your fucking purpose. Run with it. And that's what he said to me, and that shit stuck with me this whole fucking week.
A lot of people always say too, like, "Oh, in the moment, live in the moment, live in the moment." It's like you can live in the moment and still have hopes for the future. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
I hear that a lot. Like, "Oh, just live in the moment."
I never
It's like
understood that whole today is
like-
given, tomorrow's never promised. It's
And
like,
that's
come
very
on, man.
true.
What
It's
am I, a
very
true.
drug dealer?
Yeah,
Like-
it's very true. And you can't like, I think they should say that in a sense of worry. Shouldn't
Yeah.
worry about tomorrow. You could look
Yeah.
forward toward tomorrow and forward
And I always do.
to like things that that you want to do, and it's the whole point of having goals and inspirations and dreams or whatever you want to call them, is because not everybody's fucking happy right now in the moment, and they're
No.
looking forward to something, and sometimes that's what fucking keeps them going. And it's like,
You know how many
You hear it
people
a
I've
lot.
talked to in the last week saying that they're so fucking exhausted lately, it's not even funny, and they don't know why? Like, everyone right now
Same.
is just exhausted.
I'm
Me,
just
yeah.
mentally exhausted.
the weather, bro, weather change, everything. It's just
Well, I got a whole
Culture.
bunch of
True.
different shit
Holidays
going on,
and
so-
everything else.
yeah.
Holidays are hard for a lot of people, and I've never realized that until last year when I was streaming. And when I tell you my messages, I maybe had like 4 to 5 viewers a stream, but I had almost 100 DMs from different people that came through, and they were like, "I'm so glad that you streamed today, because I don't think I would have made it out."
A lot of
That's
people
love.
don't have anything for holidays, man.
And that shit
really
hit me
sad.
because it's That's another thing that hits me with streaming is it's hard to not put yourself in that position because you don't realize how much you mean to people.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? The last time that I streamed, what was it? I think it was Wednesday.
Yeah.
I was streaming Val, and this one little girl. You could tell she was a little girl by like her profile picture and shit. And she was like
Oh.
commenting left and right. She was like, "Oh, my anxiety's crazy. I can't sleep. Usually I have to go to bed at this time, but I'm up at this time right now watching you." And she's like, I have a lot of negative thoughts. I guess not her school, but a school nearby. In Cali actually got shot up,
Oh, that's
and
terrible.
That's
yeah, oh yeah,
terrible.
it's fucking
That's another
awful.
bullshit thing that
And
needs to get fucking counteracted.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, and you know, her telling me that she's like, yeah, I have a lot of nightmares. She's like watching your stream, like I don't even think about that. She's like, thank you. She's like, please let me know when you're live next. I'm like, just hit the bell, you know, and I'll be here. You
Just
know,
like and subscribe.
no, I was like, yeah, just please, just hit the bell. You know, not even just to get that follower, but it's like just hit the bell so you know when I'm live, and you know we
Yeah.
can kick it. You know,
As
it's
long as you
just.
talked to her and not just said, "Yo, just hit the bell." All right, back to the game.
Oh no, of course. I was like,
Yeah,
yo, you
yeah.
know, like I'm definitely sorry you're going through that and everything, and you know, it's just that's a big reason like why I stream too. Not even just for me. Like, yeah, you know, doing this full time would be a fucking blast, right? Of course. I think all of us kind of strive for that at the end of the day, but inspiring and just making like kids and people just happy like that there's nothing like it, bro.
It hits different.
And in order for, in my opinion, in order for like change, I you know, I think yeah, we should change like where we're at now, like in our age and everything, like with how people are acting, you know, especially in the late 20s, early 30s. But I think where change really begins is with the youth.
Yeah.
Big time. Like
Without a
if fluids
doubt.
in the youth positively, I guarantee you the world will change for a better place.
Hey
So
man,
it's like
I said at the end of the day, I want to be a father so bad, but I I can't find any loyal woman out here right now. And I said if I don't find someone by the time I'm 30, I'm adopting because there's plenty of kids out there that don't have anyone to go to.
I still want to.
Yeah.
100%. But like it's crazy that the guidelines excuse me, for adopting is so I understand why they're so crazy, but at the same time with the economy and everything else going on, I don't want to say they should be more lenient, but they should turn the dial down a tad. Like people that can adopt, you have to like make like six figures and have like a stable job. Like I get it. They don't want kids to like come back.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Fucking six
But most of
figures
them
though.
kids
Yeah, 6 figures is a little
Wait,
wild.
is it
I didn't
real?
even know
Is
that.
it really
No.
6 figures?
I'm just guessing a number, but like they want like a really good stable income and you know the perfect family. But at the end of the day, no family's perfect. So
Nope,
it's like,
nobody's perfect.
but like there's a lot of kids in foster homes right now, you know, more than ever because of that reason. But again, it makes sense, but it doesn't. That's another double-edged sword too. You know, like the guidelines to adopt are crazy, but I definitely would like to one day, 100%.
Yeah,
You
fucking
know,
foster care is fucked up too. It's not all of it's bad. Not all of it is bad. A lot of the homes that I went into were Christian homes, thankfully. There are a lot of homes that are not. And I'm
Yeah.
not saying every single Christian family is a nice family.
I remember
work.
meeting your foster parents. Well, your one foster parent.
Yeah, Karen and Herb.
Yeah, they were pretty nice, I think.
They were very nice. They didn't pay any attention to us.
Herb.
They kind of just let us do whatever we wanted.
Yeah, I seen
And-
Wait,
that.
was
Yeah.
his name? Was his name Herb or Herb?
Herb,
Herb.
like HERB.
Yeah,
fucking-
yeah.
Yeah,
Not
he had
Herb.
he was cool. He
Such
was
a
cool,
weird
man.
name.
He didn't like give a shit about nothing. He was really old. He was an older dude, older black gentleman, very like fucking very cool, very smooth. Like drove a Lincoln, always had a suit on, in
Yeah.
his 60s, like
Oh, so
driving
he's a hitman. All right.
driving 15 minutes under the fucking speed limit. Like
Oh,
nah,
yeah,
more
he's
like a fucking
CIA.
more like a pimp. Yeah, he just had that swagger to him, man. He was cool. And then
He
Karen,
sounds
she
like
was
a
alright.
good guy.
Yeah, he just like it was crazy, dude. I remember like they didn't give a shit. You just had to be home by a certain time, and I don't even remember what time it was because I used to not listen to it anyway.
Facts.
And we had these fucking asshole dogs. Well, one of them was a good dog. The other one was an asshole. This dog's name was Bucky. They found him in a dumpster in North Philly.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, he was a
Ooh.
jerk off. He was just a mean dog. He was nice to them. But anybody else, like especially foster kids, like if you would get left home alone, this fucking dog would chase you down into your room.
Oh
He
wow.
wasn't never fast enough to catch us for some reason. But like he was fucking dude, he would chase us, snarl at us, growl at us, fucking he bit my one friend Shane. We thought someone was stealing his bike because they ran through our yard and it was like a $400 fit bike. I remember it was the day Black Ops 2 came out. We were in my basement playing Black Ops 2. And we thought someone was going to steal his bike. And we
remember.
fucking ran outside and the dog bit him, bro.
Jesus Christ.
And they would never believe us. We'd be like, yo, the dog's scuffed.
I remember.
It's just that dominance play that dogs do.
Well,
Yeah,
you
it
could
was-
also think of him as a herd dog. It's very possible that he was
He was
back then.
No, he was a pit bull. He was an asshole.
That don't mean that he wasn't a herding dog. Like he could have been that in North Philly. You know what I mean? It's very
What-
possible.
What the
No,
fuck would he be
no, no, no,
herding
no,
in
no,
North
no,
Philly?
no, 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 just
Herding
fucking listen to
crackheads?
me, you little shitheads. All
Yeah,
right?
he's fucking herding crackheads.
No, what I'm
Yeah.
saying is he could have got dropped off in North Philly, but he could have been doing something before that, right? And that's why he always chased you to your room because he's
Yeah,
trying to
dog
get you where
fighting.
you need to go.
Yeah, I got a border collie. He's a herding dog, and he used to like nip at our ankles. That's how they herd. This fucking dog, Bucky, that I had in foster home was out for blood, bro. That fucker was trying to kill us. He was not trying to hurt us. He was trying to hurt us. Yeah,
He
not
had the
herd.
taste of
hurt.
human flesh and he
Yeah.
wanted it again.
Yeah,
He
he
said,
wanted to taste. He was out for
hungry.
blood, brother. He was. I don't even know if he's still alive. If he is, I'm still scared of him.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah,
Matt goes woof woof.
yeah. I was ready to fight that fucking dog. My foster brother did. Yeah, he had
great.
enough of it one day, and he was just like, nope. They were fighting. I had nothing to do with it, but he was fighting them. And Bucky left us
Actually-
alone for a while.
Actually, the dog that Rachel had, Dev.
Yeah,
I think before you moved in.
yeah.
Onyx or well,
It was
Odin.
not Onyx, yeah, Odin.
Not Onyx, Odin. Fucking he started getting like rowdy with Jordan.
Yep.
Did he only
and
have one
he
eye?
was on top of Eric's bed and he started getting rowdy and Jordan just punched him in the face and the dog shit on Eric's bed
Oh, Jesus fuck.
and then walked away.
Side question, really quick. What kind of dog was Odin? Just out of curiosity.
He was a
Uh,
mixed breed.
He was 3 mixed
Oh,
breed.
okay.
He was German Shepherd, Pit Bull, and I believe Greyhound.
But he
Oh,
was
okay.
really
Big.
aggressive from a baby, bro.
The
He
quickest
was a
killing
machine
machine on the
big
block.
boy, dude. He was big. He was
Like-
only like maybe a year, maybe 2 years old, and he was about as like up to my fucking hips. And I'm
Yeah.
5'11".
Did he have one eye?
Nah.
Huh?
Did he have one eye?
No.
I remember I came over the one time though, and you couldn't fucking be over by his food while he was eating. But I remember the one time
Yep.
he brought me his tug of war thing, right? And he gave it to me, and I played tug of war with this motherfucker for an hour and a half. I tried to set it down. He was like, he grabbed my fucking arm with his teeth, but it wasn't hard. I felt it, but he was like, grab this fucking thing and
We're
play
not
with
done
me,
yet.
you little shit.
Yeah. We ain't done yet. Yeah, no. Actually,
Dog fight the
there
dog.
was a party the one night because this dog wasn't trained. Like
Yeah.
he had a lot of testosterone. Like he was a baby. He wanted to play. He didn't understand how strong he actually is.
Yeah,
So like he didn't
big
have
boy.
like the proper training as as a dog. Like to not bite or piss in the house or anything like that. And the one night there was a party at Devin's house. I believe it was before you moved in,
It was.
and so they were feeding Odin, and a friend of mine named Doug, he thought the dog was friendly, so as Odin was eating, Doug put his hand over his back and went down to him as he was eating, and this dog almost literally bit off his nose and his top lip, and because he was territorial. because he didn't have proper training of this shit. This kid had to get stitches done because his lip was hanging off of his mouth and his nose was sliced up because
Yeah.
of one bite. And it was like at that point, that was the second time he bit someone. And
Damn.
apparently he had bitten somebody else. So at the 3 times that this dog bit someone, sadly they had to put him down.
Yeah.
And it sucks because he really was a good dog. You just had to understand his limits from me to him and from him to me. Like,
Yeah.
if I need to feed him, I'm gonna put him outside so he can go pee, poop, whatever. I'm gonna feed it. I'm gonna fill his bowl, fill his water, so when he comes back inside, he can eat undisturbed, whatever. Because I'm not a dog trainer. I don't know how to deal with that kind of stuff. But I know how to avoid injury. I know how to avoid getting stitches, unlike Doug. And I know how not to fuck with a aggressive, testosterone-filled puppy that is taller than me on his hind legs.
Yeah, that boy was
So
fucking huge.
He was a big boy, man. Like he was a gnarly fucking dog, and he was
2 years
strong.
old, he came up on my shoulders and his head was like up here. That's how big that motherfucker was.
He was terrifyingly big at 2 years old.
Yeah.
But he was such a sweetheart.
He was.
Really was. Like, if you knew how to play with him and knew how to, like, avoid the bullshit, he was a fucking sweetheart.
Hey,
This
after
dude
he
would
got
lick
tired of
me.
after he got tired of tug of war, he came and cuddled.
Yeah, he would lay down. He would lick
like
you.
my boy.
He would be a cuddle buddy.
Yeah.
But don't fuck with him while he's eating.
That
There
was
it
the only
is.
thing.
Yeah, that really was. It's just stupid that they had to put down a dog because people don't know how to interact with an untrained dog,
Yeah.
Yep.
especially with that much testosterone and
Yeah.
the size of him. So, I mean,
It's
I
definitely
kinda
a
went
struggle.
against him.
Definitely a struggle, especially me being a pity owner myself. Like they really get a
I
bad
love
rep, bro.
pitties.
Oh, I do
Love
too,
pitties.
bro. You would love mine, Ian. I swear.
He's such a good boy.
He's a good
Amanda had
fucking boy,
one.
man.
Amanda had one. She had a red blue nose mix. His name was
Oh,
Jameson,
shit.
and he had a little like he was like a light brown color, but he had like
Like
white
mine.
spots kind of
Like
everywhere,
mine.
like underneath
Like
his
mine.
neck. But he had a white heart literally on the top of his head. He's a
Nah.
fucking baby, but man, if you mess with mom, whoo,
They're
no.
very
No.
protective and
Even if-
loyal, but bro.
Even if
that's
I mess with mom, he would bite at my calf. Like he wouldn't go for the ankle. He'd like nip at my calf. Like, don't touch my mom like that. But then he learned to realize that I'm a good person and I could just mess with him, and he would just fuck with me and just smack me in the
Pitties?
face with his big ass paw.
It's so sad how like pitties get such a bad rep, bro. Because like even like walking my dog like where I live, like it's hard because he's so friendly and wants to say hi to everybody. Like he'll see someone and go fucking batshit.
Yeah.
And
And they're all scared.
it's because they're all fucking petrified of him. It's like I'll be like, yeah, I'd love to have my dog go up to you, but I have to like if I see somebody walk past, I'm like, all right, you gotta wait. And I'll let people come up to him, but like it sucks because like with other breeds, they just go right up, hey, what's up, hey, you're freaking out, all happy. But with pitties, it's like you got to be careful, like as a pity owner. It's something I didn't realize I signed up for when I rescued mine. That the stigma is fucking
he's a
real,
rescue?
bro. Mine is, yes.
Yeah, I mean when Corey came over to the house, I mean he was terrified of me when I first came up to the window, to be honest. He was like, should I go? Should I not? Is he okay? Oh, he's talking to daddy for a minute. All right, maybe I should come over.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart, bro. The best
The
dogs in the world, in
floofs.
my opinion.
The floofs.
Yeah, Ian, you would love him.
He's
Trust.
such a pretty baby.
I love pit bulls. They're so cute.
But that's
But,
another thing that a
Honestly,
lot of people
the
don't
worst
talk
dog
about.
in the goddamn entire thing is Chihuahuas.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Those little bastards need to go.
Yo,
They have a lifespan of like 2 years, and they're fucking demons the entire time. Okay.
that's why they're fucking angry, bro.
They
Fucking
know
angry,
they're gonna
they're
die,
little.
so they're gonna fucking do as much bullshit as they want.
That's one
Yeah,
thing that a
mine-
lot of people don't talk about with dogs is they mimic your behavior. So if you're an angry motherfucker, they're an angry motherfucker.
Probably explains why my dog's so fucking anxious.
Fucking Michael Vick. God damn
Yep.
it. Anyway, no.
Yeah, my fucking
Anyway.
neighbors, right, dude, they have this dog, and I nicknamed him Lucifer because like he's got this bark, and it reminds me of fucking Black Ops 1 when they're like snatch his soul or whatever, or give me your soul.
It's the demon dogs or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, he's a fucking asshole, bro. Like I built a computer for my work buddy, and we're getting ready to leave, and we're outside. We just put the computer on top of his car. I don't know if I built it from scratch or if I fixed it for him, something. But we're just chit chatting, bullshitting before we leave. And he goes, "Yo, that dog looks like it's loose across the street." And I'm like, "Nah, that's all right." Like at this point, I hadn't been chased by a dog in my neighborhood yet, so I had blind faith that like we were all right. He goes, "No, dude, I really think that dog is fucking loose across the street." I'm like, "No, dude, like stop. You're fine. Stop worrying about that dog." That motherfucker came running at us at like 50 miles per hour across the street, bro. I fucking ran inside my house so fucking quick, bro. And I feel bad, yo. I'm sorry, Misael. Yo, I fucking booked it.
I
Left
locked
his-
him out.
I
I
left
left him
didn't
for
lock him.
dead.
I left him for dead. I didn't lock him out though. I thought he was gonna follow me. He went on top of the car instead. I mean, he was smarter than I was. I
The
took the
black
longer
dude?
route. Yeah, he's like, I don't know. Yeah, he's like black, or he might be. I'm not sure, but yeah, he
wait,
got
wait,
right
wait,
up.
wait, is that wait, what kind of dog was it?
It was a black German Shepherd, like
Oh, I was gonna
midnight
say, 'cause
black.
I see this video all the time where this this black guy
You mean from Friday?
sees no, it's like an actual video. This dog runs out of a yard and starts chasing this African American dude, and he runs up on top of a car, and I think it might be a German Shepherd. I'm not entirely sure, but he
gets up on the
jumps up
fucking
on
car.
top of a car, and the horn starts going off, and the dog starts walking away. And there's somebody inside the car that this
Oh, I
guy
seen that.
jumped
I
on
seen
top
that.
of. And she's like, and he's like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to jump in your car. And she's like, ah, no, don't worry about it. I seen that motherfucker this morning. Oh
And
my
that
God.
wasn't the fucking first time that fucker chased me either, dude. And like, dude, it's fucking terrifying. And then I had a pity chase me the one time. That like the door hinge like on their door broke, and it got loose.
Oof.
And it I'm looking at this fucking dog, and I'm having flashbacks from that foster home, and I'm like, fuck no. Starts running towards me, bro. It gets like 10 feet from me. I jump right on top of my car. And I got like the Ring doorbell, so my wife's like watching me on the Ring doorbell. She's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I was like, "Don't fucking come outside. There's a fucking dog out here." And eventually the dog like fucks off and goes somewhere else. So I go to like their door, and I'm like thinking like, "Oh fuck, maybe like they had a medical emergency or something." And the dog was like looking for help. I'm like knocking on their door. I'm like, bang, 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 bang. I'm like, "Is anybody home?" And I hear like the TV running and shit. I'm like, "Hello, hello, like your fucking dog's out." And I'm terrified because the dog's on the back deck, right? So the dog's like a cunt hair away from me. He could just jump off the deck and come fuck me up if he wants to.
Oh, you said the C word? No.
Yeah, right. No,
Yeah.
so I'm like sitting there. I'm like, "Yo, your fucking dog's outside, bro. Help me!" And nobody came to the door. So I gathered back. I'm like, "All right, so what do we do?" I'm like talking to my wife. I'm like, "What do we do? How do we handle this situation?" She's like, "I guess we gotta call the police." I'm like, "I don't want them to shoot it, you know." She goes, "Nah, you know, I don't think they will." Well, in my neighborhood, we don't have police, so we have to call the stadies. Yo, these fucking guys came out. The one guy was bald as shit, and the other guy
Oh,
was
you know he's a dog
he,
killer.
yeah, he was the other guy was short as shit, and I was like, "Oh, we got two superiority complexes here." I looked at them. I said, "Look, that dog is friendly. He's on the back deck. He just wants to get in. Don't shoot the fucking dog. Don't shoot the fucking dog." They look at me. They like scoff at me or whatever. So eventually, the people that own the house come home, or they rented it or whatever. They come home, and the cop says to her, he goes, "Do you always let your dog like walk out the front door?" She goes, "No, my fucking scumbag landlord won't fix the door, so he got out." And like I was like explaining to her, I was like, I'm sorry, like I didn't want to have to call the cops, but like I didn't want your dog to get hit by a car running around. And two, like I didn't know if you guys are having medical emergency with your door being wide open. And I'm not gonna enter your home unless like obviously I'm given permission. Thankfully they didn't shoot the fucking dog. My brother came up with like treats. He's like, here's some treats, like if you want to give the dog a treat. And fucking they got the dog resolved, man. But dude, it was like twice in 2 weeks where I got chased by fucking dogs. And that's when I was like, you know what? I'm fucking done with this dog shit. The next thing I'm getting is a fucking cat. Or something in a fucking cage. I'm over this dog shit.
Fuck the cat. I want a guinea pig now. Little
By the
bastard
way,
knows everything.
Matt says you don't mess with people while eating, much less a dog. Yeah, I agree, because I hate whenever
100%.
I have a girl and she decides to steal my fries. Like, bitch, I asked you if you wanted something to eat.
Yeah, dude, my son, bro. Every time I eat, so eating kind of sucks for me sometimes with the chemo because my gums swell up really bad.
Yeah,
And
you told me
like
that.
sometimes it'll hurt to eat depending on what I'm eating. And dude, my son will come up and he'll just like try to get underneath my arm. Like he'll be like, cause I'll be like sitting at the table like this, you know, like let me sit up. I'll be like sitting at the table eating like a sandwich or something, and he'll like
Oh, I
come up
thought
and
your
push,
chair was going down.
push it. Yeah, right. Just
I thought your chair was going down. You were so short, but I didn't want to say anything.
I was just leaning back, chilling, but now my chair was going down a little bit. I did go up a bit, but fucking yeah, like he'll come over and he'll like fuck with me and like headbutt my ribs. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to eat, and my wife's like, why are you getting frustrated with him? I'm like, dude, my fucking mouth hurts. I just want to eat my sandwich. And he's just like coming over, fucking with me, pulling on my elbows and hit me in the ribs and fucking trying to get what I got. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You just ate 10 minutes ago. I've been eating in fucking
Conor
6
McGregor,
hours.
I'm about to knock you out.
Yeah, he's like 2 years old and he's got like more muscle mass than I do. I'm like, what the fuck? This baby came out the womb, dude. He's got like his rear delts, bro, are like solid. Like this dude, he looks like he works. If he walks around without a shirt on, bro, I'm like, dude, he's like intimidating. He's only 18 months old. I'm scared of him. You know, the people usually sign their kids up for karate, you know, so their kids can learn to defend themselves. I'm gonna sign my fucking self up for karate so I can defend myself against him when he gets big, bro.
So he does like the whole like running headbutt thing.
Oh, dude, he had to wear like a helmet on his head for like a couple months, so he acts like that thing's still on.
Yo, I can't even tell you how funny that is because my nephew had to do the same thing. He also had a wandering eye, so he had to wear an eye patch for about a month to like fix it. And his favorite thing to do is when he either first meets you or knows who you are, which is not a double-edged sword. It's just it sucks. He likes to headbutt when you're not paying attention into your crotch because he's at that perfect height. He's at that perfect height where like he can just drop his head like that little dinosaur that has like a full skull, and he can just headbutt shit. Yeah, he thinks he's that, and he just fucking wham! He did that to my dad the one time. I've never seen my dad get so red before. It was the funniest thing, and I tried to hold in the laughter so hard until it happened to me, and I was like, I understand why he got so red, because I think he bursted a nut, and all the blood from my testicle went to my face. I'm telling you, bro.
Dude, my kids will fucking beat the shit out of me when
fun.
I'm sleeping. Dude, I'll be fucking laying on the couch taking a nap. I usually take a nap I wouldn't say every day, but most days I take a nap. Just because, why the fuck not, right? I'll take like an hour or two nap.
If you got the time, fuck it.
Yeah, well, I'm not working. I take chemotherapy. I hang out at home. If I go out the house, it's to run errands, and I come back, and I'm usually not doing anything. So during the day, usually before like my daughter gets home from school, and I'll take a nap, right? And my son likes to come up to me. So the first time he had like this microphone, it was like this, and it was like from the Encanto movie.
Okay.
And it was from it's a Disney movie that recently came out, and it was like one you got with a book that you could sing into while you read the book. I got it for my daughter. How he got the microphone, I don't know. But now he has this weapon of mass destruction. And I'm sleeping on the couch. And he comes right up to me, not thinking about it, just takes the microphone and fucking clobs me with it right in the nose. He's 18 months old, bro. He hit me so hard I thought he broke my nose. I woke up, I was like, oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Like trying to figure out like what's going on because I'm like sleeping. I thought a grown man just punched me in the face. And I'm like looking to make sure I'm not bleeding, and I look at him. He's just standing there with the microphone, like a club in his hand, like this. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
He's looking over his skill. You know?
Oh yeah, dude. He does it all, and both kids do it. Dude. My daughter was trying to wake me up for a birthday party last Saturday, right? So I got my phone next to me on the couch. You put it under one of the throw pillows. If it goes off, enough, I'll hear it. She goes and grabs my phone. Well, my phone's been going off since I started streaming because I got reels that have like gotten lots of views and stuff like that, and like they'll randomly get like ding 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 ding, like all these likes.
Yep.
And like messages and shit like that. And she fucking, I'm like, hey, just give me my phone back. I'm like half asleep, right? I'm like, just put my phone down. Like, you never know what the fuck she's gonna open. And she fucking throws it at me and hits me square right in the nose again, bro. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you kids and hit me in my nose while I'm sleeping? Like,
Yeah.
oh man, dude, it's at least once a week I get hit in my fucking head while I'm sleeping. Yeah. Like they took a bath. My son took a bath toy the other day. It has two ends, so it's like a flail. You know what I mean?
It's another one.
Bam!
You gotta
Fucking
get
whacked me
those
right in the head.
fucking. You gotta get those things out the house. What the fuck are you
Bro,
doing,
dude? I'm getting rid of anything that's got hard plastic on it. Everybody's getting stuffed animals. I'm over this. No beady eyes either, like, cause that shit still hurts. They're gonna rip the marbles out and put them in a sock and beat me with it.
These are some foreign objects. I don't know about all this.
Yeah, man, I'm fucking
We gotta
terrified.
protect our man Dan.
I'm fucking terrified over here, man. Everybody thinks having kids is fun until they're beating the shit out of you.
All right, hashtag send styrofoam Dan.
Yeah. Give me a bubble and a smoothie.
Just put this man
Bubble
in a
and a
bowl
smoothie.
like Bubble Boy.
Bubble boy with a smoothie.
Yeah, Bubble Boy with the smoothie.
Let's
Coolio.
go.
Hashtag Smoothie King.
Yeah, Nerf footballs. That's all they're. Dude, I'm scared to give them. They're probably gonna eat them. I could never own a Nerf football, man. I'd be looking at that shit hungry.
Bro,
Just
that
wondering what it
brings up
tastes like.
another thing. How many times? All right. So this is like a collective thing. How many times have you guys ate Play-Doh?
Never.
I don't. Not
As
that
a
I
kid,
know of.
As a kid,
As a kid,
Never.
I eat cat food.
I'm not
Like-
gonna lie. So have I. I
like
actually pissed in
Friskies.
a cat box too.
Oh, like
I
a litter
tried
box?
To play
Like-
it off. Yeah,
Oh.
litter box. Yeah, my mom was like, so do you pee in it?" I'm like, "No." And then I remember it very well that I walked down there and it looked like a tsunami hit the cat box.
Oh Jesus Christ!
So yeah, it was like all over, man. It wasn't just one spot. It was
Yeah,
just, like the whole fucking
Yeah,
thing.
You ever
And
see
I
that
tried to play it
meme?
off like I didn't. Like,
You ever see that meme where it's the girl's like texting her sister and she's like, "You gotta come pick me up. I pooped in my boyfriend's litter box." She goes, "I really had to go, but he was in the bathroom." And she goes, "What's wrong with that? Why didn't you just tell him the cat did it?" She goes, "I did, but his cat died 2 weeks ago. So there's this like humongous fucking turd in the litter box, and the cat's been dead for 2 weeks." And she's like, "Oh, I don't know."
you
I don't
know,
know who
that
did
brings me up to Deadpool. He was like, "I will kill your fucking cat," and he was like, "I don't have a cat," and he was like, "Then whose litter box that is shit in?" Anyway. He's like, "Anyway." He goes up to the pizza guy. Yeah. Oh man.
All right, so let's read some chat real quick. He said, "My brother did that. He started working out, saying his son isn't going to punk him ever." And then he says, "You need to
Got
buy
it.
them stress balls, Nerf balls, Smoothie King. Let's go."
Let's go,
Let's
Smoothie King.
fucking go.
I'm about to spam them on Twitter every time I get. I'm gonna be like that chick that you ever see her where she's like, she'll be doing something normal. She'll be like, "A Bic lighter, nothing like it." Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
she-
Yeah.
the nothing like it girl, dude. I'm gonna get fucking Smoothie King, and every day on Twitter, I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna be like,
Smoothie King, nothing
orange
like it.
immune builder, nothing like it.
Hashtag promotion. Hashtag
Yeah,
sponsor.
eventually they're gonna be like, all right,
God.
we're gonna pay you to stop making these fucking videos.
Isn't that the end goal?
Yes, here's 100 free smoothies to shut the fuck up. It's like, take it.
1 second.
Like I'm convinced
go.
that's why I haven't, like, my wife's sick. She's gotten sick twice now. My daughter's sick. By the grace of God, I have not gotten sick. And I honestly think it has a lot to do with those fucking smoothies, man.
Yeah.
All the fruit, the
one, man.
vitamin C.
You're like superhuman because of Smoothie King.
Imagine Smoothie King cured my cancer. Hashtag
shit.
Smoothie King cures cancer. They'd sponsor me in a heartbeat.
All right, boys. I got a
Damn
question
fool
for you.
in the chat.
I got a question for everyone, and we're gonna answer it one at a time. All right.
Ooh.
What
Michael
is the strongest battle that you fought that nobody has known that you've gone through? If you're willing to share. Yeah, that's a thought.
That is a thought.
That is definitely a thought.
Can we number it down a little bit? Like maybe a few people know, but not everyone.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I do have one, but I don't know if anybody else does.
I have one.
You go ahead. You go first.
Me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll keep
alright.
thinking about mine.
Alright, cool.
Go through my
So,
book of trauma.
Yeah. Oh boy.
We're going through the trauma,
Holy
baby.
shit. So, all right. So
As he reads the Bible.
where to begin this?
About the Bible.
Yeah. Well, I feel like not like a lot of people knew, but like people at the time that knew me, definitely saw it, and I was definitely blind. I think one of the toughest battles that I didn't really discuss enough until recently was being in a very, very toxic and abusive relationship. In my late teens and going into when I was like 2021. It was with this girl that I was with for almost 7 years, like middle school, high
wow.
school sweetheart. Yeah. And my senior year, I ended up getting thrown out, and I was living with my godmother. She also threw me out because her husband was stealing her jewelry to sell for crack, and I got blamed for it. Whatever. No big deal. Moved on from that. So I ended up living there for a few years, so I could finish high school out, my senior year. And obviously, with moving out and everything, I didn't really have money, even though I was a shift manager. So it was like I was stuck in that house because obviously I had nowhere to go, because my parents at the time were about to go through a divorce but didn't. And it was rough because she was very mentally abusive, like trying to keep me isolated. It didn't fucking work. Because I'm an asshole. As well as physically abusive. Like, if I came home late from work, like she was trying to like throw shit at me and everything like that. And, it definitely fucks you up for sure. As well as like her mom too, like saying like she wishes that my mom and my grandmother died. Like crazy shit like that. Like it's just living in a house like that. It really takes a huge toll on you, especially for how long I was there. And, I made $8 an hour as a manager. Where the hell was I going to go?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like I talked about it briefly, but I went through a lot in life, but like, it's one of those things that like, it doesn't get touched on enough, especially being a man. It's like, oh, I say something. It's like, oh, tough it up. Like, that's just a girl. Like, that's,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, I've, grew up around, drug dealers. I grew up around gangs, violence, like shootings, stabbings, you name it. And some about that, like everybody kind of, that I grew up with grew up around it too. So like it was well known. But being in a very toxic and abusive relationship and living in it definitely was one of those things that I just never really talked about. I kind of just moved on from it. But it definitely is challenging, you know, and it changes your aspect on women, you know,
Yeah.
big time.
I can
And
imagine.
oh yeah, big time. Now like with Kate, who I'm with, I don't really look at her that way ever and never will. But at first, like when you are meeting a girl, like it's challenging, because it's like it's that in the back of your mind, it's like I hope I don't go through this again. You know what I mean? So thank God, no, now, but yeah, it's definitely rough. And anybody going through it that's watching this, like just keep going, just keep working, just keep staying true to yourself, and just save your money big time. I definitely should have saved more. But it's okay. That's how you learn. But just try to get through it. Try to fucking leave as soon as you see any goddamn sign. You run from the fucking hills.
Mhm.
That's my advice, because it can really fuck you up.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that.
Of course. Of course. Of course. She can go to hell. Anyway.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Ian,
How
you
some
want to
people
go
are like,
next?
Nah, it's,
oh, yeah.
that's
How some people are like, wish you well. Like, nah, fuck her. She can die. Next.
Nah, yeah, dude. There's a lot of dudes that deal with stuff like that, and they don't talk about it because the second like you bring it up, they're like, "Oh, well, like, I don't know," like,
Yeah.
because usually it's the women that you hear about that deal with like domestic abuse. It's not so much men. So when men do go through it, they're just like, people don't give a fuck. They don't
Yeah.
care. Like, oh, be a man. It's like
Bad.
I'm trying to, but if I beat the shit out of this bitch, I'm wrong, right?
Yeah.
Even though she
Yep.
beats the shit out of me every day, and it's like. It's honestly a shame, and it's not talked about enough, and the double standard really lies there. And don't get me wrong, like I know why there's like a double standard. It's not right, but obviously like male versus female, like in a physical aspect, 9 out of 10 times, you guys are gonna box, you might beat the shit out of her, but it's like it still doesn't make it right, especially for like, because that's the way a lot of men are raised. Like I was raised to never put my hands on a woman or and stuff like
Same.
that. It's like
Amen.
so like how are you supposed to like, you can't defend yourself physically.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to sit there and eat shit pretty much, and
Yeah.
that's really a shame. That really sucks. I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
Yeah. I
All right,
agree.
we got through it. That's what matters, man.
Amen.
Thanks.
As long as you're at a great place right now.
Absolutely.
winning.
I am
That's
blessed
winning.
out of my mind. I am blessed.
Amen.
All right, Ian, it's your turn.
Oh, shit.
I'm waiting for my turkey gobbler.
Well, I guess I know a few people that might know about it, but even you, Devin, might know about it, but maybe not to the extent of what happened. But when Amanda passed, um, I didn't eat anything for maybe I don't know, 2 to 3 weeks, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of indulged myself into alcohol, but it wasn't just alcohol. Um, there was a lot of methamphetamines
Okay.
that were taking me to somewhere that was, I guess you could say, easier. I wouldn't say easier, something to just calm the nerves, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, no. When she passed, um, I lost 40 pounds in about a month.
Excuse me.
Wow.
And it might not have been 40. I might be exaggerating on that one, but I was almost skin and bones. Um, but the alcohol had nothing to do with it. It was pretty much like my drink of choice besides water while I was, smoking meth.
Yeah.
Uh, well, to be fair, I am uh, coming up on 3 years clean from drugs.
Good
So,
for you, man. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
There it is.
Fuck
Congrats,
yeah.
baby.
Um, but that whole time, I was lying to a lot of people. You know, Um, and it kind of carried over to when the pandemic happened, or when the pandemic happened, when I was staying at Rachel's house.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped smoking meth and went to cocaine with a friend of mine, which I'm not going to say because you know it's not my business to say that. But I was doing cocaine with this person. Uh, we did that for about pretty much the entire year while I was at Rachel's house because I had no job. I had no home because I got kicked out and I got fired because of my drug use and my alcohol abuse. Um, I was told that I needed to seek professional help because I was not allowed to grieve to who I thought was a good friend about my uh, best friend's passing. And I pretty much gave up on everything and everyone in a sense. Um,
Yeah.
so that entire quarantine 2020, it's a blur. I don't remember much of anything. I was blitzed out of my mind. I was always fiending. Um, the drugs had a really bad impact on myself because I mean I've always been a recovering addict, but that that part of the recovery is huge because I probably could have died
Yeah.
because that was about the time fentanyl was getting introduced,
Yeah.
and I thought I had a good supplier, and I have no idea. But uh, I mean, that was the same year that I drove myself like completely intoxicated, just drunk out of my mind to the hospital because I knew in my mind, like subliminally, yeah,
Yeah.
that I needed to get help. But on the way there, driving drunk, I wanted to take my car into a tree.
Yeah.
So once I got there, it was uh, it was kind of spiritual in a way because once I told them that I want to get admitted, uh, the security guard he was like, "Damn man, I respect you for that. You don't see that kind of shit."
Not at all.
And that was not many people know that. At least that part. Not many people know that I drove myself to get help.
Well, at the end of the day, bud, at the concept of what you all went through, I'm sorry that you had to go through that alone, and I'm sorry we weren't closer at the time. But I'm glad you were able to do that for yourself, and now you're better for it. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I barely know you, and I'm fucking proud of you, man. That's awesome.
I'm fucking proud of you, bro. Anybody that fights mental health or addiction is a whole other fucking breed of person, bro. So I really respect and salute you, and you know I do.
And thank you for sharing that because
Please, yeah,
I
thank
can
you.
imagine that was hard. But I appreciate it because people need to know that they're not the only ones that go through it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And that's what
I'll be
this
right
is
back, I'm
here
sorry.
for, because I want to be able to share people's stories and what they went through and the hard shit to talk about, because at the end of the day, everyone goes through hard times. Nobody knows everyone's story. Nobody knows every little bit of everyone's story. And if we can get the rough parts out, that means that someone out there, someone has experienced something close to that, and that's what we're doing here. We're trying to make things relatable for other people to be okay with hearing, with saying, and shit like that. And I really appreciate you for letting us know that. And I'm so fucking proud of you.
Just trying to keep my composure, you know?
I know, buddy. I know. I appreciate it. I do. Cooley says, for me, it was the 6 months before rehab, knowing I needed help and needed to go to rehab, but being scared to tell anyone that because I didn't want to seem like less of a man for it, asking for help. And that's the sad part. There's a lot of people like us that go through it alone, and we're not willing to ask for the help or knowing that we need the help in the first place until it's either too late or we're too far gone. And the fact that you guys were able to realize that, I'm so fucking proud of you guys, and I'm
honestly just
glad you guys are still
surprised.
here.
Like,
Amen.
I don't think I've ever felt more like human emotion until that day with that security guard. Because he was a dude too. You know what I mean? Like, he was like, dude, I'm proud of you. Like,
Yeah.
I've never felt that before. Like, that was my euphoria. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, like, I felt like right there I was doing the right thing. You know?
100%. And you were, bud. 1000% you were, because you were able to take the step that most people can't.
I'm just
You know
glad
what I
I
mean?
didn't go through with the second step.
I agree too. I'm so glad you're fucking here, because you've gotten me through more times than you realize.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I can understand it, but I take the gratitude. I do.
Girlfriend ate a pizza. I'm bad.
This guy.
Was it Elios?
Nah, bro. I wish, cause Elio
Fuck that
slaps.
pizza.
Bro. Shit slaps, bro.
Like
Especially
faded
when you
out.
add your,
Elios.
especially you add your own shit to it.
He said, "Mwah."
So good. Nah, it was
Alright.
Domino's.
Forgot to say bitch.
Ate some.
Alright.
Nah.
Bitch.
I could fucking make an entire fucking podcast about some of the fucking dumb shit that I experienced that was out of my control. But one that I think I don't really
Dude, I
talk
can join
about.
you on that one.
Yeah, right. I feel like everybody's got a lot of shit in their life.
Dealing drugs in Philly, getting pistol whipped because I didn't have the right amount.
Yeah. I could sit here and talk about foster care, or about my parents' death, or about cancer. But I think one of the biggest things that I struggled with for the longest time, that I think every single fucking person struggles with, is finding a means to fit in. And I say this in a sense, like, I remember ever since like being young, I remember finding a friend, and like me and him, like, we clicked instantly, and I still talk to him sometimes, but about all of our interests and stuff like that. I remember playing RuneScape and like fucking listening to the same music, and stuff that like I felt like I wasn't comfortable enough to share with other people, right?
Yeah.
So for years I would, going into school, going through high school, going to middle school, all that, I would go in and I'd put on like this persona or like this brick wall, you know what I mean? And try to find a way to fit in, like no matter the cause, whether it be like through trying to fight people, or like doing drugs, uh you know talking, running my mouth, hanging, or just, you know what I mean, like not being myself.
Mhm.
Like if I would have took the time, and the one thing I would definitely give advice to anybody, especially younger kids, is to literally just be yourself. Like no matter who that is, be 100% yourself, and you will find people that are just like you. It might not be overnight. It might not be it's not going to be immediate, but eventually you're going to find people that are just like you, to where you can make friends with similar interests, and marijuana is not a fucking similar interest. Yeah, you can make friends you smoke pot with, but at the end of the day, if that's the only thing that's holding you guys together, it's not gonna last.
No.
I don't know. Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with that statement. I'm not gonna redact that. Yeah, even though I sold my wife weed, it
To be fair,
for
me and my boy Corey are still good friends.
yeah, no, I get it,
But
but like,
we connected on an emotional level.
yeah, like there's other things, but
Not
what
a
I'm
hobby.
There's other factors.
Yeah.
Like he said,
Other
the
factors,
only
yeah.
thing.
Oh,
And
the
I-
only thing. Oh, I'm sorry.
So like I felt like that was something I struggled with for a very, very long time, even into my 20s, man. Just trying to be like likable or to fit in with other people because I always felt different because of like how different my life was. Like being the kid with the dead parents and then being the foster kid, and then like being the kid that was like known around town for like fucking around with doing drugs and fighting. When we had that whole group of kids that I'm not going to mention in Caddy and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
I felt like the thing that I honestly like, I could talk about cancer and how much cancer fucking sucks. I could tell you about how that's the hardest battle, and it is the hardest battle, and it's something that I struggle with daily, and it scares the living shit out of me, but I have faith. But that's not something I feel like everybody's going to be able to relate to.
Yeah.
And the fitting in part. If I met a really good friend that I've been friends with now for about 5 or 6 years. I actually gave a speech at his wedding. And the one thing about him was that he was like one of the first people that I met where I could truly like be myself. And like we're good friends. We hang out like once a week, stuff like that. We have similar interests and shit like that. But it was like he was the first person that besides like my wife, that I felt like I could truly be myself around and like show my interest. Whether like someone like I remember because it all started when I want to say I was in 5th grade. I remember our teacher wanted us to write a story using characters from like shows and stuff we liked. And I loved Dragon Ball when I was young. I loved Dragon
I mean,
Ball
who
Z.
didn't?
Goated.
I
Oh,
thought it
yeah.
was the fucking best shit ever. But I remember writing a story and being so embarrassed because then she made us read it in front of everybody. And it wasn't something that I was comfortable sharing with my entire class
Yeah.
because I was a kid. And I remember like the group of kids that were like more sporty, they weren't jock yet because we were fucking 5th graders. But I remember them fucking laughing at me. And that was like one of the first times where I was like, I I felt like I needed to shelter myself. I could no longer be myself in fear of people laughing at me, fear of rejection, I guess.
Yeah.
And it was definitely something I dealt with for like a long time, and like, especially like when it comes to like being in like middle school and high school and like trying to hook up with women and like get with girls and shit like that. And like no girl wants to hear about like fucking RuneScape or fucking Pokemon or your favorite fucking album. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. And it's like being an adult now and being like who I am, like I don't give a fuck if you don't like me. It's come to that point where like being myself, I'm so much more comfortable in my own skin to where like I can make genuine friendships, and it's not based off of bullshit like it might have been 10, 15 years ago, and
Facts.
I feel like that's something a lot of people definitely struggle with. A lot of people don't talk about it because we're in this society to where we need to fit in. Who's going to get the most views, the most likes, the most this, the most that, the most shares, and it's like I feel like that's something really big that a lot of people that can relate to because it's shitty
Yeah.
trying to find like your own path kind of and like not being yourself. You know how much time you waste, like all the time wasted not being yourself, how many different like friendships that could have flourished or opportunities that could have flourished or stuff like that really could have made a difference for people because like it's fucking depressing, man. I remember like trying to fit in with these fucking people and like some of these people would be like the biggest pieces of shit and it
Yeah.
just treat me like dog shit. And I like it's whatever, I want to be cool with these guys, I want to hang out with this group or this and that, or I want to hook up with this girl or something. And in order to do that, I gotta be with this group and this and that and all this dumb shit. And it's just like for what? Like to not be happy. I'm so happy that I'm 25 years old and I have fucking cancer for fuck's sake. But I'm not dealing with that. I want to say I'm the happiest I've been my entire life. And it's because I'm comfortable with who I am. I got 2 beautiful children. I'm married. I got a fantastic wife that plays video games with me sometimes. But it's like
Sometimes.
sometimes,
No, I'm
yes.
just kidding.
Ugh, get the pimp slap out. No, but it's
Damn
like
it!
yeah, but it's like
Every goddamn day, young lady.
yes. But no, it's
that
like
chair.
to be able to yeah, in that chair to be able to be myself is honestly been like a blessing, and that's like I don't care. Like earlier in the stream, like I mentioned about my relationship with Christ. I don't really like to use the word religion. I feel like religion is dead. But like, my relationship with Christ and how that's helped me and stuff like that, and because it's just it's who I am, and I don't like sheltering any of that. Because if I feel like we're at a point now you start to shelter yourself and not show who you really are, like you're never gonna make genuine friendships. Look at all these people that like never find somebody like that they click with their whole life, or never
Yeah.
get married, or like never find like a good friend, and they like live their lives kind of lonely.
Yeah.
And that's I
Sad.
think that's a fear of a lot of people's too. It's like, oh, I'm gonna be fucking lonely if I'm myself, but I don't think that's the case. I think by being yourself, you're gonna really you'll meet somebody, because one good person is better than like a million fake friends. You know what I mean? Or a million
Oh
friends that
yes.
and it's like something I think a lot, especially the young kids nowadays, man. I couldn't imagine like with TikTok and shit. We had like MySpace, and it was like
Yeah.
I remember I remember the pressure of that. I
Fuck
remember the
yeah.
pressure of trying
You
to like
gotta
get a
pick
good
out your
MySpace account.
top 10.
Yeah, top 8 and shit like that. Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
I couldn't
Everybody was a
imagine like
fucking coder. I can tell you that.
now TikTok and all this shit to where like there's all these trends and like the girls, the younger groups of girls are like really influenced by an older group of girls. When we were like 12, 13, 14-year-old, like the girls didn't wear like crazy ass makeup and dresses and stuff like that. They just like wore like regular ass clothes, and as far as I can remember, like
They had their pimples and everything showing.
yeah, we were
Yeah.
just
You just
riding.
had
We were
to
just
deal with it,
people.
man. It was puberty.
We were
That's
fucking
Yeah.
what it
humans.
is.
And it's like I feel like TikTok is removed, not TikTok, but social media has removed that, and has removed like this genuineness of people, and then like you only want to show their pretty side or their pretty face. Like I go to get on the camera and I'm worried about the lighting angle on my face and it's just temples showing too much or something. In reality,
Honestly, I thought you had a tattoo on the side of your temple right there with an X.
oh no, yeah, imagine
That would've been sick.
shoot here. But
Absolutely not, but go on.
fucking yeah, it's just my temple because I'm fucking
Well, no, it like
Slenderman.
because the way the
Slenderman.
shadow, it just looked like there was some kind of tattoo on the
Oh, I
side
see,
of your head.
like this.
No, like near your eye socket, but like on the side.
Yeah, like right here.
On the
Ah,
other,
I see what he's
on
talking
the other
about.
yeah,
one.
I see.
Yeah,
It
it
is-
looks like
it is.
looked like there was like a
My-
cross or like something there.
My
I was
wife
like,
hit-
yo, I want his head to turn the entire time, and he didn't. So it's like it's giving me anxiety. But now that I know that there's nothing there, I'm really disappointed.
my wife hits me sometimes. It's just a shiner.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But look, I gotta go take a
Thank
break.
you, sir.
I gotta go. I was supposed to take my medicine like 2 hours ago. I fucked up.
Yeah, you're good, bub.
I gotta
Don't do
go
that.
eat with it, so I might be a little while, and I'm probably gonna put my daughter to bed too, so it might be a little while, but I'll hop back on if you guys are still on.
Well,
Okay.
I won't be, but
Okay.
it was good to meet you, sir.
It was nice meeting you too.
You gave me some incredible inspiration. I'm not gonna lie. And,
I'm happy to hear
and
that, man.
You gave me some really good motivational views.
I'm really
Same
happy
here,
to hear
man.
that, man. Yeah,
And
looking
that's,
forward to
that's,
link back up and do some more podcasts, man. As long as I'm invited, I'll always come on.
And,
Yes,
and
sir.
if it's not even
course.
podcast, as long as I can game with you, at least I'm happy
Yeah.
with that, man.
Sure,
if
man,
I can
Content's
just,
gonna be crazy.
if I can just at least, be, active with you, I'm down with that.
I hope the same too, man. For real, like definitely motivated me and definitely gave me a different view on stuff for sure too. So
That's what it's
debate
all
is
yeah,
about,
here.
we'll
man.
definitely
What's up,
click
bro?
up for
I got
sure,
her.
bro.
I got her. I told them I was
Yeah.
actually just telling them I was getting off right now. These are
There's
my
the baby.
Hi.
yes, but I was finishing up and then
Hi.
I had to stop taking my chemo. Running late today.
Is that one Ben?
No Ben today. This is my friend Devin. We have Ian and Corey.
What's your daughter's
Yes.
name?
My daughter's
Hi.
name is Athena.
Hey, Athena.
Hi,
That's awesome.
Oh, Athena.
Yes.
Athena.
Hi,
Just
Athena.
saying hello. Here, you want to wear the headset?
You goddess.
Hi.
There you go.
Hi.
Hello,
Hi.
one.
Athena. Hi, Athena.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get going. But yeah, if you add me on Discord, send me an ad on Discord. I'll send you an invite to my stream Discord as well. I see me and Dev doing a lot of work together in the future.
1000%.
It seems that we have a lot of.
100%.
She fucking turned my headset down. I couldn't hear anything. I was like, what the fuck is going on? We seem to have a lot of similar goals, and as long as Devin's cool with it, man, I would love to continue to work together. Even with simple things. I think I just got your friend request. Yeah, there it is. Pending. Yeah, we got one. So yeah, I definitely.
Trying to figure out this.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. There's the
I
noise.
got it.
All right, cool.
Think I got it?
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, there we go.
There we
Sweet
go, boy.
deal.
So
Yes,
I will link up with you guys in the near future. But yeah, let's make sure we get a plan going for December, for like charity for December.
That sounds
I mean,
amazing.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, man.
We'll set up a Discord call or something like that, and we'll figure something out.
All right,
I'm
bet.
in.
Yeah, just like I said, I'm probably gonna be working. So
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
Y'all let me know, and I'm just gonna send a couple $100.
All right.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, man. Especially if you're working out of state, dude, you could do crazy promotion work.
Yeah.
Or throw stickers, give you stickers to just slap everywhere.
Slap on people's foreheads.
Alright.
There we go.
Yeah,
So
no.
never forget.
On
Take
their
the sticker, bitch.
on their
Stick a
windshield.
sticker, bitch.
You gotta slap it on their windshield and their mirrors.
Oh, 100%.
They'll love that shit.
Absolutely.
On the
I'm
glass.
a
Oh, yeah, I
violent,
love it.
but a very non-violent person.
Yes. All right, guys. You have a good night.
I appreciate you
Good,
coming on,
man.
brother.
Thank you.
Much
Thank you,
love.
brother. Thank you for having me. Much love.
Nice
I'll
meeting
see you
you,
guys
bro.
soon. Hey, nice meeting you too. Looking forward to talk to you guys again soon.
Yes,
Of
sir.
course.
Absolutely.
Hey, have a good night. Yeah, I'll let
too.
you know if I'm going live again. I forgot to tell you. I don't know if I'm doing it or not. It's like 9:30.
Let me
The
know.
bell's
I'll be
on,
there.
bro.
All right. Yeah, the bell. Like and subscribe.
Make sure you guys tune in. I'll make sure to drop the Twitch link in the chat.
Peace.
I'll be
Later.
live later too, but
Yes, sir. That's not what I need playing in the background.
I'm a lot.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm dropping his Twitch link in the comments. My boy's got music playing as soon as I go into his chat.
yeah.
All right, so that's his Twitch link if you guys want to go check him out. So as far as me, I'm gonna go ahead and answer my own question. My biggest struggle that I don't know if I've never told anyone, to be honest, because I've told a lot of people a lot of shit because it's very easy for me to be open and honest about my life and what I've done.
Hey, man, we're here for it.
Here.
But my biggest struggle is probably the losses that I've taken along the way. Whether it's financial loss, physical loss, loss of life. And that's really hard for me. My daughter's loss, my stepdad, my grandmother, my great grandmother. It was really hard for me to take all that in. And I still don't know how to deal with it. I was talking about it earlier on stream. But the concept is I never really knew how to figure out how to deal with that stuff. And when it comes down to it, I still haven't found a purpose in this life. I'm trying my best, and I think my biggest struggle when it comes down to it is waking up every day trying to figure out how to make me a better me. I think that's my biggest struggle, is trying to figure out how to make me a better me every goddamn day, because I always feel like I struggle being a piece of shit to some coworkers, being an asshole to some friends that I shouldn't be. And I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. But at the end of the day, it's very hard for me to try and figure out what the next step is in order to be better for everyone else. And that's what I was saying in my status on Facebook the other day, is I think we all need to have more love in our life. I think we all need to love each other a little bit more. We need to be kinder to a lot more people, because I know all of us got some asshole in us, for real. But at the end of the day, I think we all just need to be a little bit nicer to everyone, and me included, because I am not the friendliest motherfucker that you'll ever meet. I know it may look like it. I know it may seem like it. I don't think I am. And I think I just need to do better for me and you guys and try to just be a better person in general. And that's what I struggle with waking up with every day, is trying to just be okay with myself without hating on myself. So self-love is a big thing for me. And self-love is a lot of things that a lot of people don't work on because they don't think that they need to, right? Self-love is something that we never really in tune ourselves with because of the fact that we're always told, hey, just be a man, put that shit down, right? And what we don't realize is that self-love is only gonna make ourselves better and the people around us. So if I could just be nicer to Ian sometimes, be nicer to Corey, be nicer to a couple people, I think that'll just bring the circle a little bit more closer, a little bit better, you know. And I think that's one struggle that I'm gonna work on, and it's definitely something that I can change, and I'm glad I can change it. But I'm not gonna change who I am as a person, because I think me as a person is a pretty great fucking person. I'm just a piece of shit sometimes. But in all reality, I do think that is my biggest thing, is just trying to be a better person every day, and we need to learn how to be a little bit nicer to each other, because everyone's going through a struggle that you know nothing about. Everyone's going through a struggle that you know nothing about, and that's why I wanted everyone to share their stories tonight. That I had that shit written down since fucking 3 weeks ago. I wanted everyone to share a struggle that no one knew about, because of the fact that it's a scary thing to talk about, right? And if you don't share your experiences with other people, no one's going to be able to relate to you, and no one's going to be able to feel like they're not alone in this world. You know what I mean? Because I always feel alone. I know I got people here. I mean, bro, Corey hit me up, what was it, just yesterday or the day before? He goes, hey man, you can come over, have a plate with us, you know? And I appreciated the fuck out of that, for real. I just wasn't feeling up to it because I was feeling kind of sick. My stomach was hurting anyway, so I just went to Wawa instead. But it's just the fact that he was willing to do that for me, and I was thinking about it, and I wanted to do something like that for him, but I don't have anything to give at the moment. And that's where it comes down to, is it's like, I'm just trying to figure out how to be a better me. And I don't exactly know how to do that right now. I don't exactly know how to show myself self-love. And I wish I had a clue, but education is key. So when it comes down to it, we need to just do a little bit more research on how we can help each other, help ourselves, and keep going. You know what I mean? Because if we don't keep going, we ain't gonna be able to be there for each other, and we need each other to keep going. We need each other at the end of the day, because if we don't keep going, then we're just gonna cause more harm to the loved ones that we have, that we don't realize that love us. And that's one thing that I realized, that if I actually would have taken that path, that shit would have harmed 10 times more people than it would have solved, because the only thing that it would have solved is my own fucking problems. Because apparently a lot of people love me that I didn't realize loved me.
And honestly,
You got mad love for you, bro.
Oh hell yeah, love this dude. And I also take to heart what Keanu Reeves said on the talk show. I can't remember his fucking name.
I actually met him. Fun fact, but go on.
That's awesome.
He said, what do you think happens after you die? And Keanu Reeves just sat there for a second. He was like, I know the people that loved us will miss us.
Yep.
And
Very true.
that hits so hard.
It hits different, man.
Because you
Absolutely.
don't know who, like, alright, you know, like, you know, I guess you could say your immediate family will love you, but like, you don't know how many hurts you struck during your lifetime,
Yeah.
and you'll never know.
Yeah.
Like even at your own funeral, like I believe in spirits, I believe in ghosts and all that kind of thing, but like, I don't think once you die you can actually view your own funeral.
Yeah.
And
No.
it's always in my mind, like, how many people would be there?
Yeah.
You know,
it's weird. Like you get a lot of words. You get a lot of a lot of praise. I wouldn't say praise, but you have a lot of people that you talk to, but how many of those people would actually show up at the end of your life?
Yeah.
And it's not like an ego boost. It's just how many of those people should I talk to?
Yeah. 100%.
How many of those people should I keep in my circle? Because I have a really small circle.
Same.
I got you, Dev. I got you, Corey. I got Cody. I got I got Fatty J. I got Clay.
Mm-hmm.
I got Corey. A different Corey, not you twice. Don't get your ego boost.
Nah.
But there was always that spot for Amanda. She's always gonna have that spot. So regardless,
100%.
she's definitely gonna be a groomsman.
100%.
I'll just throw a picture up on the mantle if I ever get married, which is probably never. But either way, but like, it just blows my mind. Like, you really don't know how much you affect people's lives because they don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Until you're gone.
And that's one thing that I'm trying to bring forward is we need to show how much we love each other. Because I mean, every night we hop off a Discord call. Almost every night, me and Corey are in the same Discord call, and I'm like, "All right, brother, love you, and catch you tomorrow." Like that. That's a thing. I don't get like that shit used to be looked down to. Telling a brother that you love him, like you know how stupid that shit is.
Bro.
I know, but you
corny, bro.
But you know how crazy it is that shit used to be looked down upon? That shit used to be looked down upon to say, oh, I love you, bro. You know what I mean?
And even saying that without saying no homo.
Yeah.
It's a whole different ballgame now.
Yeah. Like you need to say that before you leave because you don't know if you're going to see them again. And that's the sad part. But that's why I try to look at every day as, all right, I woke up. What do we need to do today for me to show myself self-love and me to show a better me to you guys? Because if I don't do that.
I made my promise. If I'm ever in that spot where you're not going to see me tomorrow, I'm going to let you know.
I know.
You know that.
And I better not get that call.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
I mean, I may be in a tough spot right now, but like I said, I always know how to bounce back, and I'm already bouncing back.
That was the first word you said to me. You said, "I've already been here. I'm gonna do it again."
I don't go down for long. I may get TKO'd, all right. But this motherfucker comes back with an uppercut from hell. All right.
Yes, sir.
That's as long back up. That's really just really sucks, bro. So yeah, as long as you just get the fuck back up and you swing twice as harder than life did, you're always gonna be good, you know. Like everything does work out. You just gotta stay the course and weather the storm. And that I always look at like situations, as like storms, like hurricanes and thunderstorms and shit. Like they go away eventually.
Yeah.
Then it will always think about it, right? What occurs mostly, right? Sunshine or storms?
Storms, 100%.
Sunshine.
No.
So I mean, yeah, sunshines.
Sunshine show up after the storms, though.
Well, depending on your area of the
like if you're in Seattle, like, don't just if you're in Seattle or something, just close your ears, okay? Nah, I'm fucking with you.
This guy.
If you're in Alaska, I know you're already in your 52 days of darkness. So.
Yeah, but generally speaking, throughout the 99% of the world, yeah. So if like you're in Alaska or Seattle, please just I don't know, stop, don't watch after this. But like,
the story
is most days are sunshine, and it's all in your head, bro. It really is. Like, as long as you just stay the course, you weather the storm, you will get what you want. Especially if you work hard, you stay true to yourself, and you're patient, you will get whatever the fuck you want, man. So, yeah, and every night, almost every night, recently I've been super tired, and Dev brought it up too. Everybody's been exhausted, I definitely have.
Yep.
And, when I'm in a call with them, I tell them, like, hey, love ya, see you later, because again, I don't know when the fuck I could be gone tomorrow. Like, my best friend was killed in a suburban area. Like, that shit, sticks with me, to this day. It definitely made a huge impact. Like, I could walk out and that's it. I'm done.
Yep.
You may never know. So, like, you have to appreciate every step of the way, even if it's bad.
Yep.
Even if it's fucking bad, you just have to just appreciate it, That's the whole thing with me and, like, my view on balance. Like, you have to appreciate the struggle because that's how you grow. So it's like, just weather the fucking storm, bro. That's
Agree.
really it. And
The way that I saw it, you get a speed bump in your day, but it's manageable. It's not like it's a crack of a failure
Yeah.
in your life.
100%.
And you can't even,
it's
like,
just a bump, and you can get over it in an hour or two.
and and in my opinion, I don't really look at failure as a failure. I know you have to in order to grow and become a better you or better in your career or whatever,
It's never
but
a failure if you learn.
it's never a failure. It's a fucking lesson. As
Mhm.
long as you learn from that lesson, it won't happen again. But if you don't learn from that lesson, you're gonna be retaught from the struggle. You know what I'm saying? And that speed bump
It's
and
just gonna
that
be a
L.
vicious cycle.
Yep.
That's it. As long as you learn from it, you'll never really go through it again. Because if it happens again, you already know how to recoup from it.
Facts.
100%.
And it's like the shit that you're worried about now, I guarantee I will put money on it that you are not going to be thinking about the same shit next year and 5 years. I will put money on it.
I don't even
'Cause that's
remember
what I
my
told
struggles from
myself.
5 years ago.
Exactly. I barely fucking remember last week. So,
You know
like,
what I mean?
you know what I'm saying?
I don't even
So
know
it's
what I
just like,
ate today.
listen, man, just come up with that GP, that game plan, and just execute it. Work hard, be patient, and stay true to yourself. Because if you're a fraud, it's gonna come out. If you're true to yourself, it's gonna come out. So that's just how I look at it. But yes, I did meet Keanu Reeves. It was actually pretty fucking cool. I didn't get a picture or nothing though.
That's amazing.
I really wanted to talk about that before we go.
Go ahead. I
They
also
brought
have
up
2 more
Keanu Reeves.
things.
So
I actually gotta
it
go.
was so. You're
You
good.
gotta go.
It was mad long
Yeah,
ago.
man, it's 9:30, man. I
Oh
gotta
shit!
go to work.
It's not 30. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I understand,
so
bub.
Keanu Reeves, I was in New York, because when I was like a teen, going in my 20s, I went to New York a lot, to visit family, visit friends, or just to walk around. Fucking love New York. And I was in Central Park. I was with my cousin and my uncle, and I think my older brother was with me, and we were just chilling, and we sat down. And we all fit. They have like long benches there, especially on this one strip. Going from Fifth Ave into Central Park where it begins. There's a nice strip of benches and a walkway that leads to the Central Park Zoo. We were chilling there, and Keanu Reeves. We didn't notice it at first because he looks how he looks now compared to back then is night and day different. He sat down and he looks at me and my older brother. He's like, "Hey, how are you?" And I was like, I'm like, I triple taked, bro. I'm like, Keanu? I said it quiet. I was like, Keanu Reeves? He's like, yeah, how are you? And I'm like, oh man. I'm like, I'm a big fan. I'm like, I would ask for a picture and everything, but I don't want to like blow up your spot. I'm like, can I just shake your hand? He's like, yeah, shook his hand, went about his day. It was that fucking cool. Like, he was such a nice guy. He's a really nice fucking guy, guys. I swear to God.
That's amazing. I love it.
New York's weird like that. You never know who you're gonna bump into. It's so fucking awesome. That's why I love New York. You may never know who you bump into because you don't pay attention. You're not like, oh, you're gonna find the Rock. I'm gonna look for the Rock today. It's never like that. You never know who you're gonna bump into. I probably bumped into like hundreds of celebrities,
I can
and
find
I
a lot
never
of
would have known.
rocks in New York. What do you mean? But
Fucking meatheads. Fucking.
yeah, no, I'm out.
All
I got
right,
you.
Ian. Well, I appreciate you
Always a
coming on.
pleasure.
I appreciate you sharing. And I am so fucking proud of you. And I hope your day's good tomorrow.
It's probably not gonna be, but I'm just gonna do what I did the other day. Just chill.
Yes, sir.
Good.
But, yeah, you guys enjoy your night. Dev, love you, brother.
Love you too.
You have a good end of your stream. Corey, love you too, brother.
You too,
Still
brother.
have to meet you, but
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Guys, enjoy your
Later,
night,
gang.
alright?
Appreciate you, bud.
Later, bros.
Later.
Laters.
All right, guys. So we've been going on for 4 hours, 38 minutes. So I'm going to do... What the fuck? What happened to Corey's shit? Hold on. I got to
Because Ian left.
Yeah.
It's all right.
There you are. Corey just went half face. But we're gonna do one more thing, and then we're gonna do the donation like we always do. So Corey, one quote for the stream. One good quote for the stream, and then I got one as well.
Quote?
I found it this week.
Man, I gotta think. There's a lot of quotes that I've seen in my life. I'm gonna do a I don't even. There was one when I was working in downtown Easton. In the Easton Public Market, I was a pizza cook and a bartender.
Okay.
And the one guy who like did a lot of prep work for them, wrote on the board, and he wrote, "Anything less than the best is a felony," by Vanilla Ice. And I laughed at it. And I'm like, Vanilla Ice, bro? Or what the fuck? And then if you think about it, it's facts.
Yeah.
Anything less, you gotta strive for what's best for you. That's the one I got today. I can't really think of any other ones, but that's the first one to pop in my head.
I like that. 1 second, chat. I'm going to give mine in a second. I'm just trying to fill out this donation form real quick. All right. So the one that I found this week that I want to say is, I saved it on the computer. It says, "You don't have to be positive all the time. It's perfectly okay to feel sad, angry, annoyed, frustrated, scared, or anxious. Having feelings doesn't make you a negative person. It makes you human." And
Yeah.
I liked that a lot, and it meant a lot. And I appreciate you guys for showing out and always being here. Now I have to find my wallet so that we can finish this. I don't know where I put it. Where the fuck did I put it?
Trying to get a plate from Big Corey Beach. Oh my god.
Try to get a plate from Corey B. I see how it is.
I mean, I don't know. I can fly food out, but I'll hit up UPS. I'll think of something.
All right, guys, just to show you that we're doing this donation, I'm going to the live real quick. I'll show you guys this. We are doing the $150 donation today, and I will show you guys the receipt when I'm done. So let me just do that real quick. We'll go back to the podcast.
Oh.
It's already got all my information saved. Thank you guys for the donations as well. Much love. Always appreciated.
Dev, an offer.
What you mean?
What did I just hear? 484. All right. Yeah, I appreciate everyone that came out. We're going to make this donation, and then we're going to end up ending the stream because it was definitely a great one. We had a $100 donation from Lou tonight, and like I said, I'm always going to do this $50 donation once a month because I can make that happen. Because if I couldn't, I wouldn't. But I made it a point to save $50 at the end of the month to be able to make this. So we're going to go back to the live real quick, and I'm going to show you the receipt. There it is. Thank you for your generous gift of $150 to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And it's definitely going to help us along the way get to our goal of what we need to do and what we're doing here. So I appreciate you guys for coming out. Much love. And I'm going to leave you on this. And just remember that you're never alone. You can always come in here, chill. And Julio, I might be live tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Just remember, guys, you matter. And I love y'all. Catch y'all later.
Deuce.